towards the other side's monolith. This last round wasn't one of strength nor strategy, it was purely reliant on speed. It was a race to see who could read and input the other's code faster. Damien rushed to the monolith and quickly opened it, memorizing the code. All that was left was to reach his home base. Since warping was too much of a cheat, he decided to normally teleport back. There was no excitement in taking the easy way out. As Damien made his way back, Era also reached the monolith. She activated her bracelet and opened it, but didn't immediately go for the code. First, she launched a plethora of attacks at its structure to make sure it was truth and not an illusion. This was all the confirmation she needed. Illusions were still made up of mana after all. If she let out a constant barrage on the boundary of the illusion, it'd show at least the slightest fluctuation. As she went to read the code, she silently celebrated. There was one final hidden card that would easily win her this match. The truth was, she and her twin brother shared a telepathic connection. Their closeness had been a result of this. Ever since their birth, they could hear and read each other's thoughts. As they grew up, they became two sides of the same coin. As long as Era read the code, Aaron could immediately input it into the monolith. Sharing her excitement, Aaron waited patiently with his hands at the monolith, ready to input the code immediately. He failed to notice the small vines that started creeping out of the cracks in the floor. As both sides raced to the finish, everyone outside watched with bated breaths. This kind of showdown was far from what they expected to happen this round. One team had the smartest brain in the tournament, while the other had the strongest brawn. For it to come down to speed made the results of the match even more unpredictable. Even Ethan didn't know what to think as he watched. From the way things are going, it seems the twins are going to win, but with how confident Damien sounded last time we talked, there should be something I'm missing, right? After he had been seated, he went and had a conversation with Damien. The two had already scheduled their match in the top 12, so it'd be a shame if one of them didn't make it. Furthermore, the two ended up sparring to help each other improve. Well, he seems to be someone I could be great friends with, and none of my friends are average people. Let's see what he has up his sleeve. Era had already reached the monolith. As she read the code, she saw Damien appear in the room. She couldn't help but grin. It was truly a tight match, but they were guaranteed to win now. Aaron received the code through their link and immediately moved to type it in when his body abruptly stiffened. What's happening to me? No matter how much he tried, he couldn't move. An affinity that controlled nature sounded like something peace-loving elves would have, but that wasn't necessarily true. Poison could also be made naturally. From within the shadows of the room, a figure emerged. This was Eva, who had been lying in wait all this time. "You know," she said, "it's not good to underestimate your opponents." On the other side of the city, Era also stiffened for a second. But they weren't out of options yet. Even as Damien approached, she tried her best to convey the code to their third teammate in hopes of pulling off a game winner, but her hope didn't last long. She suddenly found Damien in front of the monolith that was suddenly a few inches in front of its earlier position, and the code in its surface was completely different. "A backup plan of a backup plan," Damien said. "We could never be too careful when it came to someone with intellect on par with you two." The reason the monolith could withstand her attacks without fluctuation was that at that time, it wasn't an illusion. It was only in the final moment before she arrived in front of it that Catherine slightly shifted its position and code to fool her. Before Era's helpless eyes, Damien punched in the code of their monolith, effectively winning the game. The second round of the Nexus event had ended just like that. Chapter 59, Interlude 2. After they were teleported back onto the stage, the twins approached Damien's group. "Congratulations on your win," Aaron said. Although he was visibly disgruntled, he still acted like a good sport. "Seriously, that last move was insane," Era continued. Her eyes were starry as she looked at Eva, not seeming bothered by the loss. Rather than being bothered, she was excited to see an elf around their age who could keep up with supreme geniuses like Damien and Catherine. "Thank you," Eva responded meekly. Through their cooperation with her, Damien and Catherine had learned that her confidence only emerged when she was in battle, causing them endless amusement. "If you don't mind me asking, did you plan for that situation all along?" Aaron asked, getting straight to the point. Everyone knew which situation he was talking about. Seeing that these twins were amiable people, Damien's group treated them the same. They slowly explained their game plan to the twins. The plan they had made was simple. Hiding Damien's spatial abilities would benefit them if they faced anyone who hadn't met them at the academy, so it was more of a precaution. Meanwhile, the crux of their strategy was to undermine Eva's value. Eva had a nature affinity, which showed its best potential in environments filled with lush greenery. No matter what, this would be revealed when they ended up in a forest environment. And since the forest was their first terrain, they decided to capitalize on it. Eva went all out and incapacitated the opposing team members without any issue, showing her use. Now that most of the attention was focused on Eva, it was time for the next step of the plan. Their next location was a rocky flatland. During this round, Eva made sure to do nothing outstanding. Damien and Catherine carried the team as they plowed through the opposition. With Eva barely being useful, people started to make assumptions. They used the second round of this match to solidify those assumptions that Eva wasn't useful outside of a green terrain. It was important for her to be seen as the weak link of the group. And finally, their last opponent game. When they realized it was the twins they were up against, they knew that hiding Damien's spatial ability was pointless, as they came from the same academy. This didn't discourage them, though. The first round was lost due to a surprise move on the twin side, but they regained their footing in the second. All this time, they continued to play Eva as a weak link whose participation no longer mattered. And it all came to fruition during that final round. It was a round where speed took priority over strength and wits like the previous two rounds. In this round, any small distraction would cost the win, causing both teams to enter a hyper-focused state. In this state, the twins had failed to realize Eva's continued presence in their base. She had been warped there by Damien at the very start. After all, he already knew the base's location from the previous rounds. If he wanted, Damien could have ended the monolith capture game in an instant. His power was simply a perfect counter for the game's mechanics. However, he didn't do it because he wanted to have fun. This is why the only time he used warp was to get Eva into position. While the two teams raced to each other's monoliths, she planted seeds within the cracks on the ground, and the vines that sprouted from them snaked their way to Aaron. A nature affinity was special in this way. It was mainly used to nurture rather than fight, but when needed, this nurturing power could be turned against enemies. Eva's young age was the reason people assumed she couldn't capitalize on this and only used her power for crowd control. And the truth was, they were right. Eva indeed had no idea her power could be used this way until she met Damien and Catherine. The creativity of these two with elusive elements helped her break past a roadblock that she had been facing for many years regarding her attack power. And once she knew the direction, it didn't take her long to figure out the application. She had brought small poisonous plant seeds with her into the final round and had already achieved permission from the support staff of the event. Although her role seemed small, in that she only stunned Aaron near the end, this small move was what won them the match. Even with the failsafe they had made of Catherine using illusions on the monolith, it wasn't guaranteed that they won until Aaron had been incapacitated. The debut release occurred at NOV3L, bin. The plan overall was a simple case of misdirection that had reaped immense benefits. As the twins listened, their eyes were filled with an understanding light. It's no wonder. The plan focused on the innate arrogance that everyone carries. If it wasn't for this, there's no way we would have overlooked anyone even if they were the weakest participant. Damien smiled and nodded. To be honest, even we would probably do the same in your situation. We were titled as supreme geniuses, and even if many with the same title have fallen, it doesn't discredit our achievement. It's natural for us to hold arrogance and look down on those normal participants, but it needs to be remembered that they're geniuses in their own right. After all, look at our little Eva here, Damien said teasingly as he patted her head. Eva blushed slightly, causing Catherine's eyes to narrow as she went directly for Damien's waist, giving it a solid pinch. Ow! Ow! What's that for? Damien cried as he acted exaggeratedly pained. Humph. It doesn't matter what it was for, just know you deserved it. Catherine replied as she turned her head away, hiding her slight smile. Eva also smiled helplessly as she watched the two. Even her first meeting with them had begun with her witnessing the subtle tension between them. How could she not understand what was going on? Only, she had no plans to interfere. She never even saw Damien romantically, only blushing due to the unexpected contact. She wasn't racist by any means, but to please her family she wanted to marry within the elven clans. The group continued talking about the various strategies they had made for the game as they went back to the private rooms assigned to them. Although the twins had been disqualified, they were supreme geniuses, so their accommodations were covered until the end of the tournament. They were more than welcome to stay and watch. When the group split up, Eva also followed the twins, as she had gotten friendly with Era during their short time talking. Damien and Catherine smiled as they walked away. She was fun to hang out with during this past week. It's a little sad that we won't be able to see her again. Damien shook his head as he responded. Why wouldn't you get to see her again? We live in the same world, and not all elves stay within the Helia Forest, so the possibility always exists. Catherine nodded, trying to shake off her slight loneliness. Noticing this, Damien changed the subject. It's almost time for the final round, you know? While they allowed 300 participants to pass this round, it'll only be 12 from the next. And after that, we can finally fight like we've been wanting to do since our first meeting. Catherine's eyes brightened. With a battle maniac, talking about fighting was always the best medicine. That's right, she exclaimed. I can finally beat your ass and show you who's the best between us. Damien grinned, seeing her mood improve. Yep, it's finally time for us to figure that out. After that, we get to do some fun adventuring. Damien was obviously referring to the secret realm. He still didn't have much information on it, but it being shrouded in mystery only made him more excited. Just like he felt back in the dungeon, he knew. Maybe it was something he inherently had, or maybe it was a feature of his eyes, but something within him was screaming. A massive opportunity was waiting for him within that secret realm. Shoving down his bubbling excitement, Damien continued to chat with Catherine as he waited for the screen to turn on once again to show them the rules for the final round. It didn't take long, as the announcer's face popped into his view only 2 hours later. Good evening once again. As you all know, only 300 of you remain in the event, and we're reaching the final stretch. It's time for me to reveal our last game. This game will be much more simple than the previous one. It's called King of the Hill. The rules are also not nearly as complicated. The first round was based on survival, the second based on intelligence, and now this third round is based on strength, though your wits will definitely help you. Competitors will be separated into groups of 25 and put in their respective arenas. Each arena has a single capture point. The goal of this round is to stay within the radius of the capture point as long as possible. The projection shifted to show 12 small mountains that were lined up adjacent to one another. At the peak of each mountain, there was a circular zone with a black flag in the middle. As long as you're in that radius, you'll gain points with time. Only one person is allowed within the radius at one time. If 2 people are in there at the same time, no points will be awarded. This game will be unlike the previous 2. It is a game of speed and fortune. The time limit will only be a single day, and the 12 people with the most points at the end will advance to the fighting tournament. Good luck, competitors. With that, the screen went black once again. Damien and Catherine looked at each other and grinned. Was it sheer coincidence, or was it planned for the start? There were only 12 supreme geniuses left in the competition after the twins were disqualified. It was obvious what this meant. Either the supreme geniuses would easily pass this game and fill the top 12, or a dark horse would bare its fangs and cause an upset. The closing act of the Nexus event had begun. Chapter 60, King of the Hill 1. Damien had no plans to go easy during this round like he did in the previous 2. He would be the only supreme genius within the 25 competitors in his arena, so he'd be a prime target. Not to mention, after this round came the top 12 tournament where he would truly fight the best of the best. He didn't want to waste any more time on those that couldn't cause his eyes to let off even the slightest hint of a warning bell. It wasn't even a matter of levels at this point, rather it once again came back to control and mana circuits. The former was something that could be improved with practice, but the latter was usually present only in large families or clans. Time passed quickly as hype for the final game grew. In the penthouse that Damien's group entered when they first arrived at the venue, the leaders of the various powers were conversing. It's surprising how many of the supreme geniuses fell this year. Not only were they paired with each other quite often, but there were also many normal competitors with tactical knowledge that surpassed them. The Elf Queen stated as she observed the competitors who were approaching the stage. Indeed. Not only that, even the disparity between supreme geniuses was large this year. There were 3 in particular that I've had my eyes on, responded the Dwarf King. Well, one of them is of royal descent, so that isn't too surprising. The other 2 boys have astonishing physical strength. I haven't seen that boy Ethan use much of his fire abilities, but that Damien kid has some powerful lightning. The Stanton Emperor pointed out. Malcolm smiled at this. If you knew how weak his lightning is in comparison to his other affinity, how would you react then? Suddenly, an unexpected voice rang out. That boy is still hiding the majority of his power. If I'm not wrong, his main abilities should stem from his spatial affinity. The teleportation he showed in the previous rounds was just the tip of the iceberg. Everyone turned to the pink-haired man who had spoken with surprise. He wasn't the talkative type, so it was rare to hear him praise someone. Most of them hadn't even heard him praise his own children, let alone an outsider. The Beast Empress giggled. My, who would have expected you to praise that boy? That girl is the second princess, no? It seems she's taken quite a liking to him. Maybe you've already considered accepting him into your family. The fact that Catherine was one of the royal children didn't matter much to these leaders. There was no ban on their descendants participating in the tournament. It was just that most of them held too much arrogance to compete with the masses in such a fashion. They didn't enjoy sheltering their children, as they knew that life or death battles and the pressure of real danger were the best way to temper their wills and abilities, but they couldn't do much about situations like this. This event was meant for enjoyment and building personal relations. They didn't need to appear. Besides that, they didn't want to involve politics in an affair like this one, so they never pressured their children to compete. The Adelaire Emperor spoke again, continuing the previous conversation. The boy is an unknown. Until I find out where he came from and what his goals are, I won't give him the slightest chance. The Lenin Emperor raised his brow. I've heard that your second daughter has an adventurous personality. Are you sure she'd even ask your opinion before she makes that decision, James? The Adelaire Emperor's brows twitched. Even he doubted this point. He was also a youth that yearned for freedom at one point. He had roamed the continent and carved a name for himself through various deeds, allowing him to maintain the position he had today. He knew that he wouldn't be able to sway her decision if she wanted something, and since she usually aimed to earn those things with her own strength, he wouldn't interfere. However, this matter was different. Regardless of his status and regardless of his indifferent demeanor, he was still her father. At the end of the day, all he wanted was to make sure she wasn't being conned or trapped by someone despicable. But he also knew that his worries were needless. Catherine's eyes never failed her when judging people's true intentions and personalities. This feature was why he always allowed her to venture relatively unaccompanied as long as she was disguised and used her fake name. While the emperors conversed, the competitors had been transported to the bottoms of their respective mountains. Out of the 300 remaining, only 12 would move forward. These odds lit fires of determination in each of the competitors' eyes. Regardless of whether they won or lost, they'd earn glory, but that didn't change anything. Nobody was content with quitting here. Damien looked up at the mountain in front of him and was genuinely unimpressed. It wasn't his fault, though. He had spent 6 months training on one of the largest mountains in the human domain. Compared to that behemoth, This one looked like a mere hill, which was apt considering the game's name. The surface was mostly rocky with patches of forest here and there. It was clearly a terrain made for the competition rather than something that would grow in nature. Damien then moved on to the other 24 participants around him. It seemed they'd come to an unsaid agreement, as all their eyes were focused on him. Damien couldn't suppress the predatory grin that formed on his face. Since you want to play like that, I'll get just a tad bit more serious. Let's see how you deal with me then. As the announcer's voice rang out, the final round finally began. Without wasting a single second, Damien had already teleported hundreds of meters up the mountain, startling both the competitors and the audience outside. Thus far, he had only shown a range that spanned a few tens of meters, so the abrupt change was shocking. Not minding the dazed opposition, Damien continued making his way up the mountain. It was only when he reached the halfway point that the others realized their mistake. They didn't attack nor hinder each other as they all climbed the mountain. Their only goal was to defeat this supreme genius in front of them. Everything else came later. When Damien reached the peak, a holographic screen appeared in front of him. Participant: Damien Void. Time captured: 3 seconds. Points earned: 0. The announcer had never explained how much time needed to pass for one to earn points, so Damien kept a close eye on the screen as the other competitors closed the distance. Even after they arrived, Damien didn't pay attention to them. They threw a plethora of elemental attacks at him from afar, hoping to cause him trouble before they could arrive, but it was wholly ineffective. It was unlike anything they'd ever seen before. Every attack they launched at him bounced back after reaching a certain distance from him. It was as if he was completely impervious to their assault. Time captured: 5 minutes and 14 seconds. Points earned: 5. Damien was still focused on the screen in front of him. It seemed that every minute he would earn a point, but he had arrived at the capture point too early, leaving him to wait 5 minutes before the tally even began. It made sense for the points to count at such a rapid pace. In usual situations, the person occupying the capture point would constantly be changing, leading to a lack of points being gained if it took too long to earn them. Besides, the points only mattered in this one round. They didn't count towards overall ranking, which would be decided by the single elimination tournament. Those that were eliminated here would be ranked based on the overall points they gained through all the rounds combined, though. These people would make up the rest of the top 50 who would gain access to the secret realm. Suddenly, the counter paused. When Damien looked up, he saw that another competitor had entered the circle with him. The circle was large, but only enough to contain around 3 people if they were moving constantly during battle. For this reason, the other competitors decided to enter direct combat one by one while the rest supported from the back. Damien still didn't pay attention to them. In this round, there were no early eliminations and everyone would be eliminated at the very end, so he couldn't be too hard on them when it came to injuries. Otherwise, the round would end too fast. He just lightly flicked lightning at the ones who entered the capture point, pushing them out of range, while casually blocking the ranged assault with his vector field. The audience was stunned by this overbearing performance. This wasn't how the tournament was supposed to go, right? Their doubts were easily confirmed when they looked at the screens that showed the other battles taking place. It was a fierce competition where even supreme geniuses were having trouble keeping the capture point locked for long periods. There were only 3 screens where the other competitors didn't stand a single chance. One was Damien, whose case didn't need to be explained further. The next was Ethan. He still wasn't utilizing his elemental abilities much, only using his fire to block larger projectiles that were headed towards him. His main style was simply punching competitors out of his ring as they came, brute forcing his way to the top. The final one was Catherine. Her case was more artistic to watch. She danced through incoming projectiles as if she was putting on a show. Her movements were both graceful and precise, leaving a strong impression that won the hearts of many men in the audience. Besides that, she didn't need to face a single competitor in direct combat. Anytime one of them attempted to walk forward into the ring, they'd end up moving in another random direction. Sometimes right, sometimes left, and sometimes even backward as they walked down the mountain. Some competitors even tried walking in another direction from the start, hoping to trick the illusion, but they just ended up looking dumb. For these three geniuses, this round was a breeze. However, an interesting show was taking place within one of the other arenas. Chapter 61, King of the Hill 2. Boom! The audience's attention was stolen by a massive explosion. On one of the screens in front of them, they saw a spectacular sight. Within the area of the capture point, massive tentacles made of pure darkness thrashed around, kicking up clouds of dust and stone. Constant small explosions rang out as the competitors attempted to circumvent the tentacles, but their efforts didn't beget any gains. The caster of the massive tentacles obviously wouldn't have the mana capacity to uphold them for a long time, so he'd cast them in bursts whenever he needed them. When they weren't active, he'd send out spikes of darkness and explosive balls that corroded everything they touched. The darkness element was different from Zara's shadow element. Darkness element was best known for its ability to corrode, curse, and even summon undead if one had the talent. It was an element that was widely looked down upon due to its eerie nature and the vileness of some of its users. After all, necromancy was a branch of darkness, and desecrating the corpses of the fallen was something many people saw as wicked. But this wasn't everyone. Just like nature or the system, elements were never morally aligned. Their morality depended wholly on the user, leading many to choose against discriminating. On the opposite end of the spectrum was the light element, which specialized in healing, purification, speed, and burst attacks. The light element was the main reason beast meat became consumable by other species. Its purification qualities allowed the mana to be cleansed of harmful properties that cause mutation. Light element users usually became priest classes or something similar, but it wasn't their only option. Take Elena, for example. Although she did have the ability to heal, she chose a more offensive route for her abilities. She prioritized speed and endless stamina while her attack power was also great. Then came the shadow element. It was widely acknowledged as being a sort of mix between the prior two elements. The qualities of both could be seen within it, as it specialized in speed, corrosion, and its specialty, concealment. There was a theory that shadow ability users could potentially use both light and darkness elements if they became strong enough, but it was still not proven. Back to the battle, the one controlling the darkness tentacles wasn't any supreme genius, rather it was a dark horse that had finally appeared. It was unknown why he hid his darkness affinity, but perhaps it was due to the potential scorn he'd receive from the audience. The boy looked like an elf, but his ears were distinctly shorter and his facial structure was entirely different. Judging by these qualities, it was clear he was a half-elf. As he kept using his darkness, it was clear that his body wasn't strong. He never entered direct confrontation with his attackers and opted to take range and focus on crowd control. Suddenly, a man shot out from the crowd of opponents with a flash, aiming to directly take out the half-elf even if it meant he'd go down too. He had a sinister look in his eyes, evidently displaying his disdain. "You fiends who use darkness shouldn't be allowed to exist. Allow me to cleanse you," the man shouted as flames burst from his body. But the half-elf didn't panic. He'd been berated the same way many times throughout his life, so it no longer affected him. "I have never once done anything evil in my life. If you wish to brand me as such simply due to the affinity I was born with, you are the true scourge." A large clump of darkness coalesced in his hand to form a longbow before another clump became an arrow. He pulled back the bowstring as he calculated the trajectory it should take. Then, calmly staring down his opponent, he released the string. The arrow ripped through the air before piercing into the man's shoulder. The shot had rung true. "Ack!" The man screamed as his shoulder began to wither. Before he could make any more moves, he was slapped by a tentacle and flew hundreds of meters down the mountain. The crowd cheered. This was an event attended by even fourth-class beings. They did not doubt the character of the participants. Just for this one event, even the ones with prejudice would throw away their cares to enjoy the fun. The King of the Hill event continued without a hitch for the rest of its duration before finally coming to an end. The results didn't even need to be mentioned. Damien came in first, not being pushed out of his position on the capture point even once, while Catherine followed second and Ethan was third. The rest of the rounds were mostly won by the remaining Supreme Geniuses, but the half-elf Dark Horse managed to cement himself a spot in the final 12 as well. The competitors were once again teleported out. Damien didn't waste any time returning to the private room this time, not even stopping to talk to Catherine. Entering the room, he sat down on the couch and covered his eyes with his hands. The final 12 was where he would get serious. He wouldn't allow anyone to stand in his way. Now that the time had come, he once again reminded himself of his goals. My mother is still in the hospital. It's been 3 years since I left Earth already, and I have no idea what's going on there. While thinking of his mother, he also remembered another figure that he hadn't thought about since his early days in the dungeon. It's been so hectic that I even forgot about Elena. She was always a good friend of mine, and if I'm being 100% honest with myself, there was a time where I felt much stronger feelings towards her. Suddenly, another figure flashed into his mind, but he quickly shook that off. He didn't want to think about romance. Even saying those 3 words that people usually say to each other when they care for each other enough were words that he couldn't get out of his mouth. He didn't know why that was. Even saying those words to his mother was something he only remembered doing a few times. It wasn't just the feelings of cringe and embarrassment that held him back, there was something deeper. This deeper feeling became even more pronounced after his fall. No matter how much he socialized and no matter how much he bantered, he could never get rid of this gnawing feeling. What if they end up leaving me one day? What if they end up betraying me? He had made improvements due to Zara and Catherine, but he was still extremely underdeveloped emotionally. He spent his younger days getting bullied for various reasons. Not having a dad, his body that never changed from its stick-like figure, his awkward personality, and many more. And after the World Awakening, he was forced to spend his days with the sole purpose of making money to support himself and his comatose mother. Survival. The word popped into Damien's mind again. As he reminisced on the past, he realized that his struggle for survival started even before it manifested in a literal sense. Maybe the fact that he was always struggling to survive in the unforgiving world was the reason he could so easily forge his will at the beginning of his journey. His only thought for so long had been survival. Taking care of his mother and himself, and then staying alive. Where was there time for him to mature emotionally? It was more apt to say that any strong emotions he had were suppressed. It was only in battle that he could fully express himself without care. Maybe this was the reason he became a battle maniac in the first place. The freedom he felt when he put his life on the line and the excitement that pumped through his veins when he clashed blades with others, these feelings were euphoric and addictive to him. It was fun. It brought him joy. He could barely spare a moment for rest and joy for many, many years, so finding joy in fighting was something he relished. He wished to hold on to that feeling as long as he could. Maybe once he won the tournament, once he explored the secret realm and obtained his 3rd class, once he finally found a surefire method to return to Earth, and once he finally had his mother back, he would be able to relish in feelings of happiness and maybe even think about romance. His thoughts came full circle as they got back on the right track. He had no idea why he suddenly became emotional, but he didn't mind. Being someone who didn't have the ability to feel intense emotion and sadness, he also relished this feeling. It meant that no matter what he had become, he could still confidently say that he was himself. He was a being that cared about the consequences of his actions. Uncovering his eyes, Damien noticed he wasn't alone anymore. Catherine had long since entered the practice room, but sensing the forlorn aura around Damien, she stayed silent and simply watched. Zara stood at her side and did the same. Although they both wanted to comfort him, they felt that they didn't have the right to do so. Whatever was bothering him was out of their control. What is it that's making him act like this? Catherine thought. During the many months they'd known each other, and even seen each other on a daily basis, she had never witnessed Damien hold this kind of aura or expression. However, before she could delve deeper into her thoughts, Damien stood up. Taking another look at him, he seemed back to normal. It'd be impossible to tell that he was depressed or even sad in the slightest only a few seconds ago. "Are you okay?" Catherine asked worriedly. She respected his privacy, but that didn't mean she didn't want to understand him. "Yeah, I was just thinking about some things." "It doesn't matter now. What's important is that we're going to decide a winner soon." Damien smiled gently before patting her head. Walking past a stunned Catherine, Damien continued to talk. "Better not stay dazed for too long. I'll be waiting for you at the top." Chapter 62, Final 12-1. The structure of the Final 12 tournament had been decided, and it seemed luck was on Damien's side. He and Catherine were on opposite sides of the bracket, making it so that if they fought, it would be in the finals. With the Nexus event winding down, the tournament would only last 4 days. There would be 2 fights a day, with the final day being used only for the finals and the award ceremony that followed it. For the Final 12 tournament, the use of artifacts would once again be allowed in the competition. Now that only the strongest remained, it would give them the most entertainment this way. There were still regulations, though. The competitors were required to use artifacts of the same grade when they compete. For instance, if one side had an SS rank artifact while the other only had an A rank, both competitors would have to use A rank artifacts. This was to further the inclusion of fairness. Since there was a dark horse this year, another rule was added. If the participant didn't have an artifact, they would be given one that either matched the grade of their opponents or both competitors would be given artifacts of the same grade. Of course, this addition only applied to offensive artifacts and weapons. Defensive artifacts were still banned, as it would be too much of a hassle for the staff to regulate their usage. Defensive artifacts came in many different forms, with some being armor and others being small rings or accessories that could generate barriers. The variety was something they didn't want to control, as too many restrictions wouldn't net them any benefit. Damien thought over these rules in his head. As he walked to the stage, he encountered Ethan, who proceeded to start a conversation. "Yo! It seems the tournament staff had kept our first fight in mind when they structured the bracket and made it so we would only face off in the semifinals." Damien nodded. The Dark Horse and Catherine were also set up in such a way. The tournament staff definitely knew that the outcomes of the 1v1v1 fights were decided. Although the other Supreme Geniuses ended up winning their King of the Hill matches, they were extremely close games, completely unlike those of the aforementioned 4, who dominated their competition. "Of course they'd do that," Damien responded. "Our fight will be too amazing. How could they start the tournament like that?" Ethan broke into a fit of loud laughter. "You're right. But I saw your King of the Hill match. I know I can't keep up with you if you use that crazy barrier, but I'll entertain to the best of my abilities." Damien also laughed. "Sure, I'll be waiting for you in the semifinals then." They strongly shook hands before going their separate ways. It was time for them to sweep their first matches. And that's exactly how it went. Damien barely even had to try in his first match to destroy his competition. It reinforced his belief that not all Supreme Geniuses were built the same. The 2 opponents had teamed up to deal with Damien before fighting amongst themselves, but this was a useless strategy. Damien didn't even activate his vector field, using only his basic distortion ability along with his lightning and plasma beams to win. Even his sword was still unused. He tried to find enjoyment in every battle after his small bit of introspection earlier, but he couldn't do it against these weaker opponents. He was never the kind of guy who killed ants for fun. Due to this, he was filled with anticipation for his semi-final fight. Ethan had already proved that he could give Damien a blood-pumping fight, so he didn't have any worries. Now, he was curious about what Ethan used as an artifact. The impression he gave off was of someone who fought with their fists, but Damien doubted this. Ethan's status within the beast domain didn't seem to be very low, so he had to have an artifact or 2. 2 days passed and the other opening matches had ended. As expected, Catherine and the Dark Horse came out on top. Catherine had simply trapped the other 2 in an illusion until they eliminated each other, while the Dark Horse spent much more effort. He was forced to use many tricks and deceptions to gain a perfect opportunity to snipe his opponents with his darkness arrows. It was now the day of the semifinals, and Damien and Ethan were standing on a cracked and barren desert as they faced each other. Both of them stood unarmed at the moment, but there was no doubt that they wouldn't continue that way for long. As the match was started, both of them kicked off at max speed and met each other with fists. It seemed they wanted to start the same way they did back in the first round. Neither of them made any moves to block as fists and kicks landed on their faces, stomachs, and ribs, and both of them slowly drew blood from their opponent. It was an extremely primal fight. The ground caved slightly from impact and dust clouds sprang up from the force as the two continued the cycle. Then, a change occurred. As if they had previously agreed, both of them infused their elements into their bodies. One was on fire while the other was covered in lightning as they once again charged. Their fight became much more destructive. Wild arcs of lightning bounced around the arid atmosphere as they met with tongues of flame. These meetings led to explosions that would randomly destroy the surrounding scenery. No matter how much they continued, though, neither of them got the lead on the other. Damien had recently achieved the master level of control with his lightning element and was focusing on its destructive properties, creating plasma as his main use, but he didn't use this ability. This fight was a pure frontal assault, and he felt like attacking from range would signify his loss. Ethan shared this feeling, so they continued to duke it out. Finally, they both pulled out their artifacts. Damien's pitch-black sword with its intricate purple designs crackled with lightning as the space around it slightly bent and twisted. On the other side, Ethan wielded a massive dual-sided warhammer. It was a mixture of gold and red and emanated a regal aura. The two grinned before charging again. Damien didn't waste time. Void sword art first step, bladeless. His blade vanished as a huge gash was created in the ground, but Ethan was prepared. Sensing an invisible force headed towards him, he let out a resounding battle cry. Huh! He swung his warhammer down with full force as it crashed into the ground. Shockwaves spread as a wave of fire met the spatial tear created by Damien. A battle of elements then began. Both sides pushed against each other, but none could gain an advantage. Taking this chance, Damien transitioned into Dance of the Void as he charged towards Ethan. His movements became elusive and graceful as he vanished in and out of space. Ethan was put on the defensive. He was a brute through and had never tried to figure out such a patterned and structured movement like Damien's second-step sword art. Their battle continued to rage on. Ethan had switched his approach as the fire surrounding his warhammer coagulated. Every strike he sent was accompanied by a massive explosion created by Ethan's use of fire's combustion properties. As time passed, his mana capacity began to dwindle. Noticing something, Damien paused his attack as the two made distance. Friend, it seems my mana can't keep up with you. I've already lost, but let's end this with a bang. I'll be using my strongest attack, so I hope you'll join me in doing the same. Damien nodded with a light of respect in his eyes. When it came to physical strength and battle sense, he'd found an equal and a rival in Ethan. Showing him this type of respect in battle was a given. As they stared at each other, their mana raged. At its apex, they released their attacks. On Damien's side, it was his classic third step, spatial collapse. This was still and might forever be one of his strongest moves. On Ethan's side, a massive firestorm raged. A sea of fire filled with flaming tornadoes charged forward to meet the collapsed space Damien created. Its result wasn't an explosion, but rather a deafening silence. The flaming sea was swallowed by the collapsed space before a true battle began. The destructive properties of the fire tried their hardest to destroy the portion of space and almost succeeded. A phenomenon Damien had never witnessed before took place as small cracks formed on the outside of the portion of space he'd collapsed. It was a sign that the area would be broken soon. But it didn't happen. The flaming sea slowly died down before it could escape the collapsed space and continue its charge. Ethan began falling to the ground, but was quickly caught by Damien, who put Ethan's arm around his shoulder. I may have won this time, but it was mainly due to my greater mana capacity. I expect an even grander fight from you next time. Ethan grinned. That's right. Next time you won't even have a chance to beg for mercy, I can promise you that much. The two had established a firm relationship through battle and had officially titled each other as friends. With the results obvious, it didn't take long for them to be teleported out. They then witnessed another surprising scene. Catherine was standing there waiting for them while the dark horse was sprawled on the ground, looking like he had just seen something terrifying. Looking at Damien, Catherine flashed a demonic smile that caused both men to shiver. "I'll see you in the finals then, yeah?" As she walked off, Ethan turned to look at Damien. "He's trying to tame that woman?" A true man indeed. Chapter 63, Final 12-2. After Damien caught up to Catherine, the two began talking about their fights. While Damien's was a normal fight story, Catherine's was on another level. The fight had started normally, with the dark horse utilizing his darkness element to corrode the surrounding environment and trying to corrode her as well, while Catherine fought back with her wind. She created a field around her that the corrosion couldn't penetrate and attacked at range with her wind swords and bullets. She hadn't used her illusion affinity yet as she decided to train her wind during combat. As the battle raged on, the dark horse became more confident and went on a fierce offensive. He used his darkness arrows to penetrate her field, allowing the corrosion to affect her. However, this was when something unexpected happened. When Catherine felt the corrosion affecting her body, she suddenly received an epiphany about her use of illusions. Her thoughts were simple. Can I use illusions to mimic sensations as well? Once it entered her head, she couldn't get it out. She stopped focusing on her wind and switched her strategy. From then on, it was a one-sided battle. Catherine used her illusions to amplify her attack power as she always did, but she added something new. With every attack that even slightly nicked the dark horse, he started to feel more pain than he should have. It didn't work very well at the beginning, but she had a whole fight to improve herself. At first, it was a slight change, turning a pinprick into a paper cut, but as time went on, her mastery over the concept intensified. Catherine's illusion control was already at the master level, as she had started on a path to affect reality, so it wasn't like she was starting from scratch. Rather, what she had to do was figure out how to use the same concepts she had been constantly training on a more ethereal thing like sensations and pain. All the while, even as she bombarded the dark horse, she was also testing her abilities on herself. She made small cuts on her skin and attempted to amplify the pain. Her master had taught her something crucial regarding illusions, which was that they always tend to hold more power if the caster had more understanding towards what they want to portray. If Catherine wanted to create an average chair out of her illusions and sit on it, it'd be possible. The chair would feel real even if it wasn't. But if she wanted to create a sun, it was impossible. It'd only be a projection that didn't contain the power or properties of a star. When she thought like this, she realized something else. She had already been subconsciously affecting sensations by attempting to make her illusions feel real to the touch and the eyes. It wasn't a new concept at all, rather it was a simple change in direction. With this, she knew her path. Her advancement speed became rapid, and the small cuts she created on her skin were hurting like deep gashes. By this point, around an hour and a half had passed since the fight started. When Catherine started utilizing illusions, the dark horse lost his chance to win. His attacks would reach Catherine, only for him to find that she wasn't there in the first place. To make it worse, his whole body was aching. The small wounds he'd built up throughout the fight were causing him more pain than he thought normal. Suddenly, a wind blade sped past him as he narrowly dodged, escaping with only a flesh wound. But this was enough. The dark horse felt like his entire left side had been gouged with a massive claw. Catherine didn't stop, relentlessly attacking him as the pain in his body was amplified past his limit. But she wasn't done. For her final experiment, she decided to test the corruption she had felt earlier. Although it didn't work on the same scale as the dark horse's attack, it was truly overkill. Added onto his previous pain, the slow spread of corruption and decay he felt within his body was the final straw. Without even the ability to speak, he passed out. It was only after being teleported back to the stage that he had woken up, feeling only slight pain in his body as it should have been. This was the reason for his terrified face. The fact that it seemed like it was all a dream, but he knew for a fact that it happened was terrifying. Even Damien was slightly terrified hearing this. Even though his eyes could cancel any physical illusions used on him, he had no idea if it'd work on sensations. He casually asked Catherine to make him a chair, wanting to test his theory. Sitting on the illusionary chair, Damien felt all the small hairs on his body raise. Although his eyes did warn him that the feeling of touch he felt was an illusion, it didn't block the illusion itself. Now he knew. When he faced her, even if he knew his pain was an illusion, he'd still feel all the pain. Well, I'll deal with it as it comes. The day passed quickly as the finals approached. The talk of the whole continent revolved around the two geniuses competing for the top spot in the tournament. The common populace was incomparably excited. They had even given Damien and Catherine the nicknames of Spatial Lightning Prince and Elusive Wind Fairy respectively. It seemed that their naming sense was especially terrible. Most people were aware of the cringe that those nicknames held, so once they found out about Damien's adventurer days, they opted to continue calling him the Grim Reaper instead, while Catherine's was just shortened to Elusive Fairy. Now that it was time for the finals, the betting houses were packed. 100 gold on the Grim Reaper. What are you talking about, you idiot? Obviously, the winner will be our Elusive Fairy. Suddenly a new voice rang out. 1 white gold coin on the Grim Reaper. All eyes turned to this voice to find a bulky wolf demi-human. He ignored all these gazes as he placed his bet and left the area. Ethan smiled lightly. Let's see what kind of battle you show me today. At this time, Damien and Catherine were already on the field. It was a lush forest this time, as opposed to the flatlands of the semi-finals. The two possessed excited grins on their faces as they watched each other intently. It had been an entire year since they met, and both of them were itching to battle ever since that first meeting. It was now that they'd finally get the chance. And then, the battle began. Neither of them wasted any time. A sword appeared in Damien's hand while a scythe was in Catherine's. They took distance and began their fight. However, it looked more like a choreographed dance, a deadly one. Catherine danced gracefully as the environment around her became illusions. Countless wind blades surged forward, attempting to cut Damien into pieces. Meanwhile, Damien's dance was more efficient and cruel. His figure flickered in and out of reality as every swing of his was accompanied by large gashes in the ground. This was the result of Damien's hard work on his sword art. He'd finally obtained the ability to fuse and flow between his different sword arts. Wind blades were met with spatial blades as the area between the two turned into a minefield filled with explosions. Through that field, many small wind bullets whizzed by and rushed towards Damien. For the sake of the battle, Damien didn't have his vector field around him, but he found that his decision was the wrong one. The second those wind bullets hit his body, Damien felt like he was a mortal getting repeatedly smashed with a hammer. Knowing Damien's toughness, Catherine didn't hold back on the pain amplification. Damien grit his teeth and powered through it. He'd already had his arm ripped off, his body structure forcefully changed at the cellular level, and his entire left side burnt to a crisp. If he couldn't handle this much, he should just give up his pursuit of power. Damien still didn't activate his vector field as he felt that an absolute defense within his power range was a cheat skill, so he endured the multiple doses of pain amplification that continuously berated him. All the while, Damien kept attacking. Shortly after, he added plasma beams that were a combination of his vector control and his lightning to the mix. After his training with Malcolm, these plasma beams were much more powerful than they were when he first learned how to use them. They ripped through trees like butter and flew straight for Catherine. Sensing danger from those beams, Catherine raised multiple illusory earth walls as she used propulsion to blast herself out of their trajectory. This was a good decision, as the beams pierced through those walls and continued into the expansive forest. Catherine gritted her teeth. My attack power isn't on par with his. I need to find another way to win. She then thought back to the move she used in the first round to defeat Evan. That's it. She immediately implemented this strategy. Every wind attack she threw at Damien now contained the properties of sound, affecting his balance and making him nauseous. He still gritted his teeth and endured, but judging by the blood that seeped out of his mouth and ears, it was clear that her strategy was effective. Although they had been tempered, Damien's internal organs weren't nearly as sturdy as his flesh, his muscles, and his bones. This was the first time someone had used that weakness against him. The battle continued, with both of them approaching their limits. Catherine's mana was close to running dry, and her stamina wasn't great either. Meanwhile, Damien still had around a third of his mana, but his consciousness was fading in and out as he struggled to keep himself awake. Just as he had thought before, Catherine was the only one in his generation that could challenge him. Suddenly, Damien sensed immense danger. Looking over at Catherine through his blurry vision, he saw her taking a deep breath. He knew what this signified, as he had done it countless times before. She was charging up for a breath attack. Indeed, Catherine had gotten the idea from a fictional monster she had read about called a banshee. Their screams were said to even cause the souls of their victims to be damaged. She focused on amplifying the sound within her voice, keeping any offensive properties of wind away from her internal body. In front of her mouth, a small tornado began to form. Then, when she felt it was enough, she let out a high-pitched screech. Accompanying this was a massive horizontal tornado of wind that she strengthened with illusions. Not wanting to lose out, Damien let out a resounding roar. His dragon's breath was released, directly clashing with Catherine's banshee scream. A massive explosion ensued. The trees in the surroundings were ripped to shreds by rampaging wind before they were burnt to cinders by wild lightning. The ground couldn't bear the pressure and directly caved in more than 10 meters deep. Both Damien and Catherine were flung away. Damien was barely conscious, but he held on to his reasoning while he endured the ringing in his ears. His training in the blood world back in the dungeon was the only reason he could do so. Teleporting over, he saw Catherine sitting on the floor, similarly teetering on the border between passing out and staying awake. He slowly regained his bearings before putting his hand on her shoulder. "I win," he declared with a weak grin. Although she wanted to refute, she couldn't. She was truly burnt out at this point. Damien helped her up as both of them used each other for support. Even though he had won, he wasn't any less exhausted than her. Outside, the crowd was roaring. Nobody could contain their excitement after seeing such a spectacle as those two breath attacks clashing. Within that applause, the announcer's voice rang out for a final time. The winner of the 100th anniversary Nexus event is Damien Void. Chapter 64, Ceremony 1. The Nexus event had finally reached its end. Now, the only thing remaining was the award ceremony. A match was held earlier between Ethan and the Dark Horse to determine third place, but its outcome didn't need to be mentioned. Ethan's fire was fatal against the Dark Horse's darkness, not to mention his insane physical strength. The darkness arrows that had successfully won many rounds were unable to perform well against such a powerful body, and by the time it could attempt to corrode, it was burned away by flames. Like this, Ethan had a relatively easy win for third place. The finals had been held around noon, so the ceremony would take place in the nighttime. This was out of consideration for Damien and Catherine, who were in dire need of rest after such an intense fight. The two of them were teleported back to the main stage where they faced a rambunctious crowd whose cheers could drown out all other sounds in the vicinity. How could the crowd not be excited? The Nexus event only occurred every 10 years, and not every generation was guaranteed to produce insane geniuses. However, this generation produced not just one such genius, but 4 of them. Even the Dark Horse was included in this list since he lost only to Catherine. And the fact that Catherine was able to drive Damien, who was largely unimpeded in his path forward, to a point where he was close to fainting with exhaustion, elevated this status even more. As the two basked in glory, Damien held Catherine's hand before raising their arms in the air, taking a victory pose. The crowd went wild. Under the deafening cheers, the two finally left the stage and headed back to their private room. They thought of nothing but sleep at the moment, not even realizing that their hands were still interlocked. Reaching the king-sized bed, they simultaneously collapsed and passed out. Damien still needed to heal his shaken internals, while Catherine needed to recover her dwindling mana capacity. As the two slept peacefully, many conversations were taking place around the arena. Haha, laughed Ethan. I knew he hadn't shown me everything he has. Damn, I'll force it out of him next time. The two elves in front of him nodded. Indeed, if he had used that last ability during the earlier rounds, nobody would have stood a chance, Era complained. That might be true, but it doesn't change the fact that he held back to match us and have proper battles. He's an admirable guy, responded Aaron. The two siblings and Ethan were all extremely high-status individuals within their own domains, and with the beast and elven domains bordering each other, it was obvious that they'd have a connection. Many others within the crowd were thinking along the same lines. However, the fact that Catherine could match Damien even when he released power that could squash the competition was also a major point of discussion. Eva was also within the arena. Although she didn't say anything, there was a fierce light of determination shining in her eyes. Back in the penthouse, the various leaders were also conversing. That little girl of yours is really impressive. To use sound magic in such a way is very rare, not to mention that it would usually cause heavy injuries to the throat and internal organs. The Beast Empress pointed out. Indeed, the Dwarf King said, sound is a property of wind that not many choose to pursue. It's admirable of her to attempt such a thing, and even succeed. The Adelaire Emperor's face remained unchanged, but if one looked closely, there was a concealed light of pride deep within his ruby eyes. However, his focus was on something else right now. That boy. The Beast Emperor nodded. It's as you think. That was Dragon's breath. The boy isn't dragonkin from what I sensed, so it doesn't make sense for him to have that. The Beast Empress also chimed in. His beast aura is a mix between many different species, but its main properties are that of a wolf's. It would make more sense for him to obtain some Fenrir bloodline than for him to have dragon's breath. The emperors continued pondering for a while before making a decision. Let's wait until the award ceremony ends, then we can simply ask him about it. At the end of the day, he's 2 classes below us. He can't resist our will, proposed the Stanton Emperor. But this idea was immediately rejected. No. That boy is a spatial ability user. It wouldn't be far-fetched if he had multiple ways to escape when he feels threatened. The Lenin Emperor chimed. The two had always had a rivalry, so the other leaders weren't surprised at their differing opinions. The two argued for many minutes before the Adelaire Emperor raised his hand. Enough. We will ask the boy about his power, but we won't push for an answer. Every expert has their fair share of secrets. What's more important is, has anyone been able to find his origins? None of the leaders spoke for a while before the Beast Empress raised her voice. I've been able to track down the first location he appeared in, but it doesn't solve the mystery of his origins in the slightest. Seeing her peers looking at her impatiently, she chuckled before continuing. What's interesting is that I gained this information from a second-class gray deer. Their species is known for their high intelligence, thus she was able to converse with me. It turned out that a year ago, while she was grazing in a field on the outskirts of the Helia Forest, a human male and a large black wolf emerged seemingly from nowhere. They simply appeared in the middle of the forest without prior notice. According to her report, the human was covered in dirt and blood and wearing nothing but a torn rag on his legs, while the wolf was similarly dirty. It was only after they bathed in a nearby river that she saw their appearance. After this incident, the two exited the forest and took off running. This was the last she saw of them, and she had almost forgotten about it entirely. If it was anyone besides me asking, I doubt she'd have remembered this small meeting. All of the emperors once again fell into thought. While most of them were still confused about what value this information held, there were 3 among them that formed a faint possibility in their heads. This was the Adelaire Emperor, the Beast Empress herself, and Malcolm, who was silent for most of the conversation. Did he emerge from a dungeon somewhere in the area? If so, could he be It wasn't a rare case for otherworlders to get trapped in the gates that form before dungeons were naturally created, but it was extremely rare for them to survive long enough to reach the surface. Even if they managed to reach the surface, they'd be in an unknown land and most likely be killed due to their naivety. But Damien seemed to possess knowledge of the world from the beginning, leading to their confusion. But in Malcolm's head, many pieces of the puzzle seemed to click together. He was the only one among them who'd spent a significant amount of time with Damien, so he naturally knew better. While Damien had basic knowledge of the world, much of it was outdated, as if he'd learned it all from an old book. He didn't know of the Nexus event before he entered the academy, he didn't know about the Nox or the war before Malcolm explained it, and he didn't even know about mana circuits as a concept. He's from a beginner world? Malcolm thought. But what kind of beginner world can birth such an insane talent? Many hours had passed while the leaders were having their discussions, and night had already fallen. Within the private room, Damien's consciousness stirred as he slowly began to wake up. His eyes still half closed, Damien attempted to sit up, only to notice a weight on his right arm and side. Looking to his side, Damien was so shocked he almost instinctively teleported away. Why do I always end up in cliché anime scenarios with her? This situation was as cliché as it gets. By his side was a slumbering Catherine. Her head was rested on his arm while her arms were wrapped around his waist and her legs around his own. What am I? Her personal body pillow. Damien shook his head, moving to take her off of him, but he ended up stopping halfway. Damien was still a man. The two pillowy mounds against his chest and the faint valley he could feel on his thigh forced him into a tough position. Looking at her now, Damien realized that Catherine did indeed have a spectacular body. Her figure was curvaceous, but not to the point that it was unnatural. Her chest was a solid C-cup that he felt would fit perfectly within his hands, and as for her butt, Damien only had to take a peek to know it was perfectly shapely. The slight jiggle when he moved also didn't escape his sharp eyes. Honestly speaking, it was a body figure that was perfectly within his tastes. At this point, he was back to laying down as he subtly admired the sensations he was feeling. Suddenly, a wild thought entered his head. If she can enhance pain during battle, couldn't she also enhance pleasure during? Without warning, Damien fiercely bit his tongue, drawing blood and snapping out of his thoughts. He couldn't stop himself from sweating a little. Even previously, when they ended up in a much less precarious situation, his bestial instinct attempted to drive him wild, but since there was no physical contact, it was easier to control. This time, he almost failed to control himself. He knew his thoughts and actions were out of character. Web audio channel announcement. Thank you for listening. If you want to listen to the full series and hundreds of audiobooks similar to this, please join our Discord or join our Patreon on patreon.com/webaudio. The link will be in the description and also pinned in the comment section. Thank you. But his mind subconsciously ignored that fact. This is insane. Lust is an aspect I never needed to focus on controlling until recently. At this point, I either need to stay abstinent or relearn how to control this instinct. Before Damien could think further, he felt a slight movement on his side. Catherine's eyes slowly fluttered open. She was feeling great, as she had slept using an extremely comfortable pillow, so she grabbed it tighter, wondering what it was. When her vision became clear, the first thing that greeted her was a pair of swirling amethyst red eyes staring back at her. Had enough? Damien said with a teasing smile. It was only then that Catherine realized the awkward position the two of them were in. Scampering out of the large bed like a startled cat, Catherine took a second to collect her thoughts. Then, without another word, she sent a fierce glare at Damien before fleeing the room with a face redder than any tomato that ever existed. Damien's smile turned wry. Doesn't she know that looking at me like that only makes her more attractive? Shaking his head, Damien also stepped out of the bed. As he exited the room, his thoughts shifted once again. It's finally time to get my elixir. Chapter 65, Ceremony 2. When Damien re-entered the arena, the scenery was completely different. While the Colosseum-style stands were still packed with hundreds of thousands of people, the actual floor was changed. Previously, it was a large space with only the single massive lifted platform in the middle that equated the stage. Now, it was filled with decoration. The stage itself now held 47 small elevated platforms dispersed around its perimeter, while the middle of the stage had 3 special platforms of different heights, though they were all larger than the other 47. The smallest of the 3 was bronze in color, the middle was silver, and the highest one was a pristine gold. These were obviously meant for the top 3. Besides these platforms, 9 regal thrones sat side by side, each of which was decorated differently. As the participants hadn't arrived yet, it was natural that the leaders wouldn't make their appearance either, leaving the thrones empty for now. The empty land was filled with majestic carpet and decorations that highlighted the stage. The ambience truly changed when it was time for the ceremony. Slowly, people started filing into the arena. Many tournament staff also entered, guiding each genius to their respective spot in accordance with their rank. The higher the rank, the closer to the middle of the stage they were situated. Glancing around, Damien spotted Catherine looking at him in the distance. Just as he was about to wave and head over, he saw her harumph and turn her head. Damien once again smiled wryly. "You were the one clinging to me, so why am I the one receiving the harsh treatment?" Even while complaining, Damien didn't bother her. He figured she needed space after that awkward encounter, and he respected that. Once again scanning the area, he found Ethan. This time, he wasn't rejected as he walked forward. The two greeted each other with a firm handshake and side hug before engaging in conversation. "We'll be going to the secret realm after this, right?" "I honestly can't hold my anticipation," Ethan said with an excited grin. Thinking about the coming adventure, Damien couldn't suppress his grin either. "I also can't wait. Adventuring the secret realm, adventuring the continent, and then adventuring the myriad worlds. Just the thought makes my blood boil with excitement." Ethan wasn't expecting Damien's ambition to be so grand, but thinking about the scenes Damien described, he had to agree. "Well, when you end up exploring in other worlds, make sure to call me. I can't miss out on such a fun adventure," Damien replied with a smile. "How could I leave you behind? I need a personal punching bag for whenever I get bored." "You!" Ethan exclaimed. The two stared at each other as if they were about to fight before they randomly broke into a fit of laughter. Sure. Let's see who becomes whose punching bag at that point. If anything, you'll always be that Catherine girl's punching bag, so I'll be able to have fun watching that show." Damien rolled his eyes. "Yeah? Even if it's like that, at least I have her. Where's your girl at? Or can an ugly bastard like you never attract a woman to you?" The truth is, Ethan was a pretty handsome guy in his own right. It was only when he stood next to Damien that he only looked slightly above average. Even now there were plenty of girls of all races within the crowd who were sending heart eyes and screaming his name. Ethan scoffed. "Humph. All the girls love me, it's just that I've already got a fiancé, so I turn them away. Alright, when I meet that fiancé of yours, I'll make sure to tell her about how many women you always have trying to warm your bed. A good brother should always help his friend out." Damien snickered. The two continued bickering for many minutes like a pair of children before the ceremony started. By this point, the emperors had already arrived and the ceremony had already begun, yet these two paid it no mind as they tried to one-up each other. It was lucky that they were seated relatively far away, so besides the leaders with their fourth-class senses, nobody could hear their bickering. Though, it was pretty obvious if one just looked at them. The Beast Empress smiled lightly and the Beast Emperor had a wild grin, thinking back to when he was the same age. The Adelaire Emperor had a thoughtful look on his face as he watched this new side of Damien. It looked like he was performing some sort of evaluation. The ceremony for the other 48 competitors was simple. Since there was no material reward for them, their name was simply stated along with their allegiance, if they possessed one. It was essentially a reward of exposure. The ceremony continued for about an hour before it was time for the top 3. It was at this time that Damien and Ethan finally stopped their bickering, though they still glared at each other with battle-hungry grins. In third place, Ethan Wolfong from the Wolfong clan in the Beast Domain. He will receive an SS rank artifact. Ethan walked up to the third-place podium as he stood proudly. As the audience cheered, the tournament staff approached him. Would you like a defensive or supportive artifact? Ethan didn't even hesitate to choose the supportive one. The tournament staff pulled out a silver plate with a shining golden bracelet on it before presenting it to Ethan. As he accepted it, he grinned. It seemed he was satisfied with his artifact. In second place, Catherine Hart from the Hart clan in the Adelaire Empire. She will also receive an artifact as well as a permanent stat boost potion. These potions can only be created by the most experienced and talented alchemists that exist currently. Catherine repeated the same procedure as Ethan, standing on the silver platform with pride. When the staff approached her, she chose a defensive artifact. She was then handed a glimmering platinum-colored chest armor and a bottle of liquid. Smiling, she glanced at Damien before pretending like she didn't do anything. Finally, it was Damien's turn. And finally, our winner for the 100th anniversary Nexus event, Damien Void. Although he is currently unaffiliated, he is a member of the Adventurers Guild as well as a resident of the Adelaire Empire. He will receive the previous 2 rewards as well as Elixir, the miraculous medicine that can heal all ailments and injuries. Damien stood on the highest golden platform with pride. He received a supportive artifact that was graciously shaped the same as his cross-shaped earring and the same potion as Catherine. Along with these 2 came a glowing reddish-gold potion in a pristine glass container. This was the elixir that he had been chasing so desperately. He finally obtained the method to cure his mother. He immediately put his rewards away in his subspace to check later. After a few closing words from the various leaders, the ceremony finally ended, finally closing the Nexus event. Night quickly fell and various parties were taking place in the vicinity of the massive arena. Crowds of people danced and celebrated without boundaries or misgivings as they threw their cares away. Damien watched all this happen from atop the arena roof. It wasn't normally accessible, but he had no problems teleporting here. As he watched the masses below enjoy their time without responsibilities, he slowly laid down and gazed upon the stars. Responsibilities, huh? Although it feels like a massive weight has been lifted from my shoulders after obtaining the elixir, it doesn't feel like my responsibilities decreased. It's the same feeling I had back before I fell into the dungeon and before I faced that wolf and mutated. Damien reached his hand out, attempting to grab the stars. Something is happening on Earth. This intuition has never failed me, and the secret realm has been screaming opportunity, so this is the only possible scenario. But I don't have the power to rush back. I can only pray that nothing happens to my mother before I can arrive. Damien closed his eyes, attempting to clear his mind. It was then that he felt someone arrive next to him. Aren't you supposed to be celebrating? You were first place in the Nexus event. After all, everyone wants to party with you. Smiling lightly, Damien responded. And aren't you supposed to be avoiding me? Who knew that our friendly neighborhood battle princess was the shy type? Catherine blushed and looked away. About that, I'm sorry I clung to you like that while I was asleep. It must have been uncomfortable. Well, it's true that you were pretty heavy. Damien teased. Why you? Catherine stuttered before pouncing on Damien, repeatedly banging on his chest. Okay, I was just kidding, Damien relented. Besides, do you really think I was uncomfortable? I don't think I could name a single straight man who would be uncomfortable with a beauty using him as a pillow. Catherine paused for a second as her face once again became a bright shade of red. Slugging lightly, she slowly laid down. Since she had just pounced on him, she ended up laying on top of him with her head on his chest. Damien raised his brow. This was definitely crossing a line that they'd both tried especially hard not to cross for the past few months, but he said nothing. Putting his hands around her waist, he continued staring at the night sky. A peaceful atmosphere permeated the air as the two stayed still in such a position. Neither spoke and neither could find words to even start a conversation. Both of them were too focused on their current position. Suddenly, the calm sky was lit up with bright colors. Fireworks shot through the sky like shooting stars as the night was illuminated with various shapes. Damien watched the scene as he spoke. "You're missing quite the show, you know?" Catherine lightly nodded but didn't turn her head to watch. Instead, she buried herself deeper into Damien's chest. Catherine then mumbled something under her breath. No matter how Damien tried to decipher what she said, he couldn't, but he knew. Above the crowds of people emanating a pure aura of happiness and under the beautiful night sky lit with the color of the stars, Catherine had said something he would always wish he had heard, no matter how far in the future it'd be. Chapter 66, Secret Realm 1. After that eventful night, an entire month passed without much drama. The hordes of people who crowded the arena slowly dwindled as everyone went back to their mundane lives. Only the top 50 remained within the arena, as it was more convenient to have them gathered before the secret realm opening. They would also be given ample information regarding what to expect. For this purpose, they received small jade slips that were apparently information storage artifacts. Unlike spatial rings, these jade slips couldn't store physical objects, but they could store memories and information that can later be viewed by others. Before checking his jade slip and gathering information, Damien took a quick look at the items he received as the reward from the tournament. Just like artifacts, potions of high enough rank would also be quantified by the system. Earring of Concealment. An earring forged by a master craftsman that holds the ability to conceal the user's presence completely. No footstep will make a sound, and the user will not be noticed unless they will it. Added effect, increases mana capacity by 250. Damien felt the description was a bit lackluster, but equipped the earring anyway. His previous one was simply for decoration, so it wouldn't hinder him either way. Only when he equipped it did he realize that the description was apt. His steps were lighter than any feather, and he felt that his whole presence had been erased. He quickly walked up behind Ethan and grabbed his shoulder, terrifying him in the process. It seemed that unless he was standing directly in front of someone, they wouldn't be able to sense his presence at all. Permanent Stat Boost Potion. A potion created by a master alchemist. It has the ability to permanently raise a single physical stat by 25 points. Due to the effects of the potion, it may only be used once every 5 years. If taken before this cooldown, the potion will have no effect. Damien thought for a second. His physical stats were already high enough, but it wouldn't hurt to have more. The only problem was that the potion would only raise a single stat. He decided to save it for later once he had time to properly think it over. Finally, he checked the elixir. Unlike the other 2 item names that carried the same light blue color as the rest of the holographic system window, the elixir was titled in shining purple. Elixir. A miraculous medicine that cannot be forged by anyone alive on the current planet in the present time. It has the effect of healing any ailment, disease, illness, or injury to a large extent. Even if one is on the brink of death, one can be brought to their peak by this potion. On mortals, this potion shows even more exaggerated effects. Damien smiled. I don't know what it means by exaggerated effects, but I'm sure it's a good thing. He let out a light chuckle as he imagined his mother waking up with super strength. After he was finished with that, he decided to get informed on the secret realm he would soon be entering. Damien learned a great deal about the eternal secret realm through the Jade Slip. Though it was called a secret realm, it truly was its own world. It had various ecosystems and inhabitants that lived their own lives. 50 people was a negligible amount compared to the total population of the secret realm. Most of this population was made up of beasts, however, unlike on a Pyrrhon, a majority of these beasts would be third class. Second class and fourth class beasts were also present in smaller numbers, while first class beasts weren't even counted. They were insignificant in the scheme of things. These beasts were scattered throughout this small world and would pose a great deal of danger to the participants, but that was the point. Without danger, there was no pressure to motivate growth. However, this didn't mean they were being sent to die. The Jade Slips contained information on the known locations of fourth-class beasts to avoid. Although the secret realm wasn't opened every 10 years with the Nexus event, it was opened every 100 years as its own separate event. Another fact about the secret realm was that it didn't have the structural integrity to house demigods, making fourth class the peak of strength. The information they were provided was gathered during the 10 openings since the Great War ended. Besides beasts, these were also intelligent species. There was a rumor that someone spotted a fairy race and various subspecies of other races such as moon elves. The most dangerous of these indigenous races were the barbarian race. The barbarian race prioritized strength over everything and held others in contempt due to their use of magic instead of physical might. Barbarians were especially hostile against outsiders and possessed an uncanny ability to differentiate those who entered the secret realm from its original inhabitants. Not much else had been documented about their race besides the fact that the participants should be wary of them. The environments of this small world were also filled with hazards. Massive poisonous swamps that could easily kill second classes, active volcanic regions whose temperatures could melt flesh like nothing, and many more places could be found. Though it was considered a small world due to its status as a secret realm and lack of access to the outside, its ecosystems were much more varied than the continent. The secret realm was home to countless treasures that matched or even outclassed the number of dangers. It was said that many of the peak experts from all races on Apiron gathered within the secret realm during the end of the Great War to leave legacies for worthy successors of the future. They were aware that their deaths were approaching, perhaps looking to pass the mantle to someone else. This speculation was created due to the discovery of structures titled legacy tombs. These structures took all different shapes and sizes, but shared similar qualities. They'd test those that entered them and judge their worthiness. If one could prove themselves during this test, they'd reap massive rewards. Reading about this fact made many puzzle pieces click together for Damien. This whole time, he was wondering why everyone said there were treasures everywhere, and the picture painted in his mind was quite silly. He imagined that he could randomly start digging and find an S-rank artifact in the dirt or something. Knowing that there was more of a structure to the acquisition of treasure reassured him that his time in the secret realm wouldn't be spent doing stupid things. However, his dumb thoughts weren't completely wrong. There were indeed some treasures that were randomly strewn about within the realm, as they were remnants of battles that took place there in the past. Only, the number and quality of these were much lower. After gaining the knowledge he required, Damien continued his days of rest before his entrance to the small world. On one of these days, he was called forth by the emperors who wished to ask him about his breath ability, but he kept his mouth shut. After all, the only reason he could acquire traits from certain beasts he devoured was due to his void physique. He hadn't seen any mention of his physique in the records he had read, but he still thought it best to conceal its existence. The fact that its abilities still weren't completely unlocked told him that it was a power he should save as a trump card. That meeting wasn't worth mentioning. Since the emperors had already agreed not to pressure or antagonize him, it ended swiftly after his refusal. The only hitch was the constant stare he was getting from the Adelaire Emperor. It wasn't ferocious or filled with killing intent like the stare he received when the two first met, but it was equally creepy. It felt like the Emperor was staring into his soul, attempting to gauge all of his secrets. The Emperors chose to remain in the arena as well since their strength was necessary to open the secret realm. They all had many forces left guarding their empires and communication devices to receive news if something went wrong, so they weren't worried about their prolonged absence. In other news, Damien and Catherine's relationship had made slight progress after the end of the Nexus event. The two still maintained a line that they didn't want to cross yet, but their closeness had been taken to a new level. They were together at almost all times, even training within each other's vicinity. Not to mention, it wasn't rare to see them cuddling as if they were truly a couple. Sometimes they'd end up falling asleep on the same bed as they did after their fight in the finals, with the only difference being a great lack of awkwardness. When they woke up, they'd simply say their good mornings and continue with their days. The one who had the most headaches with this was Zara, who's as always stuck third-wheeling. Yet, whenever she brought up the topic, both of them would swiftly avoid it. Zara had been spending time with the Beast Empress lately, as she had asked Damien for his permission. She also felt a connection to the Empress that she wanted to figure out. As everyone continued their peaceful daily lives, the month ended, and the time to open the secret realm dawned on them. It was the first day of the next month, and all 50 competitors who were granted access to the secret realm gathered. In front of them was a large field that, although empty, radiated an ancient aura. The 9 leaders were standing in front of them. Without a word, magic power billowed as they channeled mana into the ground. Boom! A strange sound echoed through the air as the ground began to warp. Within half an hour, a massive hole had formed in the previously still grassland. "All right," said the Adelaire Emperor, who had small beads of sweat trickling down his face. The amount of mana required to open the entrance was truly extravagant. To enter the secret realm, all you have to do is jump through this hole. The portal will lead you directly there. Keep in mind that you'll be separated when you enter and your locations will be random. Stay safe and stay cautious as you search for opportunities and gain power. 50 small tokens flew into the participants' hands. Then, with the permission of the leaders, they slowly walked forward until they reached the edge of the gaping hole. These tokens will directly teleport you out after 6 months. Remember, if you lose the token, you'll be stuck until the next time the secret realm opens, and if you die, the token will teleport your corpse out. Ignoring the competitors that were now showing slightly nervous expressions, he finished his speech. "Now go on and explore. May fate bless you all with fortuitous encounters." Damien smiled. It seemed that most of his speech was directed towards a specific someone, but he wasn't going to comment on it. Turning to that someone, his smile grew wider. "See you on the other side." Then, he jumped. Chapter 67, Secret Realm 2. Following Damien's example, the rest of the geniuses followed suit, jumping into the abyss. The fall made Damien remember the beginning of his journey in the dungeon, except this time he wasn't in heart-wrenching pain as he fell. Surrounded by the gnawing darkness, Damien ended up reminiscing. After a short minute, he saw light coming from below him, outlining the exit to the tunnel. Within this light were expertly concealed spatial fluctuations. At the speed he was falling, it didn't take long for him to reach. Falling out of the tunnel, Damien was greeted with bright blue skies everywhere he looked. The wind caused his clothes to flap wildly as he continued his descent. Looking down, he could only see a layer of clouds. At this point, Damien had already learned how to fly through the use of his vector control, but he decided to fall through the cloud layer before making any decisions. He didn't know how high he was or where he was, so he wanted a better overview. And when he finally broke through the cloud layer, the scenes presented to him truly left him in awe. Below him was a vast mountain range bigger than any he had seen before, stretching to the ends of his vision with some mountains that even touched the clouds. This was an impressive feat since the ground was so far away that Damien couldn't even see it from his current elevation. Instead, what he saw was a second cloud layer that was present around halfway up the tallest mountain he saw. Besides the mountains, multiple floating rocks took the shape of an asteroid belt, with some rocks large enough to build cities on them. It reminded him of that one scene from a certain movie about tall blue people. If he had to imagine the immortal mountains he saw mentioned in cultivation novels on Earth, this would probably be the scenery in his head. As he continued to freefall, Damien released his awareness and mana sense to get a feel for the dangers on the mountains he was close to. This gave him another dose of shock. He could only cover a minuscule portion of the mountain closest to him, but even in that portion, he saw countless third-class beasts roaming freely. "It would be best if I continue descending. I can return to this area once I've raised my strength." Making this decision, he accelerated his descent and quickly broke through the second cloud layer. Another majestic sight greeted his eyes. Vast plains filled with roaming beasts with various shapes, looking prehistoric, and large bodies of water strewn around the area. If he had to name the environment, he'd call it a marshland, but it was too pristine and beautiful to be named as such. At this time, he could finally see the bottom of the mountains. With his current direction, he was headed straight into a deep gorge between two mountains, so he decided to stop and figure out his location before continuing. It was an easy task. He simply used his vector control to manipulate the air molecules to keep him afloat. Any normal person would be crushed by the pressure of such an abrupt stop, but he didn't have that worry. Vector control was truly a very conventional power to have. Taking out his jade slip, Damien viewed the map that had been recorded within it. Although it wasn't detailed, as there were many areas of the secret realm that had yet to be explored, it had enough major landmarks to gain a general idea of his location. Damien didn't doubt that these immortal mountains were one of such landmarks. And it truly was easy. Looking at the mountain next to him, which seemed to be the tallest of them all, Damien pondered. This is the God's Park Mountain, which means this area is the heaven-reaching mountain range. Though most of the mountain range was unexplored, there were many stories about it. Especially this God's Park Mountain. It was rumored that the peak of this mountain was the resting place of a fallen god. A fallen god, huh? Damien thought as he gazed upon the mountain that faded into the cloud layer. He felt an indescribable urge to climb to the peak and witness even a trace of a being at such a level, but he suppressed this. There was no way such an impressive peak didn't contain a fourth-class beast. Maybe once I reach third class. Shaking off his thoughts, Damien started descending. He knew there were countless different areas and ecosystems in the secret realm, but it would take many years to explore them all, not to mention just this one expansive mountain range. With the rumors about God's Park Mountain, even if there wasn't a fallen god at its peak, there were sure to be many legacy tombs lining its slope. He was also only 25 levels away from third class. With the number of second and third class beasts on this mountain and in its vicinity, he'd be able to gather the EXP he needed relatively quickly. I haven't evolved in a while either. Damien wasn't a masochist in any way, shape, or form, but he had subconsciously equated intense pain to the feeling of gaining power. The traits he received after all that pain made him crave to feel it once again. However, he wanted to start small. Instead of landing on the mountain itself, Damien descended into the gorge below it to start his grind. Just like his dungeon days, he was going to power level in the darkness of the gorge. Meanwhile, Catherine was going through her own thoughts and decisions. Damien wasn't the only person who was dropped at the God's Park Mountain. When Catherine exited the abyss, she also found herself in the air, but unlike Damien, she stabilized immediately. Her location was just above the first cloud layer. Once she descended past this layer, she saw the marshlands as well as the valley between the two adjacent mountains. With this, she also pulled out her jade slip to identify her location. Reaching the ground, Catherine glanced around warily. She had sensed many strong auras in the vicinity and wasn't prone to moving carelessly. According to Father, the God's Park Mountain is one of the best places to gain fortuitous encounters. He also arrived here when he entered the secret realm when he was younger, and he outlined the locations of a few legacy tombs in the area for me. As the daughter of an emperor, Catherine had some natural advantages when it came to information. Although she wanted to share this information with Damien, her father strictly disallowed it. It was clear that he wanted Catherine to gain the most benefits during this trip. Suddenly, Catherine's ruby eyes began to change. They became a bright shade of gold as her pupils became countless glittering sparks, making her eyes look anime-like. Within Catherine's vision, many strings of different colors emerged from the air, connecting to unknown places and people. Within these strings was a single one that was dyed with the color red. Tracing the location of this string, Catherine smiled. It looks like he's close by. However, she didn't immediately run to his location. Although she wanted to explore with him, they needed to gain strength first. I'll find him after I reach third class. Let's see how he bullies me then, she thought with a mischievous grin. Without wasting another second, Catherine dashed into the dense forest that made up this region of the vast mountain in search of prey. Unlike these two, who shared enough fate to be transported close to each other, the rest of the geniuses were spread out across the vast realm. If taken sheerly by its size rather than population density or advancements, the Eternal Secret Realm could be considered slightly larger than the Apiron continent. One could genuinely spend the entire 6 months they had within the realm traveling from one end to the other, not even completing this journey before they were teleported out. In a large region filled with molten lava and erupting volcanoes stood a lone wolf demi-human. He was surrounded by a forest of trees filled with crimson leaves that looked as if they were made of flames as he fought a massive lion-like beast with his bare hands. In another region of eerie forests stood a half-elf. He calmly watched the environment as the darkness around him thickened. The trees, grass, and even the creatures living in this ecosystem were corroded and skeletal, but it didn't seem to bother the half-elf. Rather, he seemed to be most comfortable in such an environment. It was theorized that the individual who created the secret realm had designed the gate in such a way that it accounted for the fate of those entering it, but this was always written off as heresy. After all, nobody wanted to believe that fate could dictate their actions. However, fate itself was an esoteric concept that none could fully fathom, leading to many believers in its machinations. Whether it was the work of fate or by sheer luck, these 4 geniuses had been transported to optimal locations for their training. It was unknown if this phenomenon was the same for the other 46 geniuses who entered along with them, but it wasn't important. Although they were all in separate locations, their present goals aligned. With their strength, they could explore many locations in the secret realm uninhibited, but this wasn't enough. Their aspirations might differ from each other, but each of these true geniuses held grand ambitions. They craved the pressure, they craved the danger, and they craved to be the first to explore some of the many danger zones present in the realm. For this goal, they spared no effort. Each and every one of them raced towards third class. At the top of the tallest peak in the entire realm, an aged figure watched all of this occur. Although it was clear that he existed, his figure was ethereal, almost as if he didn't possess a body of his own. Sighing lightly for the umpteenth time, the aged figure thought to himself, "Let's see if this batch of younglings have what it takes." Chapter 68, Secret Realm 3. Although he was surrounded by darkness, Damien's vision wasn't inhibited in the slightest. His eyes truly made things convenient for him. It had already been an entire month since he entered the secret realm, but he still hadn't left this area. Pulling his sword out of the snake-like beast in front of him, Damien looked around. There was no longer a single living being in his vicinity. Most of the beasts within the gorge had been at 2nd class, and the only 3rd class he found was the giant snake he had just slain. The result was obviously a slaughter. The beasts within the gorge will no longer contribute to my growth, and I haven't found any with special traits yet either, Damien thought to himself. It was at times like these that he realized how special the dungeon he fell into truly was. Every floor boss gave him a new trait, even allowing him to acquire Dragon's Breath. Meanwhile, in the year he had spent in the outside world, he hadn't found a single beast with a unique trait he could devour. It wasn't like he didn't find beasts with traits, as most beasts who had advanced their bloodlines enough had traits. He also devoured almost every beast he killed, so that wasn't the issue. Rather, it was as if the traits weren't good enough for his body to absorb them. As he was in his thoughts, he heard footsteps approaching him. Of course, he had brought Zara into the secret realm. If he was going to a place where he'd grow so much in power, it was only natural to bring her as well. Besides, 6 months was too long for either of them to stay separated without the ability to communicate. Since the two were relatively powerful, they rarely found the need to fight together anymore, instead opting to separately hunt so they could net gains. Perhaps when they started facing higher-level 3rd classes, they'd combine their power. All right, since we've cleared this gorge, it's time for us to start making our way up the mountain, Damien said as he jumped onto Zara's back. She had grown so big over the past year that he wouldn't be able to casually hop onto her back if he didn't have his physical stats. Though she usually made herself smaller, there wasn't a need for that when they were hunting. Without further ado, the two flew out of the gorge. Head to a place with more 3rd classes. It's the easiest way for us to level up. Damien was already at level 81 after slaughtering the beasts in the gorge, but he felt the speed wasn't enough. At this rate, he'd only achieve 3rd class near the end of his time in the secret realm. And although he didn't know how to exactly quantify Zara's progress, from her words it seemed she was also stuck at a bottleneck. He was aiming for them to hit third class, or at least the peak of second class, by the end of the next 2 months. With this thought in mind, the two of them directly skipped the first cloud layer and started on the middle section of the mountain. Catherine had also made ample progress in the past month. Unlike Damien, she started directly by climbing the mountain, leading to many more encounters with third-class beasts. She had already achieved level 90 at this time. As she decapitated yet another beast, the red string she had been watching started to move. It seems he started taking things more seriously. Well, you won't beat me to third class anyway. Catherine rushed up the mountain, also opting to fly instead of travel on foot as she had been doing up until this point. She was already at the level of the first cloud layer, but hadn't crossed it yet. She was competitive to the point where she waited until Damien exited the gorge to move past this layer. Unlike the surface level, the middle portion of the mountain contained a healthy mix between second and third class beasts. The number of encounters one would have was significantly increased. Besides the many legacy tombs one would find here, this was another reason why the God's Park Mountain was one of the best places in the secret realm to be transported. With the way its population density was split, it was a perfect leveling zone. Another month swiftly passed by as the three of them continued their climb. At this time, Damien was in the middle of a fierce fight. In front of him was a massive flying hawk that looked like a Zapdos Pokémon. He already pulled his sword, but he was forced to rely more on ranged attacks. The fight had already been raging for around half an hour, but he wasn't able to take down the beast yet. The beast had a constantly deployed lightning field around it, and although Damien had a relative immunity to lightning, he still sensed danger. Slashing the air, Damien created multiple spatial tiers and sent them towards the beast as if they were flying blades. This was a new interpretation of bladeless he had created to attack from range. Along with this, he was sending superheated beams of plasma at the hawk. However, these attacks only landed occasionally. The lightning field tore apart the beams of plasma and ignored the heat while the lightning hawk used its speed to evade the spatial tiers. It wasn't all for naught, though. From the other side, projectiles of ice were constantly shot out, attempting to weaken the hawk. The ground was also frozen into permafrost as Zara turned the environment in her favor. The field of lightning slowly dwindled as the hawk took more damage. One of its legs had already been severed by a spatial tear, while many small cuts existed on its body. Suddenly, tens of tendrils emerged from the hawk's shadow in an attempt to bind it. In its efforts to combat the tendrils, it was subjected to 5 plasma beams that drilled through its body. As the hawk screeched in pain, the lightning field that protected it vanished. It was time for a pure offensive. From its left, Zara pounced, her whole body coated in icy armor. Her claws slashed out, forcing the hawk to dodge before her teeth sunk into its wing, promptly ripping it off. After taking the hawk's ability to fly and disabling its mobility, the rest of the fight was smooth sailing. Another 5 minutes later, Damien teleported directly in front of the hawk and let out the fatal strike. Void Sword Art Third Step, Spatial Collapse. Space bent and twisted, leaving only a mangled corpse in its wake. As the experience piled in, Damien quickly devoured the corpse. Although it didn't help him improve his physical stats, the essence went directly into a specific area in his body, leading him to gain new insights into the element. Although he still had no idea what this part of his body was, he had discovered it when he was trying to gain an in-depth understanding of his void physique. It was both ever-present and ethereal, and all he knew about it was that it was the place his affinities stemmed from. Looking at his status, Damien had a satisfied grin on his face. In the past month, he and Zara had solely focused on confronting third-class beasts, especially those with fiercer auras, leading to their immense improvement. Zara's ice was now strong enough to cause permafrost, as she did with the ground earlier, and while Damien didn't have any significant improvements, his level had risen to 95. He was aiming to reach third class within 2 months, but it seemed he wouldn't even need that long. Within another half a month at most, he'd reached that level. On the other side of the mountain, Catherine was having even more significant improvements. In the past month, she had also been confronting only third-class beasts, increasing her combat prowess by large margins. Her pain amplification illusions had once again been improved, and her level was already at 99, the peak of second class. She only needed to kill a few more beasts to reach her next class change. Due to this, she had already started making her way towards Damien. It was imperative that the first thing she does when she achieves third class was to brag about it to his face. On her way, she spotted many beasts and slew them without much thought until something interesting caught her eye. One of the many strings she saw connecting to unknown places was actually close by, and its color was bright gold. She knew what this color signified, as it was the color of Damien's string when they first met. It was a string that signified opportunity. Following the path the string showed her, Catherine ended up in the middle of a large clearing. In front of her, she saw a large dilapidated stone slab with writing on its surface. "While my death may be certain, my will and tenacity will never fade. To the next generation who is fated to see this message, partake in my trial, test thy will, and receive my legacy." Although it was her first time seeing one in person, it wasn't hard to guess what this slab was. The entrance to a legacy tomb. She didn't think twice about entering, quickly moving forward, but she was forced to stop. Her eyes were throbbing, alerting her of hidden danger. Without another thought, she backed away. Whatever is inside of that tomb isn't something I can handle alone. I'll meet up with Damien and Zara before we try to do it together. Catherine didn't know why she was born with these eyes, but they had never led her astray. Whenever she followed the path they showed her, she'd end up immensely benefiting or evading looming danger. This was the reason why Catherine had avoided the pursuit of the supremacist faction within the Adler Empire while she was out adventuring alone, and also the reason why she decided to recruit Damien for the escort mission a year ago, even though he was a total stranger. At that time, her only thought was to reap the benefits her eyes showed her. She'd have never expected that she would develop such intimate feelings for him. Smiling at the thought, Catherine continued moving in Damien's direction. "If that bastard doesn't man up and say something before we leave this realm, I swear on anything that I'll pounce on him." Chapter 69. Legacy Tomb 1. It didn't take long for Catherine to meet up with Damien and Zara. After finding the legacy tomb, she stopped hunting beasts altogether and blazed her way directly towards them. The legacy tomb's rewards were the most important thing at the moment. Damien was immensely surprised feeling a human aura enter his detection range, this feeling intensifying when he saw it was Catherine. After all, what were the chances that the two of them would end up teleported close to each other in the vastness of the secret realm? But he didn't dwell too much on this fact. He was more than happy to travel with her. Zara was the same, abandoning Damien and rushing towards her friend the second she sensed her. Before he could say anything, Catherine spoke up. "We can talk on the way. I found a legacy tomb nearby that I'll need your help clearing." Damien's eyes brightened at the mention of a legacy tomb before he hopped onto Zara's back and beckoned Catherine to join him. "All right, Zara can fly fastest out of the three of us, so let's travel this way." Nodding, Catherine joined him on Zara's back. After giving Zara the directions to the tomb, she started making conversation with Damien. "So, what level are you at right now?" "Just so you know, I'm already at level 99. Damien smirked. "Oh, you haven't stepped into third class yet? And here I thought our little princess was faster than that." Frowning slightly, Catherine softly punched his arm. I bet I'm still doing better than you, though. Stop stalling and tell me already." Shaking his head lightly, Damien gave her what she wanted. "I'm at level 98 right now, while Zara should be only a few beasts away from evolving." Although she was shocked by his speed, Catherine kept up her slight facade. "Well, I'll still be first to reach third class, so it doesn't matter anyway." She wasn't wrong. While Damien had just become level 98 while she was only 2 to 3 kills away from a class change. After bantering for a little while longer, they moved on to the main topic. "So, what's this about a legacy tomb?" Damien asked. Catherine nodded as she proceeded to explain her encounter. From the part where she landed on the mountain, to the information she received from her father, and finally, her stumbling upon the stone slab. At this point, Catherine didn't care to hide her identity. Although she still hadn't told Damien her real name, she figured he had some solid guesses at who she was. Mentioning her father wasn't a problem. A stone slab, huh? There was no need to call us for this, right? It'd be better if you raise your strength instead of prioritizing others. Damien chimed. Catherine couldn't help but smile at his consideration. Of course I'd do that, stupid. But when I got near the tomb, I felt an immense sense of danger. I felt that it'd be best if we cleared it together. So basically you're dragging me down with you, Damien said with fake unhappiness in his tone. Yep. If I die, you're coming with me, Catherine proclaimed shamelessly. As the two laughed and chatted, they reached the entrance of the legacy tomb. Zara landed in front of the slab before letting out a subtle growl. What is it? Damien asked. From Zara's thoughts, it seemed that there was a mysterious force that wouldn't allow her to move forward. She tried to push against this force, but her resistance only served to strengthen its rejection. It must be a mechanism that was placed to make sure none of the beasts in the mountain got hold of the legacy. Perhaps only humans or other outside races can access the tomb. Thinking for a bit, Damien spoke once more. It's fine, Zara. While we explore the tomb, you should prioritize yourself. Zara whimpered in complaint, but after some convincing she relented. Smiling at her, Damien got an idea. Zara, I expect you to be third class by the time we come out. Don't you remember that once you achieve that level we'll finally be able to talk for real instead of transmitting thoughts? Zara's eyes brightened. Indeed, no matter how coherent her thoughts were, the only person she could speak with was Damien. She had a good friend in front of her that she wished to talk to and also the Beast Empress that she had questions for. With her new goal in mind, Zara no longer complained, instead pushing Damien to leave so she could start training. All right, I'll see you when it's all over. Damien looked over at Catherine as they nodded to each other. Then, they carefully walked forward and placed one hand each on the stone slab, while their other hands were interlocked. They didn't know if the tomb would separate them, so they wanted to take some small precautions. And only a second later, the two of them suddenly disappeared from the spot. Zara deeply stared at the area they were standing with a worried look in her eyes, but in the end, she chose to leave. She couldn't disappoint the expectations Damien had for her. When Damien opened his eyes, he was in a large cavern reminiscent of the dungeon, except this one wasn't straightforward. Instead, it was walled off and he could sense many twists and turns almost like a labyrinth. Luckily, he was still with Catherine, so he didn't need to worry about that. Let's move forward carefully. We don't know what could be waiting for us here, Damien stated. Catherine nodded. My father told me that some of the higher-level tombs are guarded by fourth-class beasts. The only problem is that there's no way to tell the level of a tomb before you enter one. The two walked vigilantly through the winding road provided to them before they reached their first split. When Catherine looked forward, there were 5 paths in front of her, but something felt off. Which way should we go? Damien glanced at her, confused. What do you mean which way? There's only a single path here. But there's clearly 5 dash. It was then that Catherine realized the source of her off-putting feeling. These are illusions. Damien was surprised by her words, but realized it made sense. He had never been able to see natural illusions or illusions created by arrays. Rather, he only saw the array itself. The only illusion he could see, even if it was just as a blurry silhouette, was Catherine's disguise. So when an illusion is being directly cast by someone, I can still see its shadow, but anything else simply doesn't register in my vision. Damien still didn't know exactly how his eyes worked, as he never sought to explore them. But he was slowly unraveling the various functions they contained. If it's illusions, then let me guide the way. I know you'll be able to see through them if you utilize your affinity, but it's best to save mana right now, he said as he held out his hand. Catherine nodded before grabbing his outstretched hand, leaving things to him. As they made their way through the twisting pathways of the labyrinth, Catherine was having mixed feelings. On one hand, she thoroughly enjoyed the feeling of being protected and watching Damien's tall back as he fearlessly led her through the labyrinth, but on the other hand, she hated the feeling of leeching off of him and not contributing to their success. She was the one who dragged him here, so she didn't want to hold him back. As if sensing her complicated emotions, Damien spoke. "Don't think too much. I have things I'm good at while you have your own. Remember how great of a team we were during the monolith capture event?" Catherine nodded. "In the first place, I was never one to doubt my intentions. I knew these things already, so why was I stressing?" She didn't get the time to think too much about it before they entered a large cave. Without a word, the two of them jumped in separate directions before taking out their weapons. A massive flaming pillar emerged in the spot they were just standing, and out of it came a massive creature. Calling it a beast didn't seem to be the right word. It was humanoid in its form, but its body was made purely of molten lava and rocks. It seemed to be some sort of golem. The golem's attack patterns were strangely similar to the first third class the two had ever faced together, the man named Adrian. Due to their experience fighting someone who wielded lava, they didn't have a hard time defeating it. Besides, they were much stronger than they were back then. Wind would only boost the fire, so Catherine didn't use it much, instead opting to confuse the golem with her illusions. Its intelligence wasn't high at all, making this a simple task. She masked their locations while making the golem believe it was in a winning position. Meanwhile, Damien took care of the offense. He shot beams of plasma that worked surprisingly well against a golem made of lava while utilizing his sword art to deal heavy damage. Tens of spatial blades shot out without pause, slowly severing each of the golem's limbs before he landed a fatal strike, decapitating it. The fight with the golem truly wasn't worth mentioning, ending in less than half an hour before the two gathered once more and continued past the cave they were currently in. The next area was a large empty space. Unlike the previous scenery, which was mostly natural, this room showed clear signs of human interference. It resembled a throne hall, but much smaller than it should be, as if the owner of this hall couldn't fathom truly titling himself an emperor. As the two walked forward, a strange force brushed past their bodies, making them vigilant. A sudden irresistible sensation overcame them, causing them to feel unnaturally drowsy. The two of them quickly approached each other, thinking that they were going to be teleported somewhere, but they didn't have enough time. By the time their hands had clasped together, everything had already faded to blackness. Chapter 70, Legacy Tomb 2. Damien? Damien, wake up! Within a small bedroom filled with various posters from his favorite anime and manga, a frail teenage boy opened his eyes. Huh? Where am I? His thoughts were jumbled as he struggled to get his memories in order. Suddenly, the door to his room burst open. In walked a beautiful middle-aged woman with deep amethyst eyes. Damien Void. If you don't wake up and start getting ready in the next 5 minutes, just see how I deal with you. Why yes, Mom. The boy hurriedly replied as he jumped out of bed, only to realize he was only in his underwear at the moment. Blushing slightly, he covered his body. Seeing his actions, his mother let out a small giggle. Little boy, if you keep acting so girlish, I'll have to make sure you truly are my son instead of my daughter. Mom. He complained. Oh, right. School. In his embarrassment, he had completely forgotten why he got out of bed in the first place. Today was Monday, August 27th, the first day of school. What should I wear? He thought as he rummaged through his closet. It took him a whole 10 minutes to decide, but even then he still went with a normal short-sleeve black t-shirt and sweatpants. Grabbing his backpack, which had already been packed a few days ago, he rushed down the stairs. Whoa, buddy, a familiar man said as he raised his head from the TV in the living room. Be careful not to slip when you're running so fast. Damien smiled as he ran over to the man. Dad. Tears started flowing from his eyes. Surprised by the sudden outburst, Damien's father hugged him back. All right, you're already in your first year of high school. You can't be crying like a little kid anymore. Damien let out a light sound of acknowledgement as he continued to cry into his dad's chest. He didn't know why his emotions were flaring up like this, but he remembered tidbits of the dream he had last night. He was trapped in darkness, endlessly killing without a second of rest. No matter how much he called for help, none came. He didn't want to even think about those terrifying scenes again. Time passed slowly as his emotions calmed. At some point, even his mother had joined the group hug. Once again blushing, Damien backed away. "I'm sorry." His parents smiled and his father spoke as he lightly patted Damien's head. "What is there to be sorry about? You know that we're here for you if you need anything. We're your parents, not some random strangers on the street." Damien smiled as tears welled up in his eyes again, but not wanting to further make a fool out of himself, he held them back. The family made their way over to the dining table as they had a small breakfast. Throughout this time, Damien smiled as he felt nostalgic. Nostalgia? But I see them every day. However, he didn't ponder on it too much. Damien took out his phone, checking the time. I'm going to miss the bus." Saying a quick goodbye to his parents, Damien rushed out of the house. Luckily, he was able to reach the bus stop on time and board without problems. "Yo, Damien! How was your summer? You played the new Souls game yet?" Several greetings flooded him as he took his seat. Smiling lightly, he kindly responded to each and every one. He was really glad that he had these friends of his, as they made his days at school worth it. The bus drove on its route, picking up many students on its way. The environment soon became rowdy until they reached a certain stop. Everyone quieted down. After all, this was the stop where the school's beauty queen joined them. Through the open doors of the bus, a cute girl with dark blue hair and eyes walked in. Her gaze panned the whole bus before she found a spot to sit. Damien was blushing profusely. This girl was Elena, and he had been crushing on her since they were in elementary school, yet she still didn't know about it. Rather, he doubted she even knew he existed. He just silently watched from his corner. Her smile brightened the environment around her, and every move she made would make even the air dance with joy. It was as if she was a fairy descended onto the mortal world. "Hee Damien, if you like her so much, why don't you just talk to her?" Damien's friend, Bryce, said with a mischievous grin. "Why, you know I can't. She's too good for me." Damien had a slightly depressed look on his face. But he quickly hid it, changing the topic. "Guys, you won't believe what I found in the game yesterday." Middle school boys had the attention span of a fish, so they naturally followed his narration of the epic adventure he had in the game, forgetting all about the previous conversation. As the boys messed around, Elena slightly turned around, glancing at Damien before sighing. "He's so cute, but he never comes to talk to me. Am I not good enough for him?" Time passed and the school day continued like every other day. Damien went to his math and science class in the morning and English and history in the afternoon. At lunch, he had a special meal prepared for him by his mother. That led to an embarrassing moment when he accidentally showed off the note stating, "I love you," from Mom to his whole friend group. Damien decided to stay after school and partake in some club activities before he went home, but he had forgotten that his parents were both busy today. "I guess I'll just have to walk," he thought of himself. He didn't do it often, but he had walked home from school before, so he already knew the way. He put in his headphones and listened to his favorite music as he celebrated a successful first day of school. Standing at an intersection, Damien waited for the walk light to turn green when he suddenly noticed something. There was a girl walking through the road with headphones in, seemingly unaware of the fact that it wasn't time to walk yet. A truck came swerving down the road, headed straight for the girl. She's going to get hit. Damien was always watching anime, so he knew that situations like this were never good. He disregarded everything and ran towards the girl. "Watch out! Hey!" he yelled, but she couldn't hear him. Without another choice, he ran up to her and tackled her out of the way, narrowly dodging the oncoming truck that zoomed past them. Looking down at the girl, Damien questioned, "Hey, are you okay?" The girl shifted her head to look at him, seemingly in shock. She had just seen the truck pass by and knew what would have happened if he didn't push her. "Why, yes, I'm okay. Thank you so much for saving me." It was only then that Damien got a good look at her face, and to his surprise, it was Elena, his crush and the school beauty queen. It's no problem. I couldn't just stand by and watch someone get hurt, Damien replied. The second he saw who he saved, he immediately got too shy to speak coherently. Elena smiled. He really is cute, not to mention he's my hero. And like that, life continued. After that incident, Elena would approach Damien more often, striking up conversation. This also led to him becoming less shy around her. By the time they finished their first year of high school, the two were best friends. And life kept going. By the end of the second year of high school, Damien and Elena were already dating. They would watch movies, go to parks, and she had even met his parents once, though that experience was too embarrassing for him to recount. And when he turned 16, a monumental event occurred. Damien and Elena were in his room as usual, chatting and laughing before she made a move. Without any notice, she kissed him. His face went bright red and he felt like he was dreaming, but he still tried to kiss her back. It was both of their first kisses, so it was pretty awkward. However, things didn't stop there. They continued kissing as their hands became wilder, and the following day, Damien woke up as a new man. I really did it. I did it with Elena. He yelled as he jumped and celebrated in his room. Who would have thought that he would be so happy with the girl he once could only admire from afar? While he was jumping, a sudden headache hit him. Damien fell to his knees, unable to even scream in pain before he passed out. Scenes of carnage replayed in his head without pause. Gruesome monsters straight out of manga surrounded him as he killed them one by one. He wielded a sword in his right hand, but his left? His entire left arm had been ripped off at some point. He wanted to wake up. He wanted to go back to the peaceful life he had been living so far. Many hours passed and Damien's eyelids slowly began fluttering. When he opened them, there was a light that wasn't there previously. Deeply sighing, he stood up. It seems I can't continue living this facade anymore. In another few weeks of this, my ego will collapse due to the nature of this trial. At the end of the day, this place was an illusion. It couldn't fool Damien's eyes no matter how hard it tried. He had to admit that it took some time for him to realize it, but even after he did, he pretended to be oblivious. He wanted to revel in this peace for as long as he could. For this purpose, he had shut off his conscious thought and truly lived as the child version of himself. It was only due to the sudden headache and influx of memories that he woke up from his stasis. Shaking his head, he went downstairs to see his parents one more time. What greeted him was the familiar scenery of his father and mother enjoying themselves together, conversing as one made dinner while the other lazed around on the couch. Noticing Damien, they both smiled and greeted him. Damien tried to smile back, but it was clear how forced it was. Is something wrong? His mother asked with a worried look. Before Damien could respond, his dad beat him to it. I think I know what's going on, dear. Let me talk to him alone, man to man. Damien's father pulled him to a side room. Looking at the man in front of him, Damien could only feel a semblance of familiarity, but he was largely unknown. For this reason, Damien didn't know why he felt on the verge of tears just looking at his face. His father possessed a stern look on his face as he spoke. Is it time for you to go? Damien's eyes widened slightly, but noticing the time, it seemed he would leave for school soon. Yeah, I can't be late for school. However, his father didn't let him go. You know that's not what I meant. Damien looked into his father's eyes. They were an abyssal black that seemed like they could swallow anything. Slightly nodding, Damien responded. Yeah, I can't stay here any longer. His father sighed lightly. Although I'm not truly your father, this place simulated me perfectly, so I possess his memories. I don't know where you are or what you're doing right now, but I know that the real me would be dying to see you. Damien couldn't hold his anger. If you were dying to see me so much, then why did you leave? Do you know what happened to Mom when you were gone? How much stress she had to put herself through. Damien wanted to vent more, but he couldn't bring himself to do so. He always knew the pain hidden in his father's eyes. I know you have questions and I know I wronged you, but it's not my place to tell you the answers. I'm not your true father after all. Find him, and then you can know the truth. The debut release occurred at NOV3L, Bin. Chapter 71, Legacy Tomb 3. Damien sighed once again. He always figured there was something special about his father. There was no way a man with such a temperament could have been born into a manaless society like Earth. Yet, he had no clue where to get the answers. Well, that comes later. The origin of this chap's debut can be traced to Vian novel. I'm glad I got to see this version of the past, but it couldn't be further from the truth. If you want to force me to stay and break my will, it's impossible with just this much. Damien spoke to nobody in particular. Yet the world still reacted to his words. The comfy house he lived in as a child, the streets outside, and even his father that was smiling at him sadly started to disappear into flecks of light. I pray you never falter in your journey. With his last words said, his father entirely disappeared. Damien was now alone in a world of white. Something akin to a projector screen appeared before him, showing his true past. It didn't even start during high school, as his middle school life was riddled with bullying and ridicule. His father had already disappeared by this time, and his mother was never home. His first year of high school was the peak of this cycle of bad luck, though. That bus ride was filled with silence other than the occasional bullying he would face. Bryce was never his friend. Rather, he was a kid who did everything in his power to make Damien miserable. When Elena got on the bus, rather than encouraging him, Bryce had screamed out for everyone to hear that he had a crush on her. That was the incident that killed his thoughts of romance. His first year of high school was terrible. He never had friends, he flunked many of his classes, and he walked home not because of club activities, but because he could no longer stand the harassment. When he got home, his mother was never there. She was working 3 to 4 jobs at a time and never had the time for him. It had gotten so bad that he began to cut himself just to feel something other than depression. It was halfway through this period of depression that he had formally met Elena. It was a rather normal meeting at a bus stop rather than him heroically saving her. However, that single meeting changed his life. She filled his world with smiles and showed him a different perspective on life. He realized how much effort his mother had put into giving him a healthy life. And he stopped harming himself. Then, the world awakening came, leaving his mother in a coma before he could ever thank her for all her work. His life changed once again as he had no time to think about anything other than making sure she and himself survived. And finally, a few years later, he fell. Although Damien's backstory wasn't tragic and filled with death, it was something that could mentally traumatize any child on Earth. Damien developed trust issues, he stopped having the ability to share his problems, and he never allowed himself to receive support. Only after seeing the ideal future presented to him by the trial did he notice how much those years affected him. He still carried those trust issues and the many other scars he received back then. Though his body wasn't scarred due to his regeneration, he could still feel the cold blade he ran across his skin back then. The scenes on the projector ended, leaving Damien alone in the empty white room. He closed his eyes as he thought back to what he just experienced. It took him some time, but he managed to collect his thoughts. Looks like my strength isn't the only thing I need to improve. He actually appreciated this trial. It had shown him many flaws in himself that he wasn't self-aware enough to notice. It also reminded him of a few memories that had been subconsciously suppressed. When Damien opened his eyes again, he was back within that miniature throne hall. Next to him was a passed-out Catherine, seemingly going through the same trial. And indeed, that was exactly what she was going through. Catherine had been seeing scenes of her childhood. Her father was an emperor, so it was only natural for him to have a harem. He had around 100 wives that he married for various reasons, whether it be love or benefit. In reality, this harem was toxic, constantly fighting and scheming for his attention, but in the world she was in, they were extremely harmonious. Catherine had a sister that she used to love dearly, but as time went on, this sister of hers drifted away. She became fake and took after her mother, plotting against her siblings for the throne. Seeing the ugliness that's birthed in people when they're overcome by greed for status was one of the main reasons Catherine left the palace to become an adventurer. However, none of that existed in this world. Her sister was her best friend, and rather than go alone, she would adventure together with her sister, enjoying the sights of the world as they grew older. And finally, her mother. Her mother dies mysteriously when Catherine was 12 years old, and nobody was ever able to find out the cause of her death, but Catherine knew. Her mother had been killed by one of the other harem members. Catherine's mother was widely known to be the emperor's favorite wife. He was also the first woman he ever married and did it purely out of love. This was also one of the main reasons the emperor favored Catherine so much. In this world, her dead mother was alive and well, able to be a true parent to her daughter. Even though Catherine possessed an illusion affinity, she didn't have an immunity like Damien. She was truly susceptible to losing her ego within this perfect world. And not just susceptible, it almost happened. She was drowned in the pleasure of the peaceful life she had where she didn't lose anyone or anything. She went on an adventure and met Damien, becoming partners. They went on countless quests together and over many years sprouted a budding romance. They got married in the imperial capital, with her mother standing witness and blessing the marriage. Catherine had everything she could ask for, but it couldn't stay that way. She had obligations in the real world. She had people she cared about that were waiting for her. Her pupils began throbbing. Although they weren't the same as Damien's, they had their own uniqueness that helped her break out of the situation. Rather than the calm approach Damien took, Catherine directly broke the illusion with force. She raged at the fact that she was shown something like this. She hated that she almost fell prey to this mundane life. She imposed her illusions onto the one she was stuck in, using the pressure to make quick advancements and insights, before the illusion cracked like glass. Just like Damien, she was left in the White Room. She was shown her past where her mother died, where her father couldn't provide her with too much lest she be killed off as well, where her sister betrayed her in pursuit of power. She saw everything once again as tears began flowing from her eyes. She couldn't take it anymore. She needed to see someone she trusted, someone she cared for. She hadn't felt this vulnerable since the day her mom had died. When the White Room faded, the first thing she saw was Damien. Without any words, she leapt into his arms and cried. She cried until she had no more tears left. Truthfully, Damien had also woken up with tears streaking down his face. The only reason he didn't completely break down was that he had done so in front of his parents before he left his dream. Damien didn't blame Catherine in the slightest for her behavior, patting her back as she calmed herself down. "Are you okay, Catherine?" he said in a soft voice. He didn't want to startle her after she had just returned to normal. She raised her head to look at him with hazy eyes. Slowly, the fog of her disguise melted away, revealing her true face to Damien in all its glory. Although he had been looking at this face since the first time they met, there was something different about it when she chose to show him herself. Her lips parted as she spoke. "No more Catherine Hart. My name is Rose. Rose Adelaire." Then, she leaned her head forward as her lips connected with his. Chapter 72, 3rd Class 1. Damien's eyes widened in shock as he tried to process what was going on. He knew they'd eventually reach this point, but he didn't expect it to happen so soon, not to mention the current circumstances. While every fiber of his being screamed at him to respond in kind and kiss her back, he couldn't bring himself to do it. Regardless of her reasoning, with the way things played out, he'd feel like any progression in their relationship that happened now would be taking advantage of her weakness. Damien grabbed her shoulders and gently pulled her away from his lips, though he still allowed her to lean on his body. The look of betrayal on her face truly made him feel like an asshole, but it had to be done. "Why you don't want me?" she asked in a weak voice. "Kath, no, Rose. Of course I want you, but look at yourself right now. Would you ever be the type of person to even ask if I wanted you before doing this kind of thing? Knowing you, you'd pounce first and ask questions later." Rose blushed at his words, but couldn't deny it. After all, that was her plan if he didn't confront her before they left the secret realm. Suddenly, she felt a sharp pain in her forehead. Ow! What was that for? She yelled at Damien, who had just flicked her. First, return to your normal self. If you can still act so bold at that time, I'll gladly accept it. Damien replied with a smirk. She knew he was right, and it only made her appreciate him more. Right now, she was still shaken from her experience in the trial. She craved some sort of intimacy and chose the first thing she thought of, which was Damien. Putting aside the fact that kissing Damien was the most prioritized form of intimacy in her mind, just the fact that she was craving such a thing for support made this a bad start to a proper relationship. If they started things off like that, it would only lead to a future of toxicity and codependence. This type of relationship would never be healthy, most likely leading to the emotional breakdown of one or both parties. Rose slightly nodded, but she still refused to get off of him. She cuddled further into his chest and appreciated his warmth. Although Damien wanted to tell her they had more important things to do, he noticed that she had already fallen asleep. This silly woman. Does she seriously have so much trust in me? He couldn't suppress the slight grin that began to form on his face. If he thought about it, that was technically his first kiss. With his social life on Earth, it was obvious he didn't have a girlfriend, and ever since the World Awakening, he hadn't had the slightest thought of romance. However, thinking about his first kiss brought up another memory. Although it wasn't real, his 16-year-old self had still kissed Elena. Thinking about that experience, Damien's expression turned complicated. It'd be a lie to say that he didn't have any feelings for Elena. He didn't know how it functioned, but the trial had perfectly replicated every person in his life. Even Elena was a carbon copy of her true self. Even if the memories themselves were fake, the experiences were fresh in his mind. Besides that, he couldn't confidently say he had no feelings for her true self back on Earth. Before they had ever met, he had a crush on her. Although that crush had died, with them being so close for such a long time, it was impossible for him to feel no attraction. Only, time didn't wait for him to realize his feelings. Time didn't allow him to even consider the possibility of a relationship back then. Thinking about the Tsundere-like actions Elena would show sometimes, Damien truly felt the need to curse time itself. As his thoughts wandered in this direction, he once again looked at the princess that was sleeping on his chest. So basically, I have feelings for two women like some sort of creepy playboy. He sighed at his own thoughts. He had no idea how he would handle this. Perhaps if he hadn't spent that year within the trial dating Elena, if he didn't pile up experiences of what could have been, he wouldn't be having this problem. He hadn't even seen her in 3 years, so he thought it'd be impossible for anything to develop. Unbeknownst to him, a certain someone was watching his every action. Seeing the complicated light in his eyes, Rose thought of an old saying her mother used to tell her. Powerful and charismatic people will never end up with only a single partner. If you ever end up falling for one of these types, your best option is to secure the top position in his heart. At that time, Rose was more confused about why her mother said people instead of men, but it didn't take a genius to understand the nuance behind her words now that she was grown. The thought of having a reverse harem made her want to laugh, but she held it in so she could keep observing Damien. She knew she had put Damien in a tough spot with her sudden actions, but she didn't know he had another woman in his heart. Rather, she knew there wasn't another woman who could make him ponder like that until after the trial had ended. If he experienced the same thing I did, then maybe it was someone from his past? If Damien knew how much Rose had deduced based simply off the complicated look in his eyes, he'd probably be terrified. But Rose wasn't stuck on the who or the why of the situation. She was taking her mother's words to heart. She would sit in the #1 spot among any women Damien would gain in the future. Not through scheming and deceit, but love and aid. This was the best way to earn her place with him. Rose grew up within an imperial harem. She knew how vile things could get if too many women or the wrong type of women were introduced into a family. She wouldn't allow such a situation to happen. Let's limit him to 3, no maybe 5, fate at most. If he wants more than that he'll have to fight me for it. Clueless to the fact that his love life was being thoroughly planned out by the woman on his chest, Damien concluded his thoughts. When it comes time to have the "what are we" conversation, I'll just talk to Rose about it directly. Proud of his decision, Damien slightly floated inside his mind. Hee, imagine me as an Ice Guy protagonist with a huge harem. That'd be pretty funny. Damien didn't even want a harem like that. He'd seen how that worked, and it seemed like too much work and trouble to deal with. If he's having multiple women, he'd make sure to keep the numbers small. Heart of ice, Damien. You must keep your will firm. Damien had spent a few hours in his thoughts after he finished up with the harem issue as he figured out his plans for the rest of the time they had within the secret realm. By his estimation, a month should have gone by in real time while they were in the trial. That meant they only had 3 months left. 3 months. For the next 3 months, we disregard everything and climb to the peak. If we can't make it by the end, we'll come back to one of the legacy tombs we find along the way. Damien concluded his thoughts when he felt some movement on his chest. Rose slowly pretended to wake up before glancing around the room. With all the drama that was going on, she forgot they were in the middle of a trial. Relax, Damien said as he noticed her vigilance. That should have been the last trial. All that's left is for us to reap the rewards. They stood up and walked towards the small throne at the end of the hall. Damien didn't miss the fact that Rose didn't let go of his hand, but he ignored it. When the two entered within 10 meters of the throne, a new stone slab entered their vision. To thy who hath completed my trial and proven thy worthiness, I bestow my techniques and treasures. Use them wisely and protect the world you were born into, as it shall always be somewhere you can consider home. Damien realized that it wasn't just the beasts that were meant to be blocked from entering this tomb, rather it was everyone that wasn't born on the Epiron continent as well. If so, why am I able to enter? Damien couldn't come up with a good answer. Pushing the question to the back of his mind, Damien went forward and put his hand on the slab like he had done when they first entered the tomb, with Rose joining him soon after. The floor split into 2 parts as a massive storage space was revealed. Countless gold coins were strewn about randomly, but these were only the lowest tier of treasures. Besides them, there was a section of shelves lined with countless numbers of every type of potion Damien could imagine. Recovery potions for stamina and mana, healing potions, various tonics, and even a single bottle of elixir. They must have had a ton of this stuff back in the ancient eras. Damien mused as he collected everything into his inventory. Meanwhile, Rose's focus was somewhere else. It was a shelf much smaller than the others, but the contents were insanely valuable to her. This shelf contained tomes of this expert's entire knowledge on illusions and their use. As the legacy of someone who could even create an illusion as realistic as the one in the final trial, it was sure to be priceless. Rose immediately pocketed the books. She knew Damien wouldn't be needing them anyway since his affinities didn't align. The final item in the room was an ancient broadsword with golden etchings on its surface. It was still in good condition, but it wasn't a type of weapon that either of them used, so Damien was just planning to pocket it. But the second he touched it, something within his inventory began vibrating intensely. It was his own sword. When he took it out, as if it had a mind of its own, it shot towards the ancient blade. Without even his invocation, his Devour skill activated as the billowing black aura covered the old sword. Then, instead of retreating to his body like it usually did, it surrounded his sword. It was only then that Damien remembered the name of his sword. Devourer. The billowing black cloud slowly got absorbed into the sword, which was still shaking as if it would shatter any second. Then, it stopped. There were no loud sounds or cool messages. The process ended silently. When Damien grabbed the sword, though, he could immediately feel the difference. Devourer. SSS rank. A sword made by a talented blacksmith to embody the traits of its wielder. It is bestial and ferocious, but carries its own brand of elegance. This sword was made for the sole purpose of devouring its enemies. During its creation, it birthed the special effect, amplification, to aid its owner. Through the devouring of a higher rank artifact, it has awakened its true form. Devoured essence needed for evolution, 39%. Well, that's new. Chapter 73, Third Class, 2. Once they had collected their rewards, the two of them immediately left the Legacy Tomb. While it was a safe environment for them to practice, their main goal had now reverted to reaching third class. Leaving was just as simple as entering, as the two of them placed their hands on another stone slab that sat on the throne and were teleported out. At that point, no words needed to be said. They looked into each other's eyes and grinned before rushing off in different directions to reach their class change. Rose was the first to reach that level. It didn't even take her much time at all, since after killing the lava golem, she only needed a single kill to get there. She quickly found a third-class beast called an obsidian panther and initiated battle. Though she hadn't assimilated the knowledge of the expert who left the Legacy Tomb, her illusions had already made immense improvements through her destruction of the trial illusion. She led the panther by its nose, creating false earth spikes that stimulated real pain, using illusions to impose fatigue onto the beast and using her wind affinity for attack power. When she finally killed the beast, a holographic window appeared before her. Your achievements have reached the required threshold to change your class. Choose a new class from the list below. Choose a class. 1. Scythe Spirit. 2. Mystic Diviner. 3. Sage. 4. Spectral Phantasm. Rose thoughtfully gazed at her options, but she wasn't an indecisive person, plus she always had her eyes that told her the right direction to move. Right now, they were pointing towards the fourth option. You have become a spectral phantasm. Your illusions gain further abilities to manipulate the very essence of reality, though truly doing such a thing is currently impossible. Your abilities have become capable of affecting a large scale, creating a pseudo-domain. Your existence becomes more elusive, increasing your concealment abilities. Your legends have been enhanced. By becoming a third-class being, you have obtained the qualifications to choose a subclass. Choose a subclass. 1. Wind Archmage. 2. Enchantress. 3. Blacksmith. 4. Alchemist. The origin of this chap's debut can be traced to Bayan novel. 5. Beast Tamer. Rose received the influx of information about her main class with a smile. She had heard about the concept of domains. They were something one could only form once they reached the Grandmaster level of control. Having a pseudo-domain simply from the power of her class meant the class itself held immense potential. Just like Damien, Rose didn't pay much attention to the subclass, choosing the Wind Archmage class as it would best suit her needs. Finally, she called out her status. 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 Rose Adelaire. Human. Female. Age 22. Level 100. Spectral Phantasm. Wind Archmage. Experience value. 0/150. 000. Titles. Child of Destiny. Affinities. Illusion. Wind. Physique. Not applicable. Magic power. 12,000. STR. 290. AGI. 320. Def. 335. Int. 315. Dex. 325. Skills. Wind Magic Level Max. Phantasm Magic Level 1. Mid-Level Regeneration Level 8. Adelaire Scythe Art Level 5. Fate Discernment Level 3. Elusive Throne Level 1. Traits. Eyes of Destiny. Rose nodded with a satisfied smile. She was excited to try out her new phantasm magic and the elusive throne skill, but she figured it could wait until she met up with Damien. Besides these two, there were no changes unless she counted her abnormally high defense stat, but she didn't. This was because she already knew the reason for it. After the tournament, where she ran into a problem with how weak her physical body was in comparison to her magical ability, she decided to immediately invest her stat potion into defense. Rose sat down to fully digest her gains before she rendezvoused with Damien. I wonder how long it'll take him to catch up. Damien didn't take long to meet her expectations. He was still a level behind her, so it took him an extra week to catch up, but he eventually got there. Plus, since Rose wasn't continuously leveling up after her class change, he didn't fall behind. As Damien pulled his sword out of a third-class mountain golem, a familiar system window popped up in front of his eyes. Your achievements have reached the required threshold to change your class. Choose a new class from the list below. Choose a class. 1. Sword Saint. 2. Beast Tamer. 3. Sage. 4. Celestial. 5. Emperor. Damien was surprised by the new list of classes he was given. Although it was clear which one catered to his spatial attribute, it sounded a bit too overpowered. Besides that, there was also Emperor, which he didn't know qualified as a class. But thinking about how Farmer was also a class option, he stopped thinking about it and picked the obvious choice. You have become a Celestial. The records exist for that purpose, to record. At the base of all your achievements is a single wish, to travel the stars and to return to your origin planet. Through your achievements, your legends have resonated with this wish, allowing for it to present itself as a class. A Celestial has the power to call upon the stars and gains an intrinsic connection with them. They are not gods by birth, nor are they immensely powerful without reason, but their potential is immense. Perhaps at the peak of power, a Celestial may even obtain the ability to forge stars and galaxies with but a thought. By becoming a third-class being, you have obtained the qualifications to choose a subclass. Choose a subclass. 1. Lightning Archmage. 2. Priest. 3. Blacksmith. 4. Alchemist. 5. Beast Tamer. Damien once again chose the Lightning subclass. He still didn't understand their purpose much, but he assumed it was the reason he was able to progress fast with an element that wasn't his inherent affinity. Most of his attention was focused on his main class. A familiar rush of information flooded his mind, but Damien didn't care for it. With there being no natural stars within the secret realm besides its moon and sun, he didn't feel the connection the system spoke of. What he focused on was the first system window that popped up once he had chosen his class. My wish resonated with my legends? Damien tried to wrap his head around this concept. Up until this point, he had no idea what the system even meant when it said his legends were enhanced, but he may have just gained his first clue. My achievements make up my legend. Of the topic of his achievements, he thought about what he had done since he surfaced on a Pyron. And after review, he realized that most of the actions he had taken were indeed for the purpose of returning home. While that was one of his priorities in the dungeon, it wasn't even close to being at the forefront. That was naturally his will to survive. With third class achieved, all that was left for Damien to do before meeting up with Rose and calling Zara back was to check his status. Status. Damien Void. Half-human/half-beast. Male, age 20. Level 100, Celestial, Lightning Archmage. Experience value, 0/150, 000. Titles, Bearer of the Void Physique Evolver. Affinities, Space, Lightning. Physique, Void Physique. Magic Power, 15,000. STR, 350. AGI, 340. Def, 355. Int, 345. Dex, 340. Skills, Warp level 10, Dimensional Magic level 1, High-level Regeneration level max, Void Sword Art level 3, Mana Sense level max, Devour level 5, Vector Control level 8, Lightning Magic level max. Inventory. Traits, Shock Absorption, All-Seeing Eyes level 4, Dragon's Breath, Ananta Matrix. There hadn't been many changes, but the ones that occurred shocked him. First off, his mana capacity had increased by around 10,000 points, which was obscene to him. Although he had already sensed this type of number on the third class he fought before, it was still shocking for him to see it reflected in his own status. The next shock was that his spatial control had evolved into dimensional magic. He didn't know the extent to which dimensional magic could work, but its name alone sounded extremely overpowered. Damien shook his head. No, Malcolm told me that third class was the true start to cultivation, so it makes sense for the abilities to become this exaggerated. Besides, leveling this up will probably take way longer than any skill I've had before. Thinking along those lines, Damien looked at his Devour skill. Although his regeneration hadn't evolved, it was already at max level. Damien assumed that there were some criteria he had yet to meet for skill evolution. The Devour skill, however, was still in its original state, with no skill evolutions, and had been stuck at level 5 since he devoured the wyvern in the dungeon. That was around a year and a half ago. It's probably due to its relation with my void physique. Knowing how that thing works, it won't be easy to satiate this damn skill. Damien concluded his thoughts and decided to sift through the insights he had gained by his rank up. Sitting in a meditative posture, Damien entered his mind. This was something he learned how to do subconsciously not long ago. In fact, he only learned it during the last trial of the Legacy Tomb. When he did this, Damien immediately felt the influx of knowledge. It wasn't just a connection to the stars he now had, he could also call upon their power. He didn't know the extent to which this ability worked quite yet, but he could feel the blazing heat of the sun cascade onto him and blend with his magic power. Opening his hand, he willed a small flame to rise. Although it was only the size of a lighter flame, its heat was immense, causing scorch marks to form on the nearby ground. However, Damien couldn't keep this up for long. Just the single minute he had kept the flame in his palm had cost him half of his mana. With such an immense mana capacity, it was clear to see how much of a burden using true sunfire would be. However, this caveat didn't lessen Damien's excitement in the slightest. If he could do this much with a small sun like the one present in the secret realm, what about the true sun? And what about the countless other stars that constantly illuminated the night sky? Are planets considered stars too? Damien couldn't wait to find out. But he didn't let himself get drunk on his current power level. Gazing into the sky, he watched the second cloud layer, trying to pierce through it and witness the scenes taking place on the mountain peak. A fallen god. Even if it's a dead god, a god is still something that could kill me without even sparing a single thought. That's a 6th class being. Considering the amount of power Malcolm has, destroying a city would be light work. So what about a god? Damien didn't want to wait any longer to find out for himself. He quickly went to meet up with the two girls so they could unravel the truth behind God's Park Mountain and perhaps gain some immense benefits in the process. Chapter 74, Mountain Peak 1. Damien and Rose were quick to meet, as they both headed to each other the second they finished assimilating their gains. The only one left was Zara. "You were pretty slow to reach 3rd class, Rose teased in a condescending tone. She might have tried to sound bold, but she was inwardly shocked. The number of threads connecting to Damien had drastically increased, but none of them were connected to people. She could only see the location of 2 threads at the moment, but the most obvious one was connected to the sun itself. How can one have a karmic connection to the freaking sun? Still, she had no intention to back down. "I might have been slower, but it doesn't mean you can beat me," Damien replied with a smirk. The two kept walking towards each other without pause. I don't know about that one. How about we test that assumption?" Rose replied, still closing the distance. "Yeah, let's test that assumption. Let's see how you run for me this time," Damien said. At this point, they were already directly in front of each other, with only mere inches separating their faces. Even as they stared into each other's eyes with bubbling fighting intent, the atmosphere retained its pink color. Suddenly, a cheerful voice filled with innocence resounded in the area. "Damien!" The two of them snapped their heads in the direction of the sound. Although this new voice should have had them on alert, it didn't do such a thing in the slightest. In fact, Damien was grinning from ear to ear like a fool. Out of the woods came a large black wolf whose appearance didn't match her voice in the slightest. Until she began to shrink, that is. Her towering body slowly became only around 3 out of 4 THs the size of Damien's body. Now, with her silky black fur, beautiful angel-like wings, and innocent golden eyes, she truly did look cute. "You're finally here, Zara. How is it? Are you enjoying the ability to speak?" Zara rushed forward and pounced on Damien, licking his face like a house pet. N. She let out sounds of affirmation as she expressed her joy. Damien laughed as well, petting her large body as he attempted to calm her down. She only acted like this when she got too excited. Sigh, how could Zara forget about me already? I think I'll really cry, said Rose with mock disappointment. It was only then that Zara remembered they had another companion. Catherine. Just like with Damien, Zara pounced on her, but Rose remained unfazed in her acting. Sob, you only remembered me after I said something. How could you? No, Catherine. I'm sorry, Zara begged in an innocent voice. This surprised Damien. Her voice sounded like that of an 18-year-old girl, but her mannerisms and such were still very innocent. Well, it's not like she has any knowledge. But I figured that from staying with me for so long, she'd have learned a thing or two. Maybe it's just a beast thing? Damien didn't know. Rose wanted to tease Zara a bit more, but her plans were halted by a sudden flick on the forehead. All right, look how sad you made her. Stop teasing her now. Rose was a little disappointed, but still quit her acting, leaving Zara confused. Damien sighed. Zara, who knew you'd be so innocent? Well, just remember not to take anything Rose says too seriously. Zara tilted her head. Rose? Who was that? This action made Damien realize that he had never explained Rose's situation to her. Taking a bit of time, the two of them sat Zara down and did some explaining. To their dismay, this only ended with Zara saying, Catherine is Rose now, and dropping the matter altogether. After conversing for a bit longer, Damien finally got the chance to inspect Zara's gains. Her size, which had become even more massive, was an obvious indication of her growth, and he wasn't disappointed by what he saw. The swirling blue and gray mana around her had thickened considerably, indicating both an increase in her power and mana capacity. Not only that, Zara's body seemed to be even tougher than his own currently. After he congratulated her for this, Damien decided to tell the other two about his plan. He reiterated the story of the fallen god's legacy, and also explained that he felt a sort of calling to the peak of the mountain. A calling, huh? To be honest, I've been feeling something similar as well, Rose suddenly said. It was true, even without the indication from her eyes, Rose could feel something at the peak of the mountain beckoning her. I don't know what kind of beast we will have to face at the peak, but if it's a 4th class, I don't think we currently stand a chance at defeating it, Damien said. That being said, it shouldn't be a problem for us to injure it if we work together. Rose nodded. If we can hinder its mobility, it should be enough to allow us to enter whatever legacy tomb or structure resides at the peak. That's all we need at the moment. Now that he had their affirmation, he didn't need to wait any longer. All right, let's go straight past the 2nd cloud layer and test our newfound power a bit before we continue up the mountain. Zara, how about you show me how fast you've gotten? Zara nodded excitedly as she once again grew to her original height. Yeah, I'm super fast now, don't worry. Smiling, Damien grabbed Rose's hand and teleported onto Zara's back. Let's go then. Zara unfurled her wings and vigorously flapped them. It only took a single flap for them to zoom into the air. Damien even had to use his vector control to maintain his and Rose's place on her back. Ha ha ha. Damien roared with laughter. Rose was the opposite, clinging to him like he was her last lifeline. The trio rushed up the mountainside, and in only a few hours' time, they breached the 2nd cloud layer. Even after Zara slowed down, Rose continued to cling to Damien. Whether she was doing this out of remnant fear or just using the excuse to hug him was unknown, but Damien didn't mind either way. He even wanted to see if he could get a reaction out of her, wrapping his arm around her waist and pulling her closer. Rose jerked slightly at the sudden action but didn't evade him. Damien couldn't see her face, so he used his mana sense to cover her. It was then that he noticed she was blushing profusely. Definitely worth it. He wanted to tease her about it, but figuring that it would result in her pulling away from his embrace, he refrained from doing so. While this was happening, the trio traveled halfway up the mountain peak. Even if the 3rd layer of the mountain was filled with only 3rd-class beasts, there was still a distinction between them. Everyone in the group could kill early third-class beasts alone before they even reached this level, so for them to be challenged, they needed to head to an area with higher-level beasts. Zara landed within the forest that made up the mountain slope, and Damien and Rose dismounted. Damien looked at the now visible sky. It was still bright with daylight. "Okay, let's meet back here when night falls. After that, we'll rest a bit and continue our climb." The other two nodded and they parted ways. Damien rushed through the foliage, marveling at the new scenery on this part of the mountain. Various flowers bloomed and painted the forest in a vast array of colors. The sunlight shone through the foliage of the trees, turning the painting into a mosaic, and many beasts lurked around, giving the painting life. It was truly beautiful. The trees in this layer were massive, probably to accommodate the huge beasts that resided here. After all, most third-class beasts were larger than a normal 2-story building, while Zara was larger than even a 3- or 4-story building. It'd be quite the comical sight to watch these massive beasts attempt to hide within normally sized trees. He didn't concentrate on this for too long, though, as he found his perfect target. It was a large 2-headed lion with a mane made of flames. Good, let's see how Sunfire works against a fire affinity beast. Beasts had stronger bodies than most humans, so it'd be a good measure of his current prowess. Damien charged at the lion that had just noticed him, opting for a fully physical brawl before he began experimenting. Reaching the beast, he let out a straight punch with no added effects. The raw power contained within his muscles burst forth as it met the lion's paw. Boom! A small explosion rang out as dirt and grass flew everywhere. The exchange then continued. The lion was already nearing the limits of third class, so its intelligence was similar to a normal human. Seeing its opponent using solely physical power, its pride wouldn't allow it to fight with its elements. Fists met claws as the two continued exchanging blows, causing destruction in their wake with every step. The weird thing was, even though the lion's mane was made of fire, it didn't affect the environment in the slightest. Boom! 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 Damien sent an uppercut directly into the lion's right jaw, causing its two heads to part in a V shape. He then evaded the lion's swipe before sending a full-powered punch directly into its chest. The lion flew back, unable to stabilize itself immediately. Although it didn't take much damage, the force of the punch was still present. Damien decided he'd had enough playing around. He'd already tested his physical might enough. Using the time the lion took to regain its bearings, Damien concentrated. He felt the ethereal thread that connected him to the sun. It was a thread that couldn't be severed by any means. Pouring his mana into this connection, Damien willed a flame to form on his palm. And form it did. The only difference was that this flame was the size of a fist. The lion immediately sensed the difference. Locking its eyes onto the flame on Damien's palm, it felt true fear. If that thing hit him, it was sure death. The lion immediately let out fierce flames that billowed in every direction before it turned and ran. But Damien wouldn't allow that to happen. He teleported directly in front of the lion and flicked the flame onto its body. There was no scream, no explosion, nothing. The second the flame touched the lion's body, it spread like wildfire and incinerated it. Within only a few seconds, all that was left was ash. Damien looked at the aftermath with his mouth agape. There was only a single word that came out of his mouth. Wow! Chapter 75, Mountain Peak, 2. The results were much greater than his expectations, but he decided to think rationally about it. There's no way he was powerful enough to kill late-stage third-class beasts with a single hit. The first explanation was that the lion already had some hidden injuries in its body that Damien had aggravated in their physical fight. The second was that the Sunfire used the lion's own flames as a base and devoured its body. And the third explanation was that it was simply due to the amount of magic power he had put into the ability this time. Each of these made sense in their own ways, so Damien assumed that it was most likely a combination of all three that led to the lion getting instantly incinerated. It was supposed to be a simple test of strength, but I ended up using most of my mana in the first fight. But Damien didn't really have anything else to test. When it came to his new dimensional magic, It was still spatial magic at its base, so it wouldn't show its prowess until he figured out how to use it properly. Ah, I can do that. Damien immediately sat down and concentrated. He had already checked the area around him, and it was devoid of beasts, so he was free to do as he pleased. Damien was currently focusing on his sword art. It had been a long while since he created a new move for it, and this was largely due to the mana consumption and the fact that he was running out of ideas. He wanted to make something grander and more wide area, but he didn't know how to beat spatial collapse in this area of focus. So until he had some sort of spark of insight or idea, he'd try something else. He focused on the concept of space. How did he perceive space? What was it at its base? He didn't know the answer. His knowledge was too minuscule. But he had a faint feeling of what he thought space was. Space was a concept that was related to the birth of everything, as almost everything exists within space. Without space to contain it, even life itself couldn't thrive. He thought back to the tip he had received from the system back when he conducted his very first class change. In the beginning, there was nihility, then creation and destruction, then space and time. Space was something he saw as all-encompassing. Space was like a massive domain. And a main concept within space was distance. Distance was determined by the space between 2 points. So what if I try to ignore the concept of distance? Isn't teleportation technically doing that already? He knew it was an oversimplified explanation of how he teleported, as he had already understood the base mechanisms of this ability, but teleportation was, at its base, something that ignored distance within a certain range. He thought of how this concept would look in a sword strike. He imagined facing an opponent at range, or an opponent who was fleeing. He simply slashed his sword, and his enemy would fall. He could stay in place and pierce forward, and his sword would pierce his opponent's heart even if they were kilometers away. Damien got excited just thinking about it. But he calmed himself down. Isn't that just an extrapolation of Bladeless? Bladeless was used by merging his sword with the spatial layers and directly attacking the space in which something existed. A byproduct of this action was the spatial tears created in the wake of his blade and the banishment of anything that existed within that space. It was the concept that many people used to argue about on Earth to outline the negative aspects of teleportation. If you teleport into a wall, wouldn't you fuse with the wall on a molecular level? The molecules wouldn't be able to share the same points in space, causing this phenomenon. And this was a true downside to teleportation. The reason Damien never encountered the situation was simply that he always pinpointed where he wanted to teleport before he actually took action. Well, that was before he achieved 3rd class. By this point, his vector control had reached a level where he could easily move molecules in a way where this type of situation was negligible. Besides, if he truly lost his arm this way, he could just regrow it. That small amount of pain didn't faze him anymore. What he wanted to achieve now was based on the same concept, but it was an entirely different take. Bladeless would destroy the space, resulting in any molecules existing within it being banished into the void. Meanwhile, this new attack would superimpose his sword into the points in space that his enemies were, causing the original molecules to be destroyed. This new move was much more direct. I was too focused on grand-scale things that I never thought of this sooner. Once I succeed in creating this move, I'll have to rearrange the order of my sword art. This move was fit to be the 2nd step of his sword art, not the 4th. Luckily, the art he used was self-created and wasn't a strict and patterned art. He had always put more focus on fluidity. Because of this, it wouldn't be hard for him to change the order his attacks took. By the time Damien finished thinking about these various issues and solutions, the sun had already begun setting. Although it sounded easy when describing it, it took many hours to form a concise idea of what his next step would be. And he still didn't have an idea on how he would carry out this next step. Distance wasn't a concept he'd explored much, as he had mostly wanted pure destruction. This type of thinking was a new direction for him, but it opened up many possibilities. Distance, huh? If I start playing around with the concept of distance, can't I? Damien's eyes shone like stars when he thought of a certain move he wanted to learn before he returned to Earth. Wouldn't that be the perfect way to say hello to that bastard? Damien cooked up a grand plan for Jean, unaware that the arrogant young master had been turned into a eunuch by the girl he was recently realizing his feelings for. Standing up, Damien felt his mana capacity had been replenished enough. He had passively been gathering magic power while he was in his thoughts, so this was to be expected. Without any further delay, Damien made his way to the rendezvous point to meet with the girls. When he arrived, he saw the two chatting happily with satisfied smiles on their faces. "It seems you two also achieved some good things, didn't you?" Damien said as he walked up to them. Rose nodded. "Yeah, the new skill I got is amazing. It'll be a lot of fun showing you what I can do, though you're a blockhead who won't be able to appreciate it like I can." She was referring to his ability to see through any illusions, but she felt like wording it that way was too much of a compliment. She had to one-up Damien whenever she got the chance. Damien shook his head lightly. "All right, you can show me once we find a good opponent to fight. For now, let's reach the peak." He once again got onto Zara's back with Rose as they flew the rest of the way. Even though they expected to get attacked, the beasts were surprisingly docile. Many of them had heard the sounds of battle, and knowing how quickly those battles ended, they had no interest in throwing their lives away for nothing. As for the others, they either didn't bother fighting without reason, or they held back their hostility for another unexplained reason. Either way, the trio had a smooth ride to the peak. They figured that there would be an intense battle waiting for them when they arrived, so they were properly vigilant, but they were bound to be disappointed. There was nothing on the peak of the mountain. Rather than fight a massive fourth-class beast, all they could do was marvel at the natural beauty around them. Flowed bloomed in a seemingly orderly fashion, with each color being separated into its own area, while a beautiful lake was present in the center. The lake water was clear as if it had never been touched by human hands, and the entire meadow gave off a calming feeling. It was entrancing, giving the trio the feeling of wanting to lay down and sleep without worry. But none of them were naive enough to believe that feeling. Damien and Rose directly bit their tongues, forcing themselves to stay awake, while Zara showed open hostility and growled at the empty area. It was then that the sun finally set and moonlight descended on the world. When the light shone onto the central lake, it glowed mysteriously, shimmering in and out of existence and blinding the trio for a split second. By the time the glow receded, the lake was no more. In its place was a massive temple that let out an aura more ancient and domineering than anything any of them had ever felt. They were subject to a force that gave them the inherent urge to kneel as if it was the most natural thing to do. Although they didn't succumb to this urge, they were forced to revolve their magic power to ease the burden that was placed on their shoulders. This was caused simply by the temple's appearance, nothing more. They all looked at each other for a moment before Damien made a confident declaration. "Let's enter." Chapter 76. Temple 1. If the aura the temple exuded to the outside could be considered domineering, the inside was a chaotic mix of bloodthirsty and tranquil. Damien couldn't fathom how human could ever balance such polar opposite emotions perfectly, let alone a construct like the temple. The first thing they saw upon entry was an expansive hall that seemed to continue for eternity. The walls of this hall were decorated with large depictions of a massive battle. As they walked forward, the depictions became even more gruesome. In the start, there was a world filled with strife. Empires would fight for territory, people would clash at even the slightest grievance, and law and order were only present within the upper class of society. They saw paintings of the society essentially leading itself on a path to ruin. However, something changed after a while. Deformed creatures darker than a starless sky suddenly appeared within the world. At first, it was only one, but as time went on, they propagated and multiplied. When the creatures first arrived, the various leaders of the world simply ignored them. They figured it was a new species of beast and promptly slayed every single one they saw. Noticing that the strength of these creatures was nothing, the leaders of the various races stopped paying attention to them. Even the members of the beast race shunned them, not claiming them as their own. But with the blatant discrimination and immense hatred that the beast race and humanoid races had against each other, these claims were widely ignored. Without anyone's notice, these deformed creatures continued spreading, kidnapping women from various races and creating progeny on the planet. They spent years in the dark, slowly waiting for their time to strike. As their progeny grew up, these creatures brainwashed them, making them faithful believers. And since the progeny had humanoid appearances, they were accepted into society without question. These children spread through the continent, preaching their beliefs and infecting the minds of countless people from all races. These people were further brainwashed and then sent to act against the nations they resided in. This was how things started. At this point, the trio had reached the halfway point of the hall. They could see a door in the distance, but they were too focused on the paintings to care. Even Zara, whose innocence was extremely prominent, still had her focus on the scenes depicted in front of her. The deformed creatures performed sacrifices and rituals, unnaturally granting strength to those that followed them as they corrupted a large part of the population. Even at this point, the higher-ups of the nations didn't take notice. They simply took the spread as a new faith that had been started. They disdained these people for praying and giving their lives to false gods. It was at this point that the deformed creatures decided it was time to act. They sent word to their homeland, depicted as a dark star within an infinite cosmos. It took 10 years for others from their race to arrive, and seeing the progress the frontrunners had made, they began to set up circular devices in various areas of the world. Then, after spending 20 years in hiding, they struck. Those circular devices widened into massive black holes, and out of those holes came swarms of the deformed creatures. It was only now that the leaders of the nations began to fight back. They were strong, stronger than anything Damien had felt before. The residual aura of these beings was strong enough to leak even when it was just a painting of them. How do you even paint such a thing? Damien only had a passing thought before he refocused on the paintings. The depiction was brutal. Denizens of the world were slaughtered like pigs, whether they were warriors or innocents didn't matter. The deformed beings moved with the singular goal of wiping out all existence on the planet. Then, what Damien could only assume to be the 4th and 5th class beings on the planet made their move. He was surprised by the sheer number, as there seemed to be tens of demigods and thousands of 4th classes. These beings went on a rampage, killing every last one of those deformed creatures they could find. But they were too late in their efforts. They had been too conceited in their positions of power. Those who had been converted by the deformed beings made their move, crawling the streets of cities with the unnatural power they gained and committing mass slaughter, laughing while doing it. It took years to finally win the battle, but the losses were too heavy to even be considered a win. Almost half of the world's population had been raised during these short few years. For the first time since their long rule had begun, these beings realized their idiocy. They got together and proposed a truce, a method to bring their people together, and a method to unite the world. And their method found success. The denizens of the world, having experienced a massive calamity, came together in hatred for those deformed creatures. Their features were obvious even on their progeny, and anyone who possessed those features was killed on the streets regardless of their innocence. It took many years for the world to regain a semblance of peace. But those deformed creatures didn't allow it. They once again came to the world with the same purpose, but this time, they brought stronger forces. On the enemy's side as well, Damien felt the residual auras of what he assumed to be demigods. Tracing the length of the wall, Damien realized that the depiction was almost over, but he felt there was too much story to tell for it to end so soon. He decided to keep observing before coming to any conclusions. As he watched, he saw another gruesome battle take place, but this time, the denizens of the world were more prepared. The deformed race wasn't able to propagate as they could previously. However, this was made up for by the fact that their leaders had descended. Suddenly, the entire depiction became centered on a boy. The boy lost his family in the first calamity the world faced, but he still grew up and learned how to use his powers. He joined the war when those beings returned, and he surpassed everyone around him. As the battles raged on, he grew from a boy into a young man, and from a young man into an old one. Even at the apex of the war, the denizens of the world were losing. Placed in a compromising position, the leaders of the world decided to own up to their mistakes. They trapped the leaders of the deformed race with their schemes and directly used their mana to implode. The paintings became entirely white, depicting the massive explosion that took place. Only that single man was left alive, the one who had grown from a boy during these years of war. In front of him, countless of those deformed creatures stood. Even 3 of their demigods remained. Yet, he was on his last leg. Just like those before him, the man decided to sacrifice himself. But his effort was much greater than theirs. When he imploded, the space around him cracked and shattered, creating a massive black hole, while countless meteors rained down from the sky. 2 more demigods and most of the cannon fodder died in this apocalyptic explosion. In the last panel of the hall, the man's corpse had a smile on its face, while the final living demigod on the enemy side rushed to escape. The trio was silent. None of them could bring themselves to speak. The depiction was horrific calamity on a worldwide scale, but also the tale of various heroes. It was the tale of growth and development, but also destruction and devastation. Finally, after what seemed like many hours, the silence was broken, yet not by any of the 3 currently in the room. An aged voice echoed through the halls. Finally, someone has arrived to whom I can tell my story. Chapter 77, Temple 2. Show yourself. The trio's vigilance was once again raised, but the olden voice assured them of its intentions. Fear not, children. I am but a remnant soul left in this temple, waiting patiently for someone to receive this legacy. Even with this, the 3 didn't let down their guard. Still, they gave the voice a chance to continue. The effect the depictions along the walls left on them was big enough for them to do so. The illusory form of an old man appeared out of thin air, its existence shaky and broken. When Damien looked at this old man's facial features, he immediately turned back to the painting. You are... The old man smiled. Yes, that is me at the end of that painting, or at least that was the real me. My name is Kurt Galloway, and I was once a leader of the human race. Damien was shocked. Kurt Galloway was a name he had nearly forgotten, but always stayed within the recesses of his memory. After all, if it wasn't for him, Damien would have long been dead within the dungeon. Although he couldn't be assured about the truthfulness of the old man's words, Damien did become slightly more respectful. Can you tell us why you appeared in front of us, Senior? Kurt smiled. It is quite simple, really. I just wanted to tell you a bit more about these depictions and give you a small warning about what you will face when you enter through that door. Now tell me, did you notice anything off about the paintings? Damien nodded. I noticed that the creatures in the paintings, which I assume are the Nox, are deformed grotesquely, and that form wouldn't be effective in battle. Not only that, something feels off about these events, as if they were mixed together in a way they weren't meant to be. Kurt's smile grew. Indeed, the depiction of the Nox in these paintings is subjective, but it's obvious that the artist was biased when drawing a race that wiped half of the world's population not once, but multiple times. As for your second assumption, it also tied back to what I just mentioned. The Nox's invasion on this planet didn't simply start 1,000 years ago, rather that was when it was finally ended. The very first invasion of Nox was almost 10,000 years ago. This piece of information shocked Damien and rose to their course. What kind of a time span was 10,000 years? They couldn't even fathom living for that long. I understand your doubt, but that is only a part of the lifespan a demigod is granted. The only ones who survived every era until 1,000 years ago were them. Those first scenes you see with the chaotic world full of strife was society 10,000 years ago. The following panels until the First War ended took 2,000 years to occur. I was born 3,000 years after that, and the war resumed 2,000 years after I was born. My parents were of noble lineage, so they easily achieved 4th class. During those 2,000 years, I gained strength normally, but when the Nox descended once more, they took everything I loved from me. Kurt's face twisted in rage. My family, my wife, even my infant child wasn't spared. After that, I ceaselessly pursued revenge, slaughtering the Nox until I managed to reach demigod level. It all culminated in that final panel you saw. Before the various demigods of the world hatched their schemes and sacrificed themselves, they put their power together to turn a small planet into a secret realm, and I used my spatial abilities to transport that realm onto the continent. The trio was once again shocked. It was no wonder that life thrived in the realm and intelligent species existed. It was once its own true world. Since we knew we were going to die, we put our legacies into this world. Web audio channel announcement. Thank you for listening. If you want to listen to the full series and hundreds of audiobooks similar to this, please join our Discord or join our Patreon on patreon.com/webaudio. The link will be in the description and also pinned in the comment section. Thank you. For the later generation. And to not make the general public suspicious, we allowed those fourth classes to do the same. And then it all ended. When I sacrificed myself, I split this part of my soul to reside within the secret realm, only awakening when a new generation enters. Since I had managed to leave the Nox with only a single demigod, they retreated and haven't returned until they regain their forces. It was an elaborate plan that made them assume we still had demigods alive within the world. And like that, it's been 1,000 years. Although Kurt had summarized the events that took place, the pain in his voice was all too clear. They could feel his unwillingness, but also the relief he felt when the Nox retreated. However, Kurt wasn't done. It was only after my true body had died that I learned of this, but the Nox have been proliferating through the universe for thousands of years. Their purpose is unknown, and all they do when they dock on a new planet is driving its denizens to extinction. My only hope for the three of you that have made it to this temple successfully is that you don't allow a Pyron to fall to those creatures. I'm aware that asking you to eliminate the Nox is not a task you can handle, but I hope you can at least do this small amount. Damien and Rose nodded immediately, and Zara followed after seeing their affirmation. For Damien, he owed his life to Kurt. Protecting a single world wasn't too much to ask, especially since he could escape if he was going to die. Rose was different. This world was her home, so she felt that it was only natural that she protects it. Everything she cared about was in this world. But Damien suddenly felt the need to raise a question. But why me? Kurt looked at him deeply, but he wasn't fazed by the vague question. Even if he was just a fragment of his old self, he still had enough of a connection to the secret realm to understand what Damien was asking. You see, all the legacies my true self left in the world were connected to each other, Kurt said as a ring suddenly appeared floating in midair. With the appearance of this ring, Damien felt something in his inventory buzz. It was a similar-looking obsidian black ring. Damien had taken it from the subspace in the dungeon, assuming it was a treasure, but as time passed, he had forgotten its existence. Although you are not from this world, you are someone who can be considered my successor. When it comes to spatial affinity, I always had a quirk. It was impossible for me to not pick up those young kids and teach them about the paths to developing this esoteric affinity. Besides that, why shouldn't it be you? From the way I see it, you've come from a world close to a Pyron, and unwillingly at that. The Nox is a threat to us all, so it's natural I warn you about it. Damien understood. In return for all the help he would receive from Kurt, he was to protect this world. It was like an exchange. Although it seemed selfish, Damien didn't mind it. It would be weirder if Kurt was completely magnanimous. Rose, on the other hand, was baffled. Another world? Dungeon? He came unwillingly. She couldn't make heads or tails out of the situation. Noticing this, Damien lightly grabbed her hand. I'll explain everything once this is over. Rose nodded, as there was nothing else she could do at the moment. Suddenly, Kurt's form began to waver. It looks like my time is finally running out. Children, through that door there is a third-class member of the Nox. I had trapped him when I was still in my prime and forced him into stasis until someone arrived here. Only after you kill him will you be able to reap your rewards. I hope you are able to stay true to your promises. After giving them a few more tips, Kurt's shadow faded completely, leaving them alone in an empty hall. Before Damien could collect his thoughts, Rose grabbed his collar. You have some explaining to do, bastard. Damien smiled wryly. It seemed Rose was angry he hid his origins from her. Even Zara was curious, as she had met him within the dungeon, not knowing who he was before that. So, Damien went to a corner of the hall and sat, patting the ground next to him, indicating Rose to join him. Except, she didn't. It was Zara that curled up on the spot next to him. Rose stormed up to him angrily and, without another word, sat down directly on his lap. Putting her arms around his neck for balance, she stared into his eyes, her entire aura screaming, "Go on, explain." Damien's wry smile grew. Without wasting time, he recounted his story. From his childhood when his father disappeared to meeting Elena in high school, to the world awakening when his mother fell ill, and to the point when he was thrown into the dungeon to die. From there, he sped up the pacing of his story, attempting to gloss over everything that happened in the dungeon. He succeeded for a bit, but when it got to the point where he met Zara, she intervened and told everything as it was. About running from the Wyvern, training in the subspace, Damien's fight against the Wyvern where he allowed half his body to be burnt to a crisp without flinching, and more. Zara seemed to find Damien's pain tolerance cool and heroic, so she talked about it in detail, but this made Rose realize how much Damien had downplayed the events before he met Zara. Though she wanted to know what he went through, she didn't push him. If his tolerance had reached a point where he could take grievous injuries like they were nothing, she couldn't imagine the pain he endured. Zara talked about how he was missing an arm and how he later regrew it, how they escaped to the surface, and much more. And then the story reached where they met Rose. Rose was silent, taking time to collect her thoughts. She was slightly annoyed that he had hidden such important information from her, but hearing his story, that feeling vanished. The origin of this chap's debut can be traced to Bayan novel. Meanwhile, Damien was getting increasingly anxious the more time it took for Rose to speak. He didn't know why, but the thought of her abandoning him due to his origins, even if it was irrational, made him extremely uncomfortable. After many minutes that felt like days to Damien, Rose looked back into his eyes. She could see the hint of anxiety he was trying to hide and couldn't help but smile. "Since we first met, I've never seen him anxious, and this is what gets him there?" Shaking her head slightly, Rose moved forward, once again connecting her lips with his. The difference this time was that it wasn't a kiss begging for intimacy or codependence. It was meant to assure Damien that her feelings hadn't changed. Damien could feel those emotions through her kiss. He understood what she wanted to convey. And with that, was there any other course of action? Of course not. Without even the slightest hint of hesitation, Damien kissed her back. Chapter 78, Temple 3. The two stayed still for many minutes, reveling in the taste of each other's lips before Rose decided to pull away. Rose was first to speak. "When are you going back?" "Not long after we leave the secret realm." "It's been my plan since the beginning," Damien replied. Rose stayed silent, falling into thought. It was only an entire 5 minutes later that she spoke again. "I'm coming with you." "Eh?" Damien was forced to do a double take. She was coming with him? Their relationship wasn't that deep yet, right? But Rose didn't allow him to possess too many questions. "That's right. I'm coming with you. I can see that you want to convince me otherwise, but you should know by now that it's impossible." Damien stared into her eyes for a bit before shaking his head wryly. "So, when we get outside, I have to explain to the Emperor that not only have I kissed his daughter twice, but I'm also going to be taking her to a different world? Aren't you just asking for my head?" Rose shrugged. "I'll tell him with you, so it'll probably be fine. Besides, he knows my love for adventure, so he will most likely be supportive. The origin of this chap's debut can be traced to Bayan novel." "Fine, I'll take you with me. But you have to give me a clear explanation of why you want to come after we leave this place." Rose nodded. They had already been wasting time with their drama instead of proceeding forward, and they only had around 2 months left in the secret realm. It would be foolish to continue wasting time. As the two of them stood up, Zara suddenly chimed in, "Damien, why were you guys biting each other?" Cough. Damien almost choked on air when he heard this question. Zara had no problem randomly talking about mating, but her innocence always showed when on the topic of human customs like kissing. Even though Damien knew she was the same age as him, he had trouble treating her as anything but a child. Don't worry about it. That's just something humans do when they like each other a lot. He responded, attempting to evade the question. But Zara didn't let him off easily. So when I lick your face, we are kissing too, right? At this point, Damien was only seconds away from rolling on the floor in awkwardness. Yes, you can technically call that kissing, but it's different. Don't worry, Zara, you won't have to know any of these things soon. Zara was still confused why Damien was looking so fidgety when he was talking, but she ignored it. Humans are interesting. With their small drama over, the trio finally made their way over to the ancient door at the end of the hall. It was obsidian black in color, matching Damien's ring, and contained countless intricate designs on its surface. Speaking of the ring, Damien had already put it on his right middle finger, next to his spatial ring that was on his index. It was the least he could do to show his respect for Kurt. Damien stopped in front of the door and turned towards the other two. I don't know if their strength has been hyped up or anything, but the one on the other side of that door is part of a race that used to easily wipe out humans on this planet. Rose nodded solemnly as she continued his sentence. Right, it's better to be overprepared than underprepared. Don't worry about us and open the door. Damien nodded as well and followed her wish. All it took was a slight push and the ancient door swung open, revealing the scene inside. There was a massive cavern-like room filled with artistic sculptures and designs, looking like the main hall of some royal family. The only difference was, the room was mostly empty. Only two things stood within the room. At the very back center of the hall stood a massive black obelisk that pierced towards the heavens. Even though it had most likely been over 1,000 years since its installment, it was still pristine as the day it was made. The other thing in the room stood in the very center of it all. It was a large creature around 10 feet tall, with a humanoid body and massive wings. Its skin was darker than a starless sky, while its wings took the same color, looking slightly similar to Zara's. Its body was masculine and naked from the torso up, with what looked like torn pants from the waist down. It was packed with muscles more pronounced than even the most athletic men on Earth. And finally, its face. Its face wasn't visible at first, but when the trio properly entered the room, the entire being's figure jerked. As if waking up from a previously eternal slumber, the being slowly raised its head. Its eyelid fluttered and slowly opened. Lid, not lids. The creature did not seem to possess a nose, instead having a massive cycloptic eye that took up a great portion of its face. The first thing it saw? Small humans that would be a great first meal. Its massive mouth twisted into a wide grin, which literally spanned from ear to ear, its teeth sharper than any blade. Even if it was more normal than any of the depictions from the previous haul, its head was alien enough to terrify any normal mortal. It was already in a standing position when it was put in stasis, so it stretched out its arms as if waking from a long nap. And then it finally spoke. Its grating voice caused goosebumps to involuntarily form on Damien's arms. Good. Humans. I don't know who prepared this feast for me, but I shall partake in kind. Then, it charged at the trio. Damien went left while Rose went right, with Zara melding into the shadows and disappearing. When the Nox finally attacked, it didn't manage to hit anyone. It wasn't disappointed, though. It had been many years since it had prey, so it was fine with playing the long game. As its eyes scanned the surroundings, its two arms snapped. The joints where its elbows should be had inverted, and its forearms and hands had sharpened. Its arms now looked like two scythes. The first one it decided to target was Damien since he had already charged an attack. Damien grabbed his sword and got ready to parry the oncoming creature. Boom! A loud sound was produced by the clash, but the temple was too sturdy to even rumble on impact. Boom! 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 Damien and the Nox kept flashing violently, both aiming for the kill, but Damien quickly found himself encountering a problem. When his blade struck the Nox's scythe-like arms, the impact was hard, as it should normally be. But whenever Damien changed his target and attempted to inflict true damage to the creature, something mysterious would happen. The area of the Nox's body that he struck would change, becoming ink-like in its texture. The inky substance would then stick to his blade and attempt to swallow it into the Nox's body. Their main power must be their bodies. Let's try fighting with elements now. Damien activated his vector field and immediately used his sword art. His body became illusory as he disappeared and reappeared in countless areas surrounding the Nox, sending massive spatial tears in its direction. The Nox let out a grating laugh. Keek keek keek. And then it made another wild move. Its body was suddenly cut into multiple pieces, the unused parts splashing to the floor like water. The Nox was now riddled with holes as if it was on the verge of dying, but it was still laughing madly. Every single spatial tear Damien sent in its direction passed through it without doing damage, the areas of impact having been cut from the Nox by its own two hands. As the danger passed, the inky substance on the floor flowed back into the Nox's body, filling the holes that were previously there. The Nox watched Damien with anticipation. This scene usually made its prey feel despaired and helpless, but it was bound to be disappointed. Currently, Damien only had one thought in his head. What would happen if I devoured it? It was at this time that Rose and Zara made their move. Now that its power had been gauged, the trio decided to use their full prowess to defeat it. Any mistakes would lead to an early death, which none of them wanted. Appearing at the Nox's back without any warning, Rose grinned and raised her arm. Illusory throne. The entire room faded to black, with the only things left being Damien, Rose, and the Nox. For the first time, the Nox became wary. A massive ethereal throne manifested behind Rose, and from it, hundreds if not thousands of blades emerged, flying towards the Nox. Boom! The impact was louder than any of its clashes with Damien. Cree! Oddly enough, there were no injuries on its body, but the Nox was forced to screech in pain. It attempted to charge at Rose, only to fall into the floor. It then jumped, attempting to return to its previous elevation, but it ended up moving to the right, into a small box-shaped room. Time continued to pass and the Nox was getting frustrated. Whenever it moved, it would end up in a different small room, and every direction it took was different than the one it intended. It had completely lost its bearings in the pitch-black world. The Nox once again was forced into a small room, but this one was different. Biting cold filled the room and tried to infect the Nox. Projectiles of ice randomly shot out, wanting to pierce its body. The Nox once again separated parts of itself, but this was the wrong decision. The second the inky liquid touched the ground, it was frozen at a molecular level and briskly shattered. It was the first time since the fight started that the Nox had taken damage. This cycle continued, with Rose leading the Nox randomly and forcing it into a state of confusion and Zara slowly freezing its body, injuring it. Damien could only stand by and watch incredulously as this happened. It was the first time he was useless in a fight. But he knew he had a method to help. Using space as a medium, Damien forced the molecules in the area around him to vibrate intensely, generating a superheated plasma. Then, he gathered all of this plasma into one place, preparing a final attack. If freezing it at a molecular level could break the Nox, burning it should have a similar effect. The Nox was on its last leg, its body had thinned considerably and much of the substance making up its structure had been broken off. Finally, Zara was able to freeze its legs still. "Now!" Rose shouted. "You don't have to tell me twice." Damien responded. Like a certain overpowered guy in a world where people were named after vegetables, Damien stuck his palms forward and unleashed the massive beam of plasma he had been preparing. Boom! Just the beam's movement was enough to cause the air to split. Nothing was allowed to exist within the same space as this plasma. Seeing the beam heading in its direction, the Nox screeched once more, but it was unable to move. Zara had thoroughly trapped its legs and was freezing them even as the beam approached. Without any suspense, the attack hit its target. And with only a final harrowing screech, the Nox disintegrated into nothing but particles. Chapter 79, Exiting 1. The blackness slowly faded as the large room came back into view. Both Zara and Rose were exhausted, but Damien was still doing fine. He hadn't been able to contribute much to this fight. "So this is the Nox, huh?" Damien said with a thoughtful look on his face. "They're really strong, not to mention their insane regeneration." "If Zara wasn't quick to use her ice, that battle would have been much worse," Rose responded while patting Zara. Hee. Zara only giggled at the praise, not minding much about the battle itself. "Still, we don't know how much uniqueness they have. Whether the weakness we found can be exploited or not remains to be seen." Rose nodded. This one didn't seem to use mana externally at all. And the way he maneuvered his body seemed more like a trait than a skill or anything. Only then did Damien notice. The Nox they had fought did not use skills in the slightest. This was definitely weird. Even if they were a race that only used their physical body, they'd still develop skills. With the way the Nox acted, it could be assumed that their intelligence wasn't high, similar to magic beasts who grow more intelligent as they gain strength. But if the Nox was purposefully acting that way to mislead them, it painted a whole different picture. Let's not make any assumptions after only a single fight. If we aren't cautious against a massive force like this, we'd lose our lives without even understanding how. Damien said before he remembered something. "Speaking of not understanding, what was that skill you used?" "That was badass." Damien usually abhorred calling out attack names as it sounded cringe to do so, but when Rose did it during the battle, he had to admit that it was cool. He silently considered whether he should start calling out some of his more concisely named skills when he used them. Rose beamed at the mention of her abilities before answering. "That's the new skill I got from my class change. What I used was only a small portion of its full power, but it's all I can do right now. Hopefully, I learn to do some even crazier things with time." Indeed, Rose's use of her illusory throne skill was rudimentary. It was a domain, a place where she was essentially a godlike being if she used it right. Although the effects wouldn't work on those stronger than her, even hundreds of second classes together shouldn't be able to touch her if she was using it. This was the reason that those who reached Grandmaster level control were valued higher than others. Domains were truly terrifying powers. Yet, the number of people that had reached this level of control, besides the various leaders, could be counted on one hand. While Zara and Rose rested and regained their mana, Damien decided to explore the room. It was weird how such a large room remained wholly empty besides the obelisk and the Nox. The walls and floor were constructed using a type of material Damien had never seen before, even on a Pyrrhon. It reminded him of marble, yet its integrity was leagues above such a normal mineral. After all, it withstood the aftershocks of the entire battle without even a single scratch. Finding nothing particularly interesting about the rest of the room, Damien moved to the obelisk. It also looked normal no matter how much Damien observed it, but it gave him a mysterious feeling that he couldn't quite understand. Circling the obelisk, he found that there was writing on the side, which he proceeded to recite so the girls could hear it. "For you who had slain an enemy of this world, this obelisk serves as a reward. It isn't something created by us, rather it was something already present at the peak of this mountain before we turned this world into a secret realm. We have no idea its purpose, nor are we sure where it came from. All we know is that it can provide immense benefits to those it deems worthy. After all, it was due to this obelisk that I was able to rise to the ranks of demigods with ease. I leave your rewards in fate's hands. If you are here, it means that I have approved of you. Thus, I do not doubt that you will succeed in obtaining something great. To receive what the obelisk wishes to give, all you need to do is place your hand on its surface." Damien looked back at the girls. "Well, since you guys are still recuperating, I'll go first and test if this thing really works." He stepped forward, only slightly vigilant. After all, what could a stationary object without attack power do to hurt him? But Damien didn't realize the severity of this obelisk. Lightly touching his hand to its surface, Damien felt an irresistible force entering his body. This force did an entire round through his internal body, his void physique not being able to hinder it in the slightest. Then, it simply vanished. However, it didn't go alone. The second the force left his body, Damien disappeared from the room. Zara was the first to notice. Her eyes snapped open as she felt her connection with Damien cut off. "Damien!" she yelled, but she didn't get any response. Rose wasn't doing any better. She had seen Damien suddenly vanish, but she still didn't know how it happened. With this sudden turn of events, her rational mind had long been pushed away, letting her emotions take control. Without even thinking of the consequences, Rose rushed to the obelisk and pushed her hand to its surface, attempting to reach Damien using the same method he did. And she as well felt the mysterious force. Without any suspense, Rose vanished as well. Zara tried her best to follow them, but it was futile. No matter how much she pressed on the obelisk, scratched at it, or even tried to destroy it altogether, nothing worked. Zara was thoroughly panicked. Ever since they had met in the dungeon, their mental connection had held firm. The only reason she was fine with separating from him to train was due to this mental connection. Feeling it cut off made Zara feel alone. She felt like the tragedy she suffered with her parents was happening all over again. She didn't want to lose anyone else, but she lacked the power to help. In her chaotic emotional state, Zara's bloodline surged. It was as if it was feeding on her pain. Her internal body began to wreck itself, fighting her own bloodline. Zara thrashed around. Not only was she losing Damien, she even randomly ended up in mind-numbing pain. She couldn't handle the stress anymore, and directly passed out where she stood, her body slumping to the floor. When Damien opened his eyes, he could only see pure blackness. Calling it darkness wasn't enough to justify just how empty the space around him was. Actually, as he tried to use his affinity, he couldn't even feel the existence of space around him. Not only was the concept of space absent, but he also couldn't feel his own body. It was as if his consciousness had been pulled into emptiness. It might have been seconds or it might have been years, but after a while, Damien realized that even the concept of time was missing. Damien's consciousness wandered without direction, being pulled along by waves of something he didn't understand. At some point, he even began to doubt his existence. Who am I? Where am I? It didn't take long for Damien to lose his reasoning. No matter how strong his will was, this type of situation wasn't something he could simply train himself to endure. But he didn't lose his memories. Instead, he trapped himself within them so he could maintain at least his sense of self. The debut release occurred at NOV3L, Bin. Time passed like this. Was it only a millisecond, or did thousands of years pass? Damien didn't know. As he was carried by the current, something besides emptiness entered his vision. Damien was enthralled. Any change in his current environment was something he would welcome. He didn't care about danger, or rather the concept of danger wasn't something he understood anymore. He didn't know what he was doing or how he was doing it, but Damien slowly made his way over to that source of light. What he saw was something he'd never forget no matter how long he lived. A massive river. Larger than planets and larger than galaxies, this river spanned for eternity in both directions. If one attempted to find the ends of this river, they'd most likely forfeit their egos in the process. The river was pristine blue, not in the color of water, but in the color of stars. It was entirely made up of light, or was it energy? Damien had no idea. He just stared at this river unblinkingly, entranced by its flow. Damien Void. I am Damien Void. Something about the river helped him regain his sanity. It calmed his chaotic state and brought him to something similar to enlightenment. As if this was the cue it had been waiting for, the river swirled. Scenes began to play on its ethereal surface. A man stood in front of an army. Countless hundreds of thousands of existences stood in front of him, attempting to halt his movement. The man stared at them calmly from his spot within the air. He gazed down upon them like they were ants. Lightly raising his hand, the man said a single word. Collapse. All hell broke loose. The majority of the army was wiped out in that single move, with the residual shockwaves decimating the rest. In the next scene, the man no longer needed to move. Enemies still barred his path, though less in number, their strength was unfathomable. But the man simply looked at them. Die. That was all it took. An entire planet was razed with a single word from his mouth. The man then looked in a certain direction before smiling lightly. The people around the man were confused by his sudden behavior, but they had stood by his side for many years. Damien couldn't see their faces, but he could feel their emotions. They didn't doubt the man in the slightest. Although those around the man didn't know what he was looking at, Damien did. After all, the man was staring straight at Damien. He didn't know how he knew this, but he understood that it was true. This was a feeling that stemmed from the core of his being. The man's mouth moved, and Damien swore he could hear his voice. The space-time river, huh? Sure brings back memories. That was the last thing Damien saw before everything started fading. He knew his time at the river was over, but he desperately wanted to stay. However, he no longer had control of his movement. As Damien was forced out of the emptiness, an inconspicuous part of the river detached from the rest, shooting into Damien's consciousness. The amount was smaller than even an atom, so Damien didn't even realize what happened. Even as he tried his hardest to return to the river, Damien's vision once again faded to black. Chapter 80. Exiting 2. When Rose opened her eyes, she found herself in a space filled with the color white. Nothing else was present in her surroundings. However, she didn't pay any attention to this. She had only one purpose at the moment, which was to find Damien. "Damien!" she yelled, attempting to get a reaction. But it was all for naught. After all, Damien wasn't even in the same space as her. Left with no other options, Rose attempted to move through the space and search. The origin of this chap's debut can be traced to Bayan novel. It was only then that she realized she had no conscious control over her movements. Her body was stuck in place, seemingly being forced there by some force she couldn't understand. All of a sudden, the white expanse began to unfurl like a box. First came the space above her, then the three sides. The appearance of the box itself confused Rose, since the same seemed that it expanded as far as her eye could see. Yet, only a few kilometers away from her, there were walls. With the disappearance of these walls, Rose was subject to the scenery outside. The sky was colored in rainbows. She couldn't find any other way to describe it, since most of the colors that constituted the sky couldn't be placed on the existing color spectrum. The walls of the box slowly deformed and merged with the sky, becoming clouds that floated aimlessly. The scene was enough to entrance her, causing her to forget her original purpose. She was stuck trying to comprehend the scenes around her. It was then that the floor finally began to move. Subconsciously, Rose attempted to use her mana to fly, but found she was unable to do so. The fear of falling into the unknown gnawed at the back of her mind, but wasn't able to completely snap her out of her trance. It did, however, make her look down at the floor that was folding in on itself like a piece of paper being folded over and over. Unlike paper, though, the floor continued to fold infinitely, becoming a speck of dust that floated with the wind and joined the clouds. For some reason, Rose's entire perception was focused on the speck, rather than paying attention to what was below her. This entire time, she was unable to formulate a coherent thought. Her mind was jumbled, but the scenes of the walls becoming clouds, of the infinite expanse becoming a box, of the floor becoming a speck of dust, and of the incomprehensible skies resulted in an influx of insights entering her mind. In her current state, this only served to further confuse her. Finally, Rose ended up looking below her. Boom! It was as if an explosion went off in her mind. The chaotic thoughts cleared themselves as she gazed upon a mystical scene. There was no ground, as the area below her descended into a harrowing abyss, but she didn't focus on that. Rather, her focus was on the massive golden rivers that danced through the void. These swirling golden rivers all connected in the middle and formed an expansive sea that flowed to eternity. Waterfalls made of this gold were present everywhere, dyeing the atmosphere in their color. Rose's eyes throbbed intensely. She could see a river flowing behind her, connecting to her eyes like a karmic thread, yet it wasn't that. She truly didn't understand what was happening. Her eyes continued to throb. Gazing into the sea of gold, various scenes flashed before Rose's eyes. A mother birthing a child, only for it to be stillborn, a homeless man begging on the street, being ignored by the many pedestrians that passed and many more. Everything seemed random to her. She tried her best to find a connection or even a similarity between the scenes entering her mind, but she couldn't. At least, at first she couldn't. Slowly but surely, Rose began to piece the images together. The mother of that child framing an innocent man in a bid to steal his money and resorting to drugs to cope with her emotions, that homeless man betraying and killing a good friend to satisfy his vices and running away from his sins. Rose began to see scenes of people doing good and bad, committing actions that fell within a gray area, and many more. However, they all sowed karma. Each action of these people resulted in a reaction further in their lives. She felt that if she wanted to, she could change a single action these people took and cause a butterfly effect that changed the course of their entire lives. The throbbing in her eyes grew to its peak, forcing her to shut them. The golden glow they shone with infused into their very being, forcing an evolution onto her. Her ruby eyes began to morph. Although they stayed mostly the same color, her trait imposed onto them, becoming her true eyes. Before, she could switch between the two as she pleased, but it looked like that was no longer an option. Before she even understood what had just taken place, Rose felt a mysterious force rejecting her from the dimension she was currently in. As she tried to take in every single detail of the realm one last time, Rose's vision faded to black. The final month of the secret realm was almost over, with only a single day left until the participants returned to the continent. Knowing this, everyone was doing their best to maximize their gains. Within that eerie forest, the dark horse of the tournament was riding a skeletal horse, looking at a new legion of undead he had built with a satisfied smile on his face. In another region, Ethan stood proudly among a group of 8-foot-tall men whose bodies were covered in scars and tattoos. Under his foot was one of their kin, but none of the men seemed to mind. Instead, they roared with laughter and excitement as they celebrated the warrior in front of them. Meanwhile, on God's Park Mountain, Zara was rampaging through the peak layer. She had woken up half a month after she fell into the coma, but she was still drowning in sorrow. However, every fiber of her being refused to accept that something bad happened to Damien. There hadn't been a single time since they met that he met with a problem he didn't solve with confidence. Betting on this assumption, Zara prioritized strength. Her thoughts were still largely innocent, but there was a certain part of her that was forced into reality. I will never allow this type of thing to happen again. This was the thought in her head. When her parents died, she was powerless, and now when something mysterious happened to Damien, she was powerless. She didn't care how long it took or what means she used to accomplish it. All she desired was strength. And her bloodline reveled in this emotion. It fueled her determination even further and allowed her to return to her most basic bestial instinct. To kill, to eat, and to evolve. So this was what Zara had been doing. She was gaining strength in the most primitive way possible in hopes that she would never be useless again. And after an entire month of waiting, Zara's expectations paid off. In the middle of her hunt, she had sensed her mental connection with Damien return as if nothing had happened. Although he seemed to be disoriented, she could tell that he was completely fine. Disregarding everything else, Zara charged directly up the mountain to reunite with him again. When Damien woke up, he had no idea where he was. His mind was a mess of jumbled memories. Slowly, he regained his bearings, only to distance himself from the monolith as fast as he could. He couldn't remember much of what happened, but the scenes he did remember terrified him. He recalled floating through emptiness for what felt like years. He remembered the struggle he had retaining his ego, but everything else was a blur. He had faint memories of the majestic river he saw. After all, how could he forget such a sight? Even with his hazy recollection, he still marveled at the scene. The final thing he remembered was just a flash, but he couldn't shake the feeling that it was extremely important. It was the figure of a man. Although he couldn't make out the man's features, he heard the words he said. Space-time river. Next to Damien, Rose was going through a similar situation. She remembered the incomprehensible scenery that surrounded her, and she remembered the seas of gold, but the visions she saw within that sea were hazy and mostly eluded her. When the two of them noticed each other, they immediately embraced. Rose clung to Damien as if he would die tomorrow, while Damien wasn't doing any better. Their experiences differed dramatically, but were equally impactful to them. They sought comfort in each other's arms. At this time, a huge black shadow arrived above them and tackled them to the ground. Zara almost strangled Damien with how tight she pinned him down while she continuously licked his face. If one looked closely, one could see the tears that stained her fur. The three of them stayed within the temple for the next few days, enjoying the fact that they were reunited. After all the twists and turns they'd encountered since arriving, they were in dire need of rest. In this time, neither Damien nor Rose had checked their statuses to review any changes from their experiences, as they had made a prior agreement. What happened to them may have been confusing and slightly traumatic, but they both received an immense influx of insights and comprehension when they returned to the temple. They knew there'd be immense benefits waiting for them to explore. And since they decided to rest, checking their status would only be detrimental. Seeing the changes or revisions there would fuel their desire to train. And like that, the final days within the secret realm passed swiftly. The trio stood before the ancient temple that had provided them more benefits than anything else with complicated emotions. It was a mixture of gratitude and grudge, but in the end, they still bowed to show respect. The tokens they were given before their entrance began vibrating as the light of spatial fluctuations covered them, leading them back to the continent from which they came. Chapter 81 Exiting 3. Boom. When Damien felt his feet once again touch the flat ground, he wasn't excited nor was he wary. He was simply overwhelmed by the sensory input he was receiving. Through every pore in his skin, every nerve in his body, and even the veins of his mana circuit, Damien felt an influx of energy that he couldn't place his finger on. His entire body was shining with blinding blue light as he was involuntarily lifted off the ground. And slowly, he felt what was truly happening. Starlight. This was the change he had missed within the secret realm due to its lack of stars. He only felt the burn of the sun and the freezing of the moon, but even those were faint since the celestial bodies weren't complete. Now that he was back in the real world, he felt a connection with every single star and celestial body in his general vicinity. He now understood why the class was called Celestial instead of Star Master or something. Even the planet he was currently in wasn't spared from this connection. As Damien was basking in the overflow of sensations he felt, a connection even stronger than the rest started forming. The tidal wave of energy this connection was attempting to give him almost pushed away that of all the other stars combined. After all, it was the celestial body he had the strongest ties to. It was Earth. After 3.5 years away from home, he'd finally received an unshakable understanding of its position. Although on the cosmic scale, Earth could be considered close to a Pyrrhon, it wasn't anywhere near that in reality. Damien realized how little mana he had when compared to the distance, berating himself for even entertaining the thought of teleporting home. But now, that wasn't a foolish thought anymore. Damien felt that if he used his connection to Earth, the mana cost to return there would be severely cut. Without any further thought, Damien took out his stat boost potion and consumed it. He moved its essence towards his intelligence stat. The intelligence stat wasn't simply there to increase reaction time and control over the body, nor was it simply a measure of increased computing power. While these were auxiliary functions of the stat, it also affected how much mana one could hold in their body. Damien was slightly different since he had many other facets that increase his mana capacity, but this was still applicable to him. Even if the boost from the potion was small, it was still something useful for him. The starlight surrounding Damien slowly faded, making him conscious of his surroundings. Only then did he notice the countless stares headed in his direction. Rose and Zara were both next to him with their eyes wide and mouth slightly agape, but they had traveled with him long enough to know he was fine. He had told them about the contents of his class change when he became a Celestial. The other reactions were much more exaggerated. There were 38 people around them, with 9 seemingly either being stuck in the secret realm or dying. Most of them had either terror or a downcast look on their faces. After all, they were extremely arrogant about their gains before they returned to the real world, but the first thing they saw was others around them with the aura of a third class. And it wasn't just Damien. Rose next to him had this aura, and 2 others did as well. Naturally, it was Ethan and the Dark Horse. Ignoring everyone else, these 2 headed in Damien's direction. "Ha ha ha, it seems like you're still slightly ahead of me, friend," Ethan said as he initiated a strong bear hug with Damien. Damien wasn't really a shy person, especially with friends, so he returned in kind. Except, he put a little extra strength into his hold. Feeling this, Ethan did the same, and before they could get into a full-on competition, Rose slapped Damien on his back. "Wow, you 2 are so close." Ever considered getting even closer? Looking at each other, Damien and Ethan shuddered. They knew what she meant, but they wished they didn't. Quickly pushing each other away, they ended their greeting with a handshake. The Dark Horse also greeted them, and it was only now that they learned his name. He was Matthew Ariel. However, due to his cold and distant demeanor, they weren't able to find out where he came from. The reason they associated was simply due to them all being similar levels of talent and rivals. The debut release occurred at NOV3L, Bin. They then started sharing the stories of what they found in the secret realm. Damien and Rose went first, speaking about God's Park Mountain and the legacy tombs they found. They did, however, choose to leave out some details, especially of the ancient temple, which they described as a second legacy tomb. Ethan's eyes sparkled. "You guys made it almost all the way up God's Park Mountain? Nice." Then he began recounting his own experience. Ethan remained in the lava-filled environment for a good 3 months before he decided to leave. During that time, he simply trained and mastered his fire control. He hadn't put much focus on it before, but after fighting Damien, he changed his approach. After that, he decided to leave, but this was where his story got interesting. On his way, he was confronted by a group of massive men, who he later learned to be the barbarian race they were told to avoid. Being a musclehead, though, Ethan didn't care about this and simply saw them as opponents to face. He sparred with some of their members, beating them in a purely physical contest before they invited him to their village. From there, he spent 3 months living as their brother. He would hunt with them, celebrate with them, and even got a few of their signature tattoos in tribute to them, which he then showed off to Damien with a proud look on his face. They took him to a legacy tomb which they had enshrined as a place for people to take their rite of passage, as they called it, and allowed him to clear it. He used the rewards he gained along with the hunting he did to swiftly reach 3rd class. Ethan's story was relatively calm, even with him becoming friends with a random warring race that held completely different customs from those outside. Next was Matthew, but he didn't say much. He simply told them how he landed in a dark, eerie forest filled with undead creatures. He then told them he had found a legacy tomb and cleared it, obtaining an inheritance. The other 3 nodded. They could feel a slightly ghastly aura radiating from Matthew that he didn't possess before they entered, and they now had an explanation for it. As they spoke, they remained in the same place, but all the other geniuses had already begun making their way back to their respective homes. The leaders of the various nations had already returned, and they were the only ones present in the vast plain. And now, the 4 would have to go separate ways. "Don't worry, bro. I'll be coming to the Beast Domain at some point soon, so we'll meet again then. Let's properly brawl it out at that time," Damien said as he gave Ethan a fist bump. Ethan didn't really know the concept of fist bumping but went with it anyway. "All right. You don't have to rush, though. It'd be embarrassing if you rushed over just to get your ass handed to you." After a bit more banter, they parted ways. Matthew had also left to wherever he had come from. The only ones left in the plane were Damien, Rose, and Zara. "So, ready to go meet your father-in-law?" Rose suddenly said. Damien's face went whiter than a sheet of paper as he robotically turned his head to face her. "I'm sorry, I don't think I heard you right. Can you repeat what you just said?" Rose smiled mischievously. Your father-in-law, of course. What? Did you think you could just have a casual relationship with the princess of the Adelaire Empire? Ha, ha ha, Damien forced out a laugh. And then, he ran. If you can't catch me, I don't have to get married. Ha ha ha. Rose's face burned red in annoyance. If you don't want to marry me so much, why don't you just say it? She then sprinted after him. Only Zara was left, confused at what just happened. But with the thought that the two were playing around, Zara also got excited and ran after them. Wait for me. Damien was in the front, still running at full speed, but unlike his outward appearance, his mind was calm. Truthfully, he already knew that agreeing to be with Rose was essentially guaranteeing they would get married. He had been in this world long enough to understand that dating culture wasn't as open-minded as Earth, and most people would only have one partner in their entire lives unless, of course, they had a harem. At first, he hesitated at the thought of getting married. He was young and had his whole life ahead of him. But as time passed, his hesitation lessened. This was especially true after the Legacy Tomb trial when Damien started considering a harem. He realized that, even if she was his wife, it was only a vow to stay together till the ends of time. There were no legal documents, taxes, or prenuptial agreements like Earth. They would still only be dating currently, but he had to at least become her fiancé, simply to show his sincerity. Damien stopped running at full speed, allowing Rose to catch up. Then, before she could even speak, he beat her to it. So, aren't you going to tell me about my future father-in-law? Or are you going to make your hubby go into this meeting blind? Rose blushed, but still smiled widely. Even if he was being sarcastic in the latter parts of his sentence, she could tell that he had accepted the rest. So, Rose gave him a not-so-brief overview of her father's personality as the trio made their way to Aurora. Chapter 82 Meeting 1. It wouldn't take long for the trio to reach Aurora with their current speed. Actually, they could have reached faster if Damien just warped them there, but since their current conversation was important, they opted to just fly Zara's back. Rose gave Damien a proper explanation of not only her father's personality, but also her own past. Damien listened intently, and after hearing the story of what happened to her mother, he doubted whether he could actually deal with multiple women or not. Since they had time right now, Damien decided to have this conversation with Rose as well as solidify their relationship. After their second kiss, they had basically already gotten together, but they never said anything to confirm it. The first confirmation was the matter Rose said about her father. And the conversation wasn't really anything special. With how they had both already known each other's feelings for a long time, it ended as soon as it began. Its only purpose was to serve as verbal confirmation. While Damien was hesitating about how to bring up the other issue, Rose did it for him. Also, I don't mind if you have multiple women in the future. I know my mother died in the schemes that come from a large harem, so I'll make sure to limit yours so it doesn't get out of hand. While Damien was staring at her with his eyes and mouth wide, Rose continued with a grin. I'll always be the first wife anyway. Plus, I already know you like that girl you told me about from Earth. But don't expect me to just silently watch you get with her. Damien didn't have any words, silently nodding to show his agreement before he began absent-mindedly staring at nothing. It took a few hours for him to calm down, but he finally remembered that he had to check his status. Status. Damien Void. Half-human/half-beast. Male, age 20. Level 100, Celestial. Experience value, 0/150, 000. Titles, Bearer of the Void Physique Evolver. Affinities, Space. Physique, Void Physique. Magic Power, 18,000. STR, 375. AGI, 380. Def, 370. Int, 400. Dex, 380. Skills, Warp Level 10. Dimensional Magic Level 1. High-Level Regeneration Level Max. Void Sword Art Level 3. Mana Sense Level Max. Devour Level 5. Vector Control Level 8. Lightning Magic Level Max. Inventory. Traits, Shock Absorption. All-Seeing Eyes Level 4. Dragon's Breath. Anunta Matrix. Damien didn't really understand what was going on in his status window. The stat boost he received could be explained by the baptism of starlight he received, but his affinities section was incomprehensible. Trying to send his senses into that area of his body where he figured his affinities were located, he felt much more there than his spatial affinity. For one, his lightning wasn't actually gone. He could still feel it, and he could still wield lightning attribute power. However, he felt that something had changed about it. No, it was like his lightning attribute had become a part of something greater. Although it wasn't an explanation for the question marks that replaced it, at least he had some sort of lead on what happened. It was the second set of question marks that left him baffled. The energy he associated with this question mark seemed to not exist at all, but he could still feel it within him. It felt familiar, but he was sure he'd never come in touch with it before. This wasn't something he could understand in a short amount of time. He instinctively knew that he would have to take a long period of gathering insights to understand what the new affinity was. While he was ruminating over the changes in his status, the trio had finally arrived at Aurora. Seeing the bustling capital city again reminded Damien of when he had first arrived in this world and become an adventurer. The difference between those two times was immense, though. The short year and a half he had spent on Apeiron was filled with action. Last time, he could only cover at most half of the massive city with his awareness, but now the entire city was clearly portrayed before him with ease. He felt that if he wanted, he could destroy even half of this city if he tried hard enough, though he had no reason to do so. Reaching the city entrance, Zara landed on the ground and shrunk. With Rose already disguised before they even left the secret realm, the trio simply walked into the city like any normal group of people. The meeting with the Emperor would be a pretty serious event, and neither of them knew what its outcome would be, so they decided to spend some time enjoying the city before they went to the palace. They walked around peacefully and enjoyed the sights, having a miniature date as the sun began to set. When night fell, the trio went to Damien's old house and stayed there. He had never sold it when he left since he felt it was useful to have, so it was still in its regular condition. Damien went to his old room and took a quick shower before hopping into bed. Tomorrow is going to be a long day. Not just that, but I get the feeling that there is going to be a lot of long days in the future. My return to Earth is imminent. I can already feel that if I wanted, I could warp there right now. Though, warp doesn't seem like the right word. Damien felt that there was a subtle change in his warp skill. When he was teleporting to places within a normal distance limit, it'd stay the same, but if he wanted to go longer distances, he felt that his entrance would be much more extravagant. The debut release occurred at NOV3L, Bin. This was another reason why he chose not to warp to the capital. He knew that his dimensional magic takes some time to get used to. Even if he didn't learn anything new, he at least had to understand the changes to his current moveset. Damien lay on the bed, relaxing as he thought through his future plans when he noticed his room door open. Realizing the situation, he got the urge to sigh, but he simply closed his eyes and pretended to sleep. Rose didn't know what she was doing or why she was doing it, but everything in her body screamed for her to enter Damien's room tonight. It wasn't even her eyes that did this, maybe it was just her emotions overwhelming her. Rose was wearing nothing but a lacy nightdress, making this venture even more risque than it previously would have been, but she hardened her will and powered through. Silently entering the room, Rose climbed into bed with Damien, attempting to gauge his reaction, but she was saddened when there wasn't any. Just as she thought to silently escape the room, she felt a strong pull and fell back to the bed. Don't be so hasty to leave. So why did our little princess decide to enter a single man's room in the middle of the night? Damien teased in a low voice. Rose immediately blushed when her actions were called out. Even she herself was confused, so how could she explain it to him? But Damien was pretty clear on the reason. After all, it was a pretty normal thing. He brought her close and let her lay down on his chest. Listen, I know you're nervous that I have to go meet your dad tomorrow, but there's no need for drastic actions. Didn't we already solidify our relationship on the way here? Even if he doesn't accept, I'll do everything I can to make him change his mind. Rose slightly calmed down as she listened to Damien's steady heartbeat and soothing words. Indeed, she was extremely nervous about letting Damien meet with her dad. Besides the fact that her dad was already strict about her relationships, he didn't even know Damien's background. She figured that he would immediately condemn their relationship. So, she came here to give Damien something that couldn't be taken back. If their relationship had progressed to that level, the Emperor would be more forced to accept them, but Damien didn't want to take her in this way. He had never fancied himself a romantic, but he kept taking actions that indicated otherwise. Maybe it was more due to the fact that he wanted to take their relationship slow, but that didn't change the fact that these small actions of consideration made Rose fall deeper for him with every passing day. It had only been a year since they had been consistently interacting, so it wasn't clear whether the emotion was love quite yet, but it was infinitely close to reaching that point. As she lay in the peaceful atmosphere with Damien lightly stroking her back, Rose ended up falling asleep. Her worries had been lifted enough to allow her to do so. Damien stayed up for a bit longer, deep in thought about various matters, but he soon followed. The duo slept peacefully until the next morning when it was finally time for the fateful meeting. Chapter 83 Meeting 2. The Imperial Palace was situated on a massive hill directly in the middle of Aurora, and with its size, it was visible even from tens of kilometers away. Rose led Damien through the high-class neighborhoods that made up the hill before arriving at the gates to the palace. "Your Highness," the guards immediately bowed when they saw her. When they got close enough to the palace, Rose had already taken off her disguise. She simply nodded at the guards and entered the palace with Damien at her side. The palace was designed similarly to the many smaller variants Damien had seen during his time on Apiron. From the temple to the legacy tomb, they all had a similar structure. Upon entry, the first thing one would see was a massive hall leading to a singular set of pristine white double doors. The sides of this hall were decorated with various ornaments and aesthetics, and besides these, there were countless smaller doors leading elsewhere. These were the routes one could take to the inner palace. But at the moment, there was no need to use these doors. Rose was making a beeline for the throne hall without paying attention to anything else. She wanted to get the meeting with her father over as soon as possible so they could go back to minding their own business. When she knocked on the doors, she was met with silence before a deep voice rang out. "Enter." The doors swung open on their own and the scene inside was revealed. Similar to the previous hall, this one was also decorated majestically, but the carpets and decorations that lined its interior seemed to all focus on accentuating a single location. That was, of course, the throne located at the end of the hall. There were seats lined up for ministers and others who would seek an audience for the emperor along the sides of the hall and two thrones at its end. Yet, only one of them was occupied. The other one had stayed empty for around a decade now. It was the throne where Rose's mother used to sit. On the occupied throne sat a lone man with short pink hair and piercing ruby eyes. If the storm of magic power that surrounded Malcolm could be considered a sea of blood, the one around the Emperor was more like a raging tornado. His cold gaze scanned the two, warming slightly only when he looked at Rose. "Father, I have returned," Rose said with a curt bow. The Emperor nodded as he looked at the only other person in the room. Yet, this person didn't seem to have any indication of lowering himself. If this was a normal meeting with the Emperor, he might have swallowed his pride and showed respect, but it wasn't. He needed to show his future father-in-law that he wasn't someone to be looked down on. "Good afternoon, Senior." The Emperor continued to scan Damien with his indifferent gaze before once again looking over at Rose. It was at this point she realized he already knew what they came here for. "Father, Enough. Leave for now and let me speak with him alone." Rose hesitated, but when Damien also lightly nodded at her, she reluctantly left the room. Damien and the Emperor stared at each other in silence for a few minutes before one of them decided to speak. "What did you do to my daughter?" "HM? If anything, you should be asking what your daughter did to me." The Emperor's eyes became sharp as he disappeared from his throne. Damien also took out his sword. Fist met metal and a resounding clap rang through the throne hall. The Emperor stayed still, but Damien was thrown back towards the door. But he didn't allow himself to stay in such a vulnerable position. He teleported a few meters behind the Emperor, carrying his velocity through the spatial layers and recycling the force from the Emperor's previous punch to strike him. Molecules were forced into vibration and lightning crackled in the vicinity before tens of plasma beams also shot towards the Emperor. And on top of it all, Void Sword Art third step, spatial collapse. Damien directly used his strongest move. He was painfully aware that he couldn't stack up to a fourth class, so he decided to use everything he had in the first exchange. The Emperor stood still and watched calmly as the barrage of different attacks headed his way. When the beams of plasma and lightning neared him, he sliced his arm down at a speed Damien couldn't follow. The air around the Emperor ripped in half, causing space to tear. Every single one of those beams was swallowed by the spatial crack that formed. It was then that space began to distort and twist, but how could someone who could rip apart space itself be trapped within its collapse? The Emperor used the same method to destroy the spatial collapse. Damien immediately teleported away. His face was twisted into a frown. This was the first time he had ever faced someone who could affect space, leaving him at a disadvantage. His eyes shined as he learned about a weakness he wasn't aware of. If it was a couple of months ago, he would have been completely helpless already, but he had gained an entirely new arsenal of moves recently. Concentrating on one of the many ethereal connections he had gained, he manifested a flame on his palm. The Emperor finally had a reaction when he saw the flame on Damien's palm. His brow raised and he looked on with interest, seemingly curious about Damien's next move. Sadly, this was a power Damien only recently gained and didn't have time to experiment with yet, so he could only use it in its most rudimentary form, a fireball. He simply threw the fireball at the Emperor, who captured it in a ball seemingly made entirely of the surrounding air and observed it. This power is interesting. It seems to come from the sun itself, but it is also not technically borrowed power. Looking back at Damien, the Emperor nodded. Let's stop here for now. Damien also nodded. He wasn't able to do even the slightest bit of damage, but this was expected. No matter how short it was, he was still glad he got the opportunity to spar with someone this much stronger than him. He also got to see how different the various beings at fourth class were. While Malcolm couldn't tear space like the Emperor, the destruction he caused was more lethal. He couldn't help but wonder which of them would win in a fight. Let's get to the most important matter first. Tell me which world you came from and what purpose you arrived here to achieve. Keep in mind that trying to lie in front of me will result in instant death. Damien nodded. He wasn't surprised by the question nor the fact that he wouldn't be able to lie. The class difference was expansive to the point where even the smallest actions Damien took could be observed by the Emperor precisely. So, Damien told the Emperor about Earth and how it had only recently been introduced to mana, how he ended up trapped in a dungeon, and how he arrived on the surface. The Emperor listened with a passive expression, but inwardly he was feeling complicated. He saw no lies in Damien's words, but that made things more confusing. How can a beginner world produce a talent that can rival even my daughter? It had to be known that it had been tens of thousands of years since a Pyron was introduced to mana. Those born in this world would naturally have better talent than those in new worlds until a few generations passed. Not to mention the fact that the Adelaire royal family was the progeny of two demigods, which further elevated their talent. The Emperor stayed silent. He had seen the close relationship between the two kids long before they had actually gotten together, even back when they first met. He had been evaluating Damien ever since then. And no matter how he tried to look for faults, he couldn't find anything to warrant rejecting Damien's relationship with his daughter. He was talented enough to not burden her, his character was outstanding, and he never seemed to move based on his lust, and his decision-making was good enough to pass. Though Damien had plenty of flaws, they were things that could be fixed with time. He was still young, after all. The Emperor's only qualm was Damien's background, but even that didn't seem to be an issue. He was smarter than to be hostile to every other worlder simply because of the Nox. Especially when the other world had the potential to birth talents like Damien, even while it was in its infancy. Sai, I will not stand in the way of your relationship with my daughter, but there are certain things you must do in order to keep that relationship. I will speak to you about that when she returns to the room. Damien smiled brightly, but realized there was another topic he had to bring up. Senior, we need to talk about the Nox. Chapter 84 Meeting 3. The Emperor's eyes became serious as Damien narrated his and Rose's experience within the temple. Although he already knew the story from his ancestral teachings, he had never seen the Nox in person. He was born 500 years ago when the demigods of Apiron had all died out. Hearing Damien's description of the Nox, he fell into thought. Damien had long decided to share this information with Rose's father. From her explanation yesterday, he gathered that although he was soft on her, he was a shrewd individual and a cunning old fox when it came to politics. He was also someone that genuinely cared for the well-being of his empire. Someone with this type of personality was someone Damien wanted to build a solid relationship with. If he was most lacking in a single area, it would be politics. He hated all the tricks and schemes that came with it and the mental battles that were fought. He'd much rather take to the front lines and allow someone else to deal with political nonsense for him. But he knew he needed to become more cunning. He figured he'd just learn as time passed, but maybe he could gather a few tricks from the Emperor. The Emperor slowly collected his thoughts before nodding. Let me worry about this for now. You and Rose are young, so you should gain strength in preparation for the inevitable war. Damien agreed. As they wrapped up their conversation, the Emperor called Rose back into the room. Father, Rose said with anxiety evident on her face. Seeing her like this made the Emperor slightly drop his indifferent facade. She was the type who always charged into danger without worry for the consequences, and now she was looking at him like a little girl again. He couldn't help but be reminded of fond memories from her childhood. Even though he didn't have much time to raise her properly, he did his best to be a good father. It's a rare occasion to see you flustered like this, he teased before getting a sudden idea. He made a quick signal to Damien before continuing. And Damien naturally understood what the Emperor wanted to do. It was just surprising that he would suddenly have a complete switch in the serious persona he had been projecting this entire time. I will not approve of this relationship. He is not worthy of you, the Emperor said, his indifference returning. When Rose looked over at Damien, she saw the pained look on his face. When he saw her watching him, he seemingly averted his eyes in shame. Rose began panicking. This wasn't how she imagined things to go. After all, the two of them had very similar personalities at the core. Did they fight? Was there a disagreement? Seeing her get so flustered made it impossible to stay in character. Basically, at the same time, both the Emperor and Damien broke out into raucous laughter. Rose's gaze switched between the two of them as her confusion slowly turned into anger. Why you? Since she couldn't do anything about her father, she went straight for Damien. You'll pay for this. Damien gave a light smile towards the Emperor before running out of the throne hall, followed by an angry Rose. The Emperor stared at their receding backs with a slight smile on his face. They truly reminded him of his relationship with his first wife, Rose's mother. Thinking of her only brought pain and longing to his heart. He had long since killed the ones responsible for her death, and he had made sure to do it with his own hands, but he felt it wasn't enough to avenge her. The only reason he didn't continue his rampage and eradicate the families that were implicated was due to the nature of Rose's mother. She was a kind woman who didn't like to find fault in anyone. If she knew what he had done, she would never forgive him. Sighing, he disappeared from the room. When his figure reappeared, he was in a certain room in the castle. In front of him were a small bed, a tea table, and a garden that didn't lose its luster even in the 10 years since its owner had passed. He walked forward to the grave that was made in the middle of this room. It was where she had asked to be buried when she died, so he had followed her wish. Agata, sometimes it's surprising just how accurate your predictions could be. Not only did our daughter grow powerful, but that person also arrived. He's just a young man that our daughter has fallen in love with, but his entrance into her life has already begun to change her destiny. Do you know that she's already a third class? And from her aura, she is much stronger than those at her level. Yet, that boy is even stronger than her. The Emperor let out a slight chuckle. He faced me fearlessly even with our level difference, and even Malcolm told me of how the boy did the same when he was only at second class. Although it still hurts to give our daughter away to that kid, I will follow her and your will. You never let me astray before, and I refuse to believe you'd do it now. The main reason he didn't have a problem with Damien and Rose's relationship was that he already knew it would happen before they even met. His first wife had predicted it all. After all, how could eyes like Rose's just randomly show up? She had inherited it from her mother, though she wasn't aware of this. The Emperor stayed within this room for a bit longer before he once again vanished from his place. Meanwhile, Damien and Rose had already finished their small game of tag and were happily chatting within the palace. Let's stay here for a few more months before we head back, Damien said. I learned about many of my weaknesses earlier, and I'd like to take some time to fix them and experiment with my new power. Rose nodded. She needed to get used to the gains she received from the obelisk as well. Although there weren't as many clear changes in her status as with Damien, there were more intrinsic changes that she felt she needed to tap into. Not to mention that she also had a set of question marks in the affinity section of her status. And so, the two of them began to train diligently. Damien focused mainly on his lightning, trying to get more use out of it than he previously could, while also experimenting with his new powers. The power of starlight was extremely unique, and Damien wanted to learn how to efficiently use it without draining all of his mana. Not only that, he wanted to be able to cast his skills and spells instantly, rather than needing to concentrate as he did previously. Every second wasted in battle could lead to his potential death. He had only tried to use Sunfire so far, not experimenting with any other uses of starlight. So, he needed a good amount of time to learn. Rose was similar. She had gained many insights into both illusion and wind, but she focused more on her illusions. She had gained tomes containing years of research of the creator of the Legacy Tomb, but had yet to dive into this knowledge. She spent her time assimilating this new knowledge and turning it into her own, gaining insights on improving her illusions. Besides the tomes, she also spent time learning to properly use her new illusory throne skill. If she could raise her illusions to Grandmaster level control while already having an understanding of how to use her domain, she could empower this skill by leagues. Zara, who was feeling a bit like a third wheel to these two, had made her way to the Helia Forest to train within the beast domain. Although she was most comfortable by Damien's side, she knew her priorities. Not to mention that the two's mental connection would still be active, so she didn't need to be worried. The origin of this chap's debut can be traced to by a novel. Damien currently stood in the middle of an open field as he tested a move he'd been wanting to create ever since he gained a spatial affinity. It was a badass move that he had always wanted to try. Closing his eyes and concentrating, Damien felt the makeup of the atmosphere and outer space that was past it. He felt the large number of celestial bodies that existed within that expansive darkness. And then, he pulled. He knew exactly what he was doing and did it with all his power. And the result? A massive crater tens of kilometers both wide and deep was formed. Damien smiled like a fool seeing this. The devastation was leagues above what he'd been able to do with his previous power level, and he was extremely proud of himself. Damien quickly closed his eyes as he tried to do it once more. He needed to perfect this move before his return. And like that, 6 more months passed. Damien, Rose, and Zara stood in the middle of a massive clearing far away from any civilization. They had already talked with the Emperor and gotten his consent for their plans, so they moved without pause. Staring at the expansive sky above him, Damien let out a heavy sigh. It's been 4 years. It's finally time to return home. Feeling his emotions, Rose and Zara came close and showered him with warmth. Lightly smiling, he raised his hand. The ground in front of the trio twisted and warped. A massive portal was in the process of forming. Chapter 85 Memories 1. Earth, 2055. It had been 10 years since Earth had awakened to mana, and civilization had changed to the point where it would be unrecognizable by those of the previous era. Mana had led to the advent of many new technologies and products that both advanced everyday living and the race as a whole. The first 5 or so years were spent acclimating to the new world, but the latter 5 were filled with development. Humanity was a race that was always quick to learn and develop once they had gotten a grasp on their situation. Their biggest strength was to adapt. And adapt they did. Many futuristic things one would only imagine to be in sci-fi movies were normalized in the past 5 years. Even flying cars had been invented, though they were only available for purchase to the highest echelon of society, being difficult to produce. Besides technology, society had also made massive developments, though whether these were good or bad were unknown. Earth had become one with its imagination. When second class started to become more common, many organizations popped up with various purposes. But order needed to be maintained. Going with a concept they already knew, humanity split into a world filled with heroes and villains. 3 years ago, a mysterious phenomenon occurred. A bright light enveloped the entire planet, momentarily blinding its people. The source of this light and its implications were unknown at the time, but many strange individuals began appearing out of the woodworks. Although their numbers were only in the tens, these individuals possessed strength that surpassed those of anyone on the planet. These were the people who now ran the organizations in charge of heroes and villains. Their true purpose was unknown, but it was clear that there were 2 sides among these people. The ones who led the heroes had a righteous air, seemingly disdaining any lowly action, while the ones who led the villains always carried greed in their eyes, succumbing to their desires. The diametrically opposed individuals began gathering forces and humanity was split between them. It was unknown who they were or where they came from, but people didn't care. The common populace wanted order, which the Hero Association, titled Asgard, was providing them. Meanwhile, those who desired chaos or desired sin drifted towards the villain society, Nibelheim. Heroes and villains were at constant war with each other, but on the surface, the world remained peaceful. Gates continued to generate and heroes took care of them, earning the worship of the people. Meanwhile, villains either acted as petty criminals or attempted to make grand schemes. Power was obtained easily through massacre, and it got to people's heads. They proclaimed themselves gods and did as they pleased, at least until they were caught. But as mentioned before, leveling required death. There was no righteous message about how killing was bad or how villains should be captured. That would be pure idiocy. Any villain that was caught would be killed where they stood, and any hero unfortunate enough to meet someone more powerful than them would die a meaningless death. Even the previously standing guild association had been swallowed in this conflict, becoming one with Asgard. Those that didn't agree with Asgard's ruling either quit entirely or joined Nibelheim. It was currently August. The winds ushered in the fall season and leaves began to brown. A certain blue-haired girl walked through a park and admired the scenery. Elena had been spending most of her time in Gates for the last 4 years, only seeing the changes of society when she took breaks like she was doing now. She had no idea how things progressed this way so suddenly, but she knew it was suspicious. However, she was no hero, nor was she a villain. She simply gained strength in secret while living an average life in public. If she ever saw someone acting up or killing civilians, she wouldn't stand by and do nothing, but she didn't make an active effort to save people. It had been 4 years since Damien was thrown into the dungeon, and it had been 2.5 since Elena had destroyed Jin's legacy. Ever since that day, he had left her alone. Rather, it was rare to see him enter the public eye for a few months. After that, Jean went and became a hero. He took a hero name, calling himself Night Chaser, and fought villains and Gates, gaining the love of the public. He was one of what people called the pillars of humanity, some of the strongest people alive. These were the people who both did the most for the fight against villains and the closing of Gates. Still, Elena didn't bother with him. As long as he didn't chase her, she didn't care what he did. She had already sentenced him to death. And that was because even after all these years, she still held hope that Damien would return. She had felt the existence of that faint ethereal thread, that feeling that connected them. It had been ever present through the years and stood tall as her beacon of hope. Even she called herself irrational for thinking this way, but she couldn't help herself. She tried to forget, she tried to kill her emotions, she tried to move on, but as long as that ethereal string existed in her consciousness, she couldn't. She believed that he was on the other end of that string. So, she had spent the last 4 years taking care of his mother, unceasingly moving with the goal of staying on his level when he returned. This was also the reason she didn't bother with Jean. When Damien returned, wasn't Jean dated to die? And like that, she had reached level 90, infinitely close to becoming third class. Elena sat on a park bench as all these thoughts came back to her. While she did occasionally think about everything, there was a specific reason this time. It had been 7 years since high school had ended, and a reunion had been planned for those in her grade. It was an awkward number for a reunion, but since it was 10 years since the World Awakening, they decided to hold it anyway. She was only 21 this year, meaning she graduated high school at 14, but this was relatively normal. The standard of education had been raised worldwide in the 2030s, and a steeper learning curve was implemented. Most people graduated high school at 15, but she and Damien were at the younger end of the spectrum, leading to them turning 15 only after graduation. Thinking about high school, Elena sighed. Those days were good memories for her, but at the same time, they were painful. Her first meeting with Damien was in high school, but she had to sit and watch him get bullied without the ability to help. Even if she tried to help, he would always reject, saying he didn't want to owe any favors. This was always his attitude, and it only became more pronounced after he awakened as someone weak. Even though the bullying became worse, he simply took it silently and continued his life. Elena admired this quality of him more than he could imagine. His will to survive through everything without batting an eye was something she wished she had, but at the same time, she thought it was a flaw he needed to fix. Not the fact that he could survive, rather the part where he tried to do it all alone. It was this quality that slowly started turning her platonic feelings into something more. She watched him power through everything and decided to do whatever she could to help. So, she did her best to make every moment they spent together a happy memory. And in this quest, she slowly fell for him. For his determination, for the kindness he had towards those who earned it, and for the dominant self that he showed only around her. Elena shook her head. She was supposed to be deciding whether to attend the high school reunion, but she ended up daydreaming about Damien again. She couldn't help it, since she associated her happy high school life with memories of his face. Thinking about the reunion, Elena couldn't yelp but sigh again. It would be filled with people who used to bully Damien and try to peer pressure her into dropping him as her friend. It was filled with vile girls who used to spread rumors behind people's backs to ruin their lives, and annoying boys who would always look at her lustfully and openly brag about trying to hook up with her. And the worst part was that with the advent of the new society, most of these people developed her complexes. They thought of themselves as defenders of justice and would probably use that standing to elevate their egos. But she still decided to go in the end. She felt it was a moral obligation she had. Not to mention, there was a single person she wanted to see. It was a teacher that she had back in her sophomore year of high school named Allison Clark. She was the only person who had stood up for her during those days. Elena had confided in her about what was happening with Damien, and it was this teacher who gave her the idea to make every moment she could into a happy memory. From that point, she began talking to Allison almost on a daily basis and treated her more like an older sister than a teacher. Sadly, they drifted apart after graduation since Elena joined the guild and was constantly busy doing work for them. For the sake of meeting the sole person other than Damien that she enjoyed talking to during high school, she would go to the reunion. And so, Elena stood up from the park bench where she sat and made her way over to the school. Chapter 86 Memories 2. With her speed and stamina as a peak second class, it didn't take long for Elena to reach the school. Looking at the large 2-story building once again made her reminisce, but she shook off her thoughts and headed inside. She was about an hour late to the reunion and hadn't bothered to dress up, wearing a simple shirt and jeans, but she still gathered a great deal of attention when she walked in. It was to be expected from someone who could objectively be titled as one of the most beautiful women on earth. Still, Elena didn't pay them any attention. She simply grabbed some food for herself and walked to a corner, silently looking out for the only person she came to meet. On her way, she heard the usual conversations about occupations and how people's lives went after they graduated, but it was different from a normal reunion. After all, their main topics were classes and levels, and also their lives working for Asgard and other smaller organizations that were under it. But Elena could feel it in the air. None of these people truly cared about how the others were doing, they were just here to brag. While Elena attempted to mind her own business, it didn't quite work out for her. Slowly but surely, a group of people formed around her, most of them being men. "Hey, did you know that I'm in the top 100 of the hero ranking?" The guys tried to brag, but Elena disdained them all. The hero ranking was true to its name. It ranked all active heroes based on their power levels and contribution. But the true experts of society didn't care about these. Elena was one of them, so obviously she knew this. And it wasn't just the one guy trying to impress her, rather they were all competing for who was the coolest among them, making them look like a group of fools. The gathering of people attracted others and the group became more diverse, with everyone speaking of their rankings or the current news about Nibelheim until one man started making his way over. This man was leagues above the others in terms of appearance, and a single smile from him made most of the girls turn red. He walked to the front of the group with confidence as he flashed a smile. "How have you been, Elena?" Elena responded with a dull tone. She wasn't impressed in the slightest, nor did she want to continue interacting with him. Bryce was one of the main culprits of Damien's bullying in the past, and he had never ceased trying to make moves on her. He was basically the second coming of Jean, and it was clear how that ended. "How has your life been?" "I'm sure you've been missing me since we last talked," Bryce said with a wink. The insinuation he was making made plenty of single women angry, but he didn't seem to notice. But Elena didn't care to play his games. "We haven't even talked once since high school ended. Not to mention that even in high school you just followed me like a dog, no matter how much I tried to get rid of you." Bryce's face twitched, but he kept his smile. "Come on, don't be like that. Don't you know that I'm a top-ranking hero now? They call me Silverflash. How could you not like me after all these years?" As if he got a sudden idea, Bryce's face lit up. Could it be that you're still caught up on that trash? He's dead now anyway, so why do you even care so much?" The mention of Damien made the whole crowd start whispering to each other. News of his death had been published in many newspapers, but nobody seemed to care because of Jin's status. Naturally, these classmates of his had seen those articles. That lame kid. I was wondering if he died off or something, and it turns out I was right. Yeah, totally. Even seeing that trash breathe next to me was disgusting." Elena was slightly stunned. She didn't know how the vileness of these classmates was exposed simply at the mention of Damien. It's like they all dropped their facades and talked trash about him at any opportunity they could get. Bryce smiled at this. He was influential enough to spread rumors and information that people would take at face value, not bothering to investigate deeper. Out of sheer spite for that kid who had taken the attention of the woman he wanted, he spread some dirt on Damien's name. The classmates continued to talk trash, unaware of the monster they were awakening. That is, until a suffocating pressure exploded from Elena's body. Her deep blue eyes became midnight black, devoid of any feeling. "Talk like that about him one more time. I dare you." Bryce, who was nearest to her, suffered the worst from the pressure. He had only recently become a second class, and his position in Asgard was not earned but bought. He coughed blood, struggling to keep his consciousness from collapsing. He felt humiliated and couldn't stop himself from trying to get the last laugh. "Cough, no matter what you do, it doesn't change the fact that he's dead." He laughed, seeing the rage on Elena's face. He truly felt good putting her down like this. But his smile froze in the next instant. Swish! It took a moment to process, but by the time it did, the event was already over. Blood spurted wildly and a severed arm dropped to the floor. "Let's call this arm as compensation." Never talk like you are above me again. The origin of this chap's debut can be traced to Bayan novel. Potions strong enough to regrow limbs didn't exist on Earth yet. The advent of hero society had brought potions enough to heal flesh wounds, but Earth still needed time to develop anything more complex. Without another word, Elena walked off. The crowd parted for her as she left, everyone seemingly in fear of what she'd do next. As Elena walked away, she finally spotted Allison in the corner. Smiling lightly, she walked over to have a much-needed reunion. Back within the crowd, Bryce was furious. The pain helped him keep his head clear, but even in a clear-headed state, his thoughts were maddening. "I'll make that bitch pay." Hours passed as Elena chatted with Allison, the other partygoers avoiding her like the plague. They talked about how their lives had been and their plans for the future, and many other things. When Damien was brought up, Allison learned about Elena's irrational belief that he was still alive, but she was powerless to do anything about it. All she could do was wish Elena well, hoping her mental state would recover. Suddenly, someone rushed into the venue with a panicked look on their face. "Turn a TV on right now. It doesn't matter what channel, just do it now." There was indeed a TV in the hall, but nobody had paid it much mind before. However, hearing the urgency in the man's voice, they did as he said. Every channel was showing the same news. Breaking news. In the skies above Los Angeles, a massive gate has appeared. Its rating has been determined as SSS rank. This is an emergency situation, and Asgard is calling for the evacuation of all civilians in the city. Heroes are being requested to rendezvous at the site no matter their rank. A massive gate was shown on the screen. However, there was a major difference between it and any other gate that had appeared before. It was entirely purple on its edges, while the middle was an abyssal black. Badum. Badum. Elena didn't know why, but her heart started racing. Her breathing quickened as she felt that ethereal string become slightly thicker than before. Is it him? Without another thought, she rushed to the scene. She was followed by all the other heroes within the class, as an Asgard summon wasn't something they could reject. Even the now single-armed Bryce was making his way over. They were relatively close to the center of the city, and they could see the massive gate from where they stood. It was around the diameter of a soccer stadium. The ominous portal floating in the air, combined with the sight of countless civilians fleeing for their lives, truly painted an apocalyptic picture. It wasn't long before Elena reached the area near the gate. Since she wasn't part of Asgard, she could watch from nearby without being noticed. Countless heroes had gathered in the square. Elena could even see Jean standing at the forefront with a valiant look on his face. She snorted at this and turned her attention back to the gate. And slowly, she witnessed it open. Along with the other 500 or so heroes who had responded to Asgard's call, Elena saw something insane. A huge body taller than many four-story buildings and with length to match, a pair of beautiful wings that eclipsed the sun, forcing those below into darkness, and a pair of piercing golden eyes that looked down upon them in disdain. It was the biggest beast any of them had ever seen, and its aura was just as suffocating as the leaders of Asgard and Nibelheim. The massive wolf was the only thing that emerged from the gate, with it closing directly after the wolf descended. But this didn't bring any solace to those on the ground. They could feel that, even alone, this beast could raze the city and kill them without batting an eye. In their fear of the beast, the mass of heroes failed to notice another detail. But Elena didn't. She was on high alert for the faint possibility that her dreams would come true. And so she saw it. Standing atop the beast was a tall man that completely contrasted the figure she remembered so well. Yet, she knew without a shadow of a doubt. Damien had returned. Chapter 87 Return 1. Damien could only smile wryly at Zara's love for big entrances. Knowing they were returning to Damien's home, she decided to go grand. When the portal opened, the sheer size had startled Damien and he decided to be low-key, but his idea was immediately rejected. And so, the trio entered the portal with Zara in her true form. The sensation of a portal was vastly different from his usual warps. It was like they were traveling through a long dark passage that continued with no end. Zara simply flew forward with the current of mana until they reached the circular exit. And exiting was different too. They were forced to wait for a few hours before the ethereal film covering the portal disappeared. It made sense though. The portal was created using Damien's connection with Earth as a medium, so it would naturally need time to form. It turned out to be more like a gate than a normal portal, but Damien still hadn't grasped exactly how gates functioned. And he couldn't really be blamed for this since he hadn't seen one in 4 years. And so, after a few hours of wait, they descended. The first thing that entered Damien's vision was the vast array of skyscrapers that yearned to touch the sky, various cars moving in every direction seemingly running away from the gate, and a crowd of people underneath him with their weapons prepared. Thinking about it, Damien realized that this was a normal response that they would have to a massive gate appearing, but he didn't care. Now that he was back, there were a few things he needed to accomplish before he relaxed and learned how Earth had changed in his absence. And he saw one of those things at the very forefront of the crowd. Zara slowly landed on the ground as she looked down on those heroes before her. Compared to Damien, they were utter trash, and she couldn't understand how they were born from the same world that created him. Meanwhile, Rose was feeling something entirely different. She had completely disregarded the crowd as her eyes darted around at the technological landscape around her in fascination. She had heard of skyscrapers and cars from Damien, but seeing them in person was a different story. Just like any normal person, Rose had never left the world she was born in. She was experiencing a pretty severe case of culture shock. The heroes stared at the three in trepidation. At first, they were terrified of the massive beast that had descended from the gate, but now their fear had multiplied. They had finally noticed the two people standing atop such a beast and realized that they must be stronger than it to have the capability to tame it. Damien then jumped off of Zara's back, leaving Rose to admire the sights as he walked up to the heroes. "You, come here," he said as he pointed to a man in the front. Although his appearance had matured since the last time they met, and he was wearing some sort of stupid costume at the moment, the blonde-haired, green-eyed man was someone Damien would never forget. When Jean saw that he was being singled out from the crowd, he straightened his back haughtily. Even with his manhood gone, he still had his pride as a top expert of humanity. "Humph. You dare call me like that, fiend?" Jean said, his words reeking a misplaced sense of justice. But Damien wasn't having it. "Shut up and come here obediently before I force you to do so." He wanted to humiliate Jean before killing him. This was the only reason he hadn't struck yet. Before anything else could happen, a suffocating pressure descended on the environment. "What are you doing, boy?" Damien calmly turned his gaze up towards the old man who had just arrived on the scene. "I'm repaying old debts, old man. The better question is, why do you think you're qualified to know?" He was unfazed by the old man's pressure. He was at most at the middle stages of 3rd class, but that meant nothing to Damien. Even if he couldn't touch a 4th class, only those at the higher and peak stages of 3rd class were his match. But the old man didn't seem to like his attitude. "You dare speak to me like that? Very well, let me educate you on how to respect your elders." The old man struck his hand out, creating a palm phantom that charged towards Damien. It was entirely made of mana but contained traces of fire element within it. Damien sighed, but he figured the best way to showcase the difference in strength was to do nothing. The massive palm phantom arrived in front of him but was promptly reduced to nothingness by Damien's vector field. "Who are you?" the old man said as he witnessed this scene. He never thought he'd meet someone stronger than him other than the ones he had come with. "That shouldn't matter to you. Either step aside or lose your life." The old man was stuck in a dilemma. He didn't know if he could last against Damien, but the one he was aiming for was too talented to let go. The old man decided to gain Damien's sympathy. "Listen, boy. That young man you are targeting is one of the main hopes of the human race. Without him, plenty of chaos will ensue and innocents will die. The villains are getting brasher and brasher by the day, and we need every bit of manpower we can get. I cannot allow you to harm one of our most talented heroes." The terms hero and villain were new to Damien, but he wasn't too surprised by the direction the world was taking. He had just come from a true fantasy world, so seeing the superhero society of Earth didn't affect him much. Seeing that Damien was unfazed, the old man tried once more to persuade him. There are major threats incoming that only a few people know about. Your actions could cause the deaths of millions of people if you don't act carefully. Choose righteousness and don't succumb to vile emotions. Damien finally got ticked off. Old man, don't bullsh*t me with your talks of righteousness. Do you think I can't see your true ambitions? Those people are not my concern. You should be happy that I'm sparing an outsider like you in the first place. Both the heroes in the vicinity and the general public watching through the news feed were shocked by his words. Millions of deaths were mentioned, but he didn't care? They immediately labeled him a villain. And while they didn't pay much attention to the word outsider, it was what shocked the old man the most. He knew precisely what Damien was talking about. Probably the most shocked of them all was Elena, who was still watching from a distance. The previous Damien wouldn't throw away countless lives like that. He's changed. But she felt it was inevitable. She couldn't imagine what he had to go through after he was betrayed, and she felt he was completely justified in seeking revenge. Plus, the loss of Jean wouldn't even mean that much as long as someone took his place, and she could fulfill that role if she wished. Suddenly, the wind whooshed by her face and a beautiful girl appeared next to her. It's good that your opinion of him hasn't changed. I'd be disappointed if it was that easy to sway you. Elena looked at the girl with shock. The girl had shoulder-length pink hair and goldish ruby eyes, even matching her in beauty. Who are you? She said with vigilance, but all she got in return was a mischievous giggle. I'm that guy's woman. While the first meeting between two of the people Damien cared for most in this life was taking place, the drama continued on his side. He proceeded to ignore the old man's ramblings as he looked back at Jean. Did you become a dumb bitch in the 4 years it's been since we've seen each other? Or was becoming dickless what pushed you over the edge? This infuriated Jean, but he had seen how Damien dealt with the old man's attacks. He didn't dare move irrationally. Who are you? Well, that question seems to be pretty popular today. How sad that you don't remember me. After all, you pushed me into the dungeon with your own 2 hands. Did you sentence so many people to death that you forgot their faces? These words shook Jean to his core. Although it was true that he had abandoned a relatively large number of people in dungeons, only one came to mind when he looked into those indifferent eyes. Why you? You're that trash. Damien shook his head with a sarcastic, pained expression on his face. Trash? Sigh, it looks like I'll have to remind you of my name. I'm done with this farce. Remember me in your next life. My name is Damien Void. This announcement caused waves of shock to ripple through the crowd, who had already retreated after the old man released his palm shadow. Many of them were part of the group of classmates he had gone to high school with after all. And they were just talking trash about how it was good that he died. Suddenly, Damien's voice resounded through the area. Starfall. At first, there was no reaction. It was eerily silent as if the calm before the storm. But slowly, the temperature in the area began rising. Sensing danger, even the old man retreated to the crowd, protecting them with a barrier. Only Jean was left in place, bound by Damien and unable to move. The temperature became unbearable as Damien spoke his last words to Jean. It's your misfortune to have messed with me. A shadow blotted out the sky. It wasn't a beast or anything similar, but a massive rock that was hurling towards their position. As the meteor passed through the atmosphere, it caught fire due to its sheer speed. Jean could only watch the scene with horror evident in his eyes. The heat penetrated his body. His skin began to melt, followed by his muscles and organs, but the superior regeneration he possessed forced him to stay alive. He couldn't even scream in pain due to the restrictions placed on him, but he truly wished he could. It was agonizing. And then, under the horrified eyes of the millions of people who watched through their TV screens and the crowd that had gathered under the gate, the flaming meteor landed on Jin's position. Boom. Chapter 88 Return 2. The origin of this chap's debut can be traced to Bayan novel. The fact that they were in the middle of a city only served to make the devastation more pronounced. Buildings crumbled into pieces, and the ones closest to the impact site completely disintegrated. The ground caved, and even the subway system underneath it was destroyed. As for Gene, not even a shred of his clothing remained intact. Damien would never take innocent lives with his own two hands. The only reason he was bold enough to act in such a way was that he had already confirmed that the vicinity was clear of civilians. As for the heroes who were watching from the distance, they were saved from the aftershocks by the old man's barrier. Well, all but one of them. The idiot named Bryce that had caused Damien so much trouble was inadvertently killed by the residual impact of his attack. It wasn't a matter of coincidence, rather it was Bryce's own idiocy that killed him. He had refused to hide behind the barrier after learning that the man in front of them was Damien. His denial of the web audio channel announcement. Thank you for listening. If you want to listen to the full series and hundreds of audiobooks similar to this, please join our Discord or join our Patreon on patreon.com/webaudio. The link will be in the description and also pinned in the comment section. Thank you. Truth caused him to die a meaningless death. Damien gazed at the destruction with a profound look on his face. He felt something within him dance with joy while the area around him was destroyed, but he couldn't pinpoint what it was. Damien was satisfied that he had finally received reparations for the events of the past, and the truth is, he had been waiting for this moment. If one thought back to the previous 4 years, Damien had never killed another human being. It could be argued that he killed the first third class he met back on a Pyrrhon, but that man ultimately died by Zara's hands. It wasn't out of some misplaced sense of justice or due to a strong moral compass. It was much pettier than that. Damien wanted the first human he killed to be Gene. He saved that spot for the man who both caused him to endure immense suffering and gain equally immense benefits. Specifically for this purpose, Damien had refrained from making any enemies in the past 4 years. And he really didn't feel anything about the fact that he had killed another human. It was a bit too late for Damien to feel an existential crisis or question himself for something as small as this. How much had he slaughtered over the last 4 years? How many lives had he taken? After growing close with Zara, he didn't view beasts as simple fodder anymore. This feeling increased when he met Ethan and the Beast Empress. They were all beasts or descended from beasts, but they were no different from humans. Beasts at third class even had matching or superior intellect compared to average humans, so why would he consider them as inferior beings? Damien's mentality was largely apathetic to others, especially his enemies. Killing was simply the way of the world. The beast half of him wholeheartedly believed this, and his human half resonated with it as well. Whether or not his actions were the right choice, he didn't care. If what he did today came back to bite him as consequences in the future, he'd deal with those consequences. He didn't care in the slightest for the lives of people who weren't close to him. Gene had to die. That was that. What was happening on Earth was a separate matter. Damien took a slight glance at the old man once more before speaking. "I'm sure we'll meet again." He called Zara, who had shrunken enough to not cause mayhem, and hopped on her back. However, he soon found that there was an extra passenger. When he turned around, he saw not one but 2 beautiful girls looking back at him. One of them had a sly smile on her face while the other was trying her best to hold back her tears. Gazing at the familiar blue-haired beauty in front of him, Damien had to admit that he missed her. He knew his feelings had intensified due to the Legacy Tomb trial, but even without that he still missed her. He had thought about it before they returned. He felt it was unfair to Elena that his feelings sprouted for a fake version of herself. No matter how realistic the illusion was, in the end, it was still an illusion. So, he spent some time getting rid of those intrusive feelings. But even without them, he still missed her. Only after seeing her in front of him once more did he realize how true this was. "Long time no see," he said with a smile. "How have you been?" Damien's words were light, but it was enough to break Elena's last shred of resistance. She jumped forward and hugged him as tight as she could. Damien also reciprocated, glad to see his friend after many years of separation. When Damien was taking care of Jin's matter, Elena had talked with Rose about the past 4 years. Although Rose left most of the details for Damien to explain himself, she did make sure to mention that they were together. And Elena immediately felt downcast about it. She had waited for years harboring her feelings for him, but he had come back with a woman by his side already. But she couldn't accept it. Even if she knew in her heart that it was the truth, she still couldn't accept it. And being the woman she is, her competitive nature flared. Even if Damien had a woman already, it didn't mean she couldn't stay with him. Even if it wasn't a romantic relationship, they were still best friends. She would do her best to keep that bond. And so, she hugged him with all her strength. She didn't want him to leave her again. Rose watched with a slight smile on her face as this happened. She felt like teasing her first love rival, so she didn't mention anything about the concept of harem simply to see what happened, and she wasn't disappointed. Elena had told her about her determination to stay at Damien's side as his best friend, and Rose had happily accepted. Let's see how long she can suppress her feelings. I say it'll be 6 months at most. After a good 10 minutes that Elena spent silently crying into Damien's chest, the two of them separated as they began to talk. Damien naturally glossed over his time in the dungeon and mostly explained his travels in a Pyrrhon, while Elena told him of her dungeon adventures and the changes on Earth. As they talked, Zara continued to fly until they finally reached the destination of Damien's second and most important matter on Earth. It was something he didn't want to delay in the slightest. It was time to heal his mother. They arrived at the hospital silently, and Damien entered his mother's room through its window while the girls waited patiently for him outside. When he arrived, he ended up staring at the familiar face he hadn't seen in many years. It was a face he dearly missed. And since Elena had been consistently paying her hospital bills, she looked the exact same as the last time he'd seen her. With tears in his eyes, Damien spoke. "Mother, your son has finally returned." He took one bottle of elixir out of his inventory and carefully began pouring it into her mouth. There would usually be some sort of problem or responsibility that prevented him from curing her so fast, but Damien wasn't the type to care about any of that. He had moved with this main goal for the past 4 years, even if he had sidetracked slightly, so why would he delay it when he already had the opportunity? It would utterly stupid if he even considered prioritizing anything else, especially after the illusion trial. As he poured the elixir down her throat, he gently injected his mana into her body to help her process its effects. She was still in a coma, so she wouldn't even be able to swallow on her own. The last thing Damien wanted was to accidentally kill her due to carelessness. He put his utmost concentration into maximizing the effects of the elixir, losing track of everything else around him. Time passed quickly, and after 10 minutes, he was finally finished. He stepped back and watched carefully, awaiting the results. However, he was saddened to see no changes. His mother still lay on the bed as if peacefully sleeping. But if Damien was able to see the changes going on inside her body, his mouth would be gaping wide enough to fit a fist inside. Her organs were strengthened, followed by her bones, muscles, and flesh. Her body reached a level stronger than the average first class. Mana bloomed within, filling every pore of her skin and rejuvenating her system, removing the deficiency that plagued her. The system wasn't lying when it said the effects were more pronounced on mortals. Damien's mother even seemed to age backward, looking in her late 20s rather than the 50 years she had lived. It was clear to see why elixir was considered a heavenly medicine. Damien had closed his eyes, silently waiting for a reaction. Even if he was someone who could kill without batting an eye or cause large-scale destruction on a whim, he was scared stiff at the thought of his mother not waking up. And luckily, his prayers were answered. The preliminary effects of the elixir ended, and stillness returned to the room. In the next instant, her eyelids fluttered and slowly opened. Chapter 89 Return 3. When Claire opened her eyes, she saw herself in an unfamiliar room. The ceiling was tiled and the bed wasn't as comfortable as the one she was used to. Not to mention the various tubes and equipment that were stuck to her body. She felt like she had just woken up from a long sleep, but the dreams she had weren't anything she could be happy about. She had dreamed of her son speaking to her. Although she couldn't see his face, she could feel his distress. He told her about many things such as an energy called mana and a weird new world, and frankly, it all felt like her son had returned to his middle school delusions. But then one day, her son's voice disappeared. Even if it was a dream, it was a long one and she couldn't help but feel something bad had happened to him. But no matter how she tried to wake up, she couldn't. And then, another voice entered her dream. She knew this one since it was the voice of her son's childhood friend. But she seemed to be much older than the last time Claire had spoken to her. She also told Claire tales of this strange world, but she never mentioned Damien. She didn't know how long she had been dreaming, but she desperately wanted to wake up. And finally, when she was able to do so, she was greeted by what she could only assume was a hospital room. The strange thing was that she felt completely fine. Or rather, she felt even better than she did at the peak of her life. Claire slowly sat up and detached the equipment that was holding her down before looking around the room. It was largely empty except for a single person, but seeing this person almost made her faint in shock. Thomas? Damien was shocked by the name that came out of her mouth, and only then did he realize he never knew his father's name. His mother always called him dear or honey, like a movie couple, while Damien never had a reason to call him anything but dad. However, these thoughts were irrelevant. Welcome back, Mom. Damien couldn't stop the tears from flowing. It had been 10 years since his mother had fallen into her coma, and it was an even longer period of time that he had spent without many meaningful interactions with her. By the time he realized how much suffering she put herself through for his sake, she had already fallen into her coma. The sight of a grown man crying was enough to make anyone uncomfortable, but Claire only felt heart-wrenching pain at this moment. She looked at the one who had just called her Mom and tried to compare his features to the boy she saw in her memories. The boy had shaggy black hair that only went down to his eyebrows, but this man's hair contained streaks of silver and was slightly past his shoulders. The boy had bright amethyst irises with black pupils that pulled one's gaze like an abyss, but this man's eyes were a swirl of red and that previous amethyst. His cross-shaped pupils shone with starlight and firmness. The boy was short and scrawny. No matter how he tried to grow, he never could. But this man was tall and packed with muscle. She almost couldn't believe that the man in front of her was the same one she had seen before, but she knew it was. She just couldn't fathom the events that had changed her son into his current self. Without her discretion, her tears began to fall as well. Damien couldn't hold himself back anymore. He rushed to his mother and hugged her, making sure to limit his strength. His bodily strength alone could crush her if he wasn't careful. Like a child, he cried in his mother's embrace. And this only increased her pain. She desperately wanted to know what had happened while she was asleep, but it wasn't the time to question him. She could only slowly rub his back and console him as he cried into her bosom. There. Everything will be okay. It took many minutes for Damien to calm down before he backed away awkwardly. Now that he had control of his emotions, he was extremely embarrassed by his previous actions. Taking a few deep breaths, Damien started talking. It was important to fill his mother in on how things had changed so her shock wouldn't be too severe when she left the hospital room. Mom, it's been 10 years since you fell into a coma. This sentence was like a bomb that went off in Claire's head. 10 years? What kind of time period was that? But Damien's words weren't over. The world is completely different from how it used to be. An energy called mana bloomed and a system appeared. Just call out the word system in your head and you'll see. Remember how I used to embarrass myself in middle school? Well, I can actually do those things in real life now. The origin of this chap's debut can be traced to Bayan novel. As he spoke, he raised his hand, causing lightning to crackle and pop in his vicinity. If Claire was shocked by the display of superpowers, she was bound to be in for more surprises when she followed her son's directions. System. Status. Claire Watson. Human. Female. Age 49. Level 1. Classless. Experience value, 0 out of 100. Titles, not applicable. Affinities, dream. Physique, not applicable. Magic power, 100. STR, 40. AGI, 40. Def, 40. Int, 40. Dex, 40. Skills, telekinesis level 1. Seeing the window in front of her, she was extremely confused. There were a plethora of numbers that she didn't understand, but they seemed to be related to her. Seeing her confusion, Damien spent some time explaining the world awakening and the system to her. As she slowly understood what the numbers meant, she also realized they were only high due to her son's interference. He had told her that he fed her a miracle medicine to heal her and that it strengthened her to this point. She once again had to wonder what he went through to acquire something like that. But her shock for the day wasn't over. Damien looked through the window for a moment as if he was trying to find something, and suddenly 3 new figures appeared in the room. 2 of them were beautiful women, while the third was a large black wolf. Mom, you already know Elena, so I don't need to introduce her. This cute one is named Zara and one of my closest friends. You don't need to be scared since she's a lot more innocent than her looks. And finally, this beautiful girl with the pink hair is named Rose, and I guess you could say she's my girlfriend. Damien's introduction was curt, but it got his point across. Nice to see you again, Auntie. Hello, Damien's mom. Hello, Auntie. 3 vastly different greetings followed. Claire was flabbergasted at this point. Elena was expected, but the talking wolf and the other beauty that her son called his girlfriend were totally random to her. In the first place, a talking wolf? She almost fainted just from the absurdity of it. But since her son had already warned her, she had a slightly easier time handling it. Trying to keep her calm, Claire returned their greetings. Hello, girls. It's nice to meet the people my son cares about so much. She extended her hand and carefully rubbed her fingers through Zara's fur, eliciting an innocent giggle from her. Zara's innocence truly was a heaven-sent gift, as it served as a great way to break the awkward tension that hung in the room. Without any further distraction, the group began talking about the various things that had happened in the past few years, with the topic mostly revolving around Damien. Elena told the story of his hard work before the fall, while Rose told the story of his deeds on a Pyrrhon. The mention of another world was yet another shocking occurrence for Claire, but she decided to turn her brain off and listen to the stories. She also learned about the craziness that happened on Earth, and even learned about the raisin manipulator guy that Damien and Elena had jokingly told her about in her sleep. That was such a left-field fact that she remembered it even after waking up from her sleep. It was completely unrelated, but the raisin manipulator had died recently by choking on his own raisins. The death was so stupid that it was on news headlines for a solid week before it died down. Only after this last act of idiocy did people learn that the raisin manipulator was named Ench. The conversation continued as day turned into night, with everyone having smiles on their faces. Damien's fall into the dungeon and recent action of dropping a meteor in the middle of Los Angeles were left out of the story, but it'd be fun to see Claire's reaction when she learned of this. But not everyone was as happy as Damien's group. There were many moving in the shadows on Earth for their own goals and purposes. Chapter 90 Schemes 1. In the middle of Los Angeles, there was a massive skyscraper that eclipsed all else. Its build was more futuristic, and even the materials used to create it were better than those surrounding it. And the most astounding fact was that this skyscraper was erected in a mere week. This was the headquarters of Asgard, where heroes gathered, and those who managed them worked. On the top floor of this building, 3 old men sat around a table. By the solemn atmosphere that surrounded them, it was clear that they were having an important discussion. Jian, what exactly happened yesterday? You made a fool out of yourself, one of the old men said. His target was a familiar old man that Damien had met not too long ago. It wasn't my fault. I simply decided to step in and save a promising talent, but who knew that the one I would be facing is stronger than even me? The other 2 old men had grave looks on their faces. They had seen the broadcast of the event that took place, and they had seen the devastation that was caused. That boy was too strong. Perhaps only you could take him on, Xiaojun. The two old men looked at the third among them. He was Xiaojun, the strongest of the three. No, he is only at the early stages of core formation realm, or what they call third class on this planet. It is simply that his Dao comprehension is advanced enough to allow him to fight a small realm above his cultivation. Yin Jian and the other old man looked at Xiaojun in shock. As expected, members of the big clans are a different breed. Not only was he able to gauge the young man's cultivation level, but he had also been able to pinpoint the reason for his strength. This issue should be put on hold for now, as we have more important things to worry about. Qinhua, how is the progress on the mana gathering arrays proceeding? The third old man replied hastily. The arrays have been set on the appropriate areas across the planet. It shouldn't take long for us to be able to activate the formation. Good. The Jade Heavenly Palace is getting restless. Smaller organizations like our Burning Sun sect are being forced to take the brunt of their emotions. We must hurry and complete our mission on this planet before those from Nibelheim beat us to it. Yin Jian suddenly spoke up. Have we figured out the origin world of those fiends? Xiaojun could only shake his head. It is still unknown, but the school of study called Norse mythology within this beginner world might be a clue. They took their name from this school immediately, and we only did the same out of convenience. On that note, this world truly is strange, chimed Qinhua. They even have knowledge similar to our own world, yet it seems to be regarded as fiction by the mortal populace here. The other two nodded. They found that Earth had a variety of cultures and mythology, some of which were eerily similar to other worlds. Yet, they also found that the denizens of Earth did not know about the universe besides their own world. This world truly is strange. Although I reported this to the sect master, he was unbothered. It seems that the pressure from the central continent is becoming too overbearing. Xiaojun looked out the window as he sighed. The mortals here are truly interesting. They don't have the mentality of cultivators, but they're still able to make such advancements. It's for this reason that I'm glad those large sects and major clans from the central continent have no plans to ruin this world entirely. It'll merely have a setback of a decade or so. However, that was only if they succeeded. Those at Nibelheim didn't seem to possess the same magnanimity. From what they'd seen in the past 3 years, their plans were much more nefarious. Sighing once more, Xiaojun came out of his thoughts and looked back at his two colleagues. They were from smaller families, and as such weren't aware of the power structure in the grand scheme of things. Still, they were people he trusted and saw as brothers. Carrying this sentiment in his heart, Xiaojun opened his mouth once again. After all, there were still many subjects to discuss. Damien spent the next week in utter relaxation. For the first time in 4 years, he didn't feel the need to constantly train and move towards a purpose. Although he was aware of the Nox threat, he knew it wasn't immediate enough to move ceaselessly without rest. And now that he had finally returned to Earth and done everything he needed to do, he felt unburdened. In short, Damien didn't have anything to drive him anymore. Although he did have an ultimate goal to stand at the peak, it wasn't something that would force him to move. And when Damien realized the comforts of laziness, he eased into it entirely. Currently, Damien was in his old room at his mother's house with the girls. This house wasn't the one he saw in his trial, as they had moved shortly after his dad's disappearance. Still, it was the house he had spent his high school years in, so it brought back memories. With the bodies they had forged through tireless training, everyone in the room had extremely high metabolisms. And the result of this could be seen in the chip bags and snack wrappers that littered the room. As for how they had been spending their days? Introducing Rose and Zara to anime, of course. With their daily lives filled with action, the girls especially weren't interested in shonen. Damien was displeased that he couldn't catch up on the new gens that were releasing when he left Earth, but he relented. He was secretly a sucker for slice of life and romantic comedies, so he begrudgingly allowed them to watch these genres. Rose was by Damien's side, cuddling up to him while she watched the TV with fascination. Although they had projector screens and a pylon, they didn't have a profession like acting or animation. The entertainment industry was severely lacking. Meanwhile, Elena was using Zara as a pillow and similarly staring at the screen. These two had gotten surprisingly close in the week they had known each other. Zara even let Elena act as she pleased without needing Damien's consent, unlike when she first met Rose. The group dynamic was nice and didn't contain any awkwardness that Damien could feel, so he was happily enjoying his time, unaware of the silent war taking place in his vicinity. After watching anime for a week, Rose had already understood the concept of Japanese harem anime, and since Elena was a native of Earth and Damien's friend for so many years, she did too. The two of them had made a silent agreement that acting in such a chaotic way would be idiotic, to say the least. It might even distract Damien from his goals, which was something neither wanted. Elena had decided to give up on a relationship with Damien ever since she heard he was already taken. After all, she didn't have any dreams of being a homewrecker. Yet, for some unknown reason, Rose always found a reason to mess with her. Even the way she cuddled with Damien at the moment, while seemingly innocent, was something she had done to tease Elena. She was truly enjoying the big sister role that she wanted to take. Even though they wouldn't admit it when asked, and they were asked pretty often by Claire, neither of them would admit they were actually forming a good relationship. They were acting like friends who were so close they argued constantly. The two had been like this all week. They would compete about the smallest things while doing their best not to alert Damien, and the one who for the front seat view of all this was naturally Zara. And she had to say that she was enjoying it. She didn't quite understand humans, but basing her assumptions and viewpoint on the anime she had watched in the past week, Zara was having a great time. She still didn't know why they fought like this, but she sensed no ill will between them, making her ignore that question. She even wanted to participate in their stunts sometimes, but sadly she still didn't have a human form. When I reach 4th class and become like the Beast Empress, I'll fight with them too. If either Rose or Elena heard her thoughts, they'd probably burst out laughing, wondering how Zara would react if she knew why they were acting in such a way. Kids, dinner's ready. It wasn't only Damien's group that had seemingly regressed to their teenage years. Claire had joined them as well. It mainly started after she realized how young she looked now, but she had been acting like the mother of young teens as if trying to make up for the 10 years she had been in her coma. And like that, another 2 weeks passed. It was approaching a month since Damien had returned to Earth, but he was ignoring everything else and lazing around in his house. Chapter 91 Schemes 2. Outside San Francisco, California, there was another base, yet this one looked more typical of a secret hideout. It was within a swampy region that appeared not long after the World Awakening. The geography of Earth had gone through various changes, but the most prominent one was the different ecosystems that emerged. Mana had given the world plenty of possibilities for evolution, and it seemed Earth wanted to become closer to nature. Within that swampy region stood a massive dome-like structure. It seemed impractical as a location to hold a large number of people, but that wasn't its purpose. It served to be as inconspicuous as possible. The reason the dome lacked volume was that this particular headquarters drilled deep into the ground, becoming a bunker of sorts. And inside this bunker, there were countless villains. Those who had taken this path were all of various shapes and sizes. They used different methods for power, most of them opting for quick bursts even if they had negative effects in the long term. Some of them didn't even look human anymore, with protrusions exiting their bodies in various places or skin features that made them look like aliens. And the ones who caused these transformations were the 3 men that sat in an isolated conference room within the bunker. The men looked like regular humans at a glance, but this wouldn't be able to fool the stronger beings on Earth. The grotesque features they hid behind those masks were clear to see. "Isaiah, how is progress with those humans?" one of them said. "Good. The peasants from this race are much less civilized than those from the cloud plane. They fall into our temptations easily, so it wasn't a hassle at all." The first man nodded. "Good. It's almost time we continue with our main goal." "How's progress on that, Weiss?" The third man in the room began talking. The core extraction process will take more time than initially expected. It seems to have made a connection with another being or object, making it difficult to bring it under us. Halder, unless we find the source of the connection, we will not be able to proceed as planned. Halder nodded casually. They weren't pressed on time at all, so he didn't mind a small hindrance. How's the response of those on Asgard? The copy here on Earth is barely a hindrance. They seem keener on keeping the social balance that's stopping us, Kikik, said Weiss. But the true Asgard is increasing the amount of pressure they try to put on us. Their origin planet is moving closer, almost as if they are using it as a vessel for war. Niflheim doesn't currently have the forces nor the strength to compete with them, especially since we've been putting our minds to conquering that cloud plane. The great benefactors also haven't spoken in many years. They only said to prepare and conquer as many worlds as we could before they were ready to move. Isaiah had a thought that he decided to voice out. If the great benefactors wanted us to conquer planets, why are we moving to destroy this one? Halder snorted in disdain. What could this tiny planet ever hope to provide the great benefactors? We will use the core energy of this planet to enhance our own, while we conquer the middle worlds. First we must conquer the cloud plane and Asgard, and then we will continue to even the fabled higher worlds with our grand conquest. All three possessed fervent looks in their eyes at the mention of this. They had only heard stories about higher worlds, but the thought of putting them under their feet was intoxicating. I heard there's a new variable that popped up recently, mentioned Halder as he changed the topic. Indeed, something about a boy and a massive beast that arrived on the planet recently. Still, I have heard that he's weak. He will not hinder our plans, so we can simply ignore him, responded Isaiah. The other two nodded. Their world had advanced more technologically than a Pyrrhon or the cloud plane. When they arrived on Earth and saw the limited technology and application, they felt repulsed. They even refused to touch these devices lest they stain their hands with filth. These three men were much different than those that came from the cloud plane. Their designs for the world were also much more ruthless. Still, it was a plan that they had properly concealed, making those heroes from Asgard disregard their strength. While the various organizations of the world opting to take their time and wait patiently, life on Earth continued with a semblance of peace. It was the same with Damien. After the month passed, he still continued his daily life lazing around, but every once in a while he'd get bored with the monotonous routine. It was truly a great change of pace to do nothing, but after working consistently for 4 years without stopping, he missed the feeling of being pushed and pressured by circumstance. He wanted a new goal. Yet, Earth was still too weak to provide him that. Sure, he could go into the gates that opened and slaughter every beast within them, but there was no fun in that anymore. He got tired of dungeons after spending 2 years of his life trapped inside one. To appease his boredom, sometimes he'd ask Rose to disguise him with her illusions, and he'd go fight crime like a wannabe superhero. But even this was losing its spark. It all simmered down to the world being too weak. Damien thought back to the old man he met when he first arrived back on Earth. That old man was a third class, but whatever world he was sent from was able to send him to a beginner world like Earth without qualms. Damien knew what this meant. Third classes must be in abundance in that world. After exiting the temple, Damien had realized that in the grand scheme of things, a Pyrrhon was weak as well. It wasn't their fault, rather they had hit a roadblock after the Nox invasion finally ended. Many families that carried talent were wiped out, and plenty of the demigods who died weren't able to have progeny. While the common populace could birth talents as well, the peace the world had settled into had blinded them. There weren't many who felt the drive to improve and stand above everything. Hell, even the geniuses that participated in the Nexus event didn't feel that drive. Damien sensed this clearly, and it was the reason none of them were able to achieve much within the secret realm. Only he, Rose, Ethan, and Matthew had this drive. They all manifested it differently, but all of them desired to stand above the heavens and look down on all creation. Damien sighed. Maybe I should pay a visit to that old fogey and his friends to see what they're up to. If they're enemies, that's great, but if they're friends, I'll have to see what this whole Niflheim nonsense is about. Stretching his body, Damien stood up from the bed. All right, you girls stay here for a bit while I go meet some new friends. Although confused, the girls agreed. It wasn't like they had to accompany Damien everywhere, and he was staying within LA anyway. Being too clingy was something even they found annoying. Just imagining Damien following them everywhere with puppy eyes made them shudder. Well, except for Elena. She had to suppress the sadistic side of her that would absolutely enjoy that. Damien said a quick goodbye to his mother before leaving the house. His destination was obvious, since the massive Asgard skyscraper was clear to see no matter where in the city you were. Let's just walk today. I haven't taken the time to admire the sights. Elena had already done a deeper overview of what had changed on Earth while she was explaining things to his mother, but he still hadn't seen it for himself, nor did he have the chance to appreciate it. He was faster than flying cars and could fly on his own, so there was no point in that. Also, he had graduated from materialistic vanity long ago. Not to mention he didn't have any money that would be accepted on Earth. Damien walked through the streets of LA calmly. The wind blew in his face and caused his hair to flutter, painting a beautiful picture for the passerbys. With Earth being less developed, Damien's handsomeness ended up standing out more once he arrived. The people in this world weren't used to seeing people who reached his level, and the other third classes were old men. They were appreciated more for their scholarly aura than their looks. His walk was truly like a novel scene. Heads turned at every intersection and women swooned with hearts in their eyes. Even some men couldn't help but fall for him. The others simply cast him hateful and envious gazes, as even they couldn't help but admit Damien's attractiveness. And Damien thoroughly enjoyed this. It was a rare occasion that he could simply come out like this and bask in glory. He was usually stopping himself from doing so in order to remain humble. As he thought about these things, Damien arrived at his destination. Sighing lightly at the fact that his ego trip had to end, he walked into the building. It was time to differentiate allies from enemies. Chapter 92 Schemes 3. Upon entering the building, Damien was greeted by a large reception hall similar to a hotel. Various chairs and tables were set along its area and many heroes sat there to chat. There was even a small cafeteria area where restaurant chains had set up branches. Aligned with the back wall, there was an area where the reception desk stood, but instead of just a single receptionist, there were dozens of them lining the entire wall. Each of these receptionists had a queue lined up in front of them. This was to be expected, though, since Asgard wasn't just an American organization, but one that spanned the entire world. They only had a single headquarters where people would come to get inducted as heroes and ranked, while many smaller branches of the organization spanned the globe to manage heroes in their selective countries. Still, this was a centralized organization, and to make sure that the power balance within it wouldn't be disrupted, many official activities were carried out solely within the headquarters. Damien took a minute to admire the sights before joining one of the queues. He didn't consider himself a patient person, but he also wasn't problematic enough to cause a fuss over a little bit of waiting. It took about 2 hours for Damien's turn to finally arrive, but he wasn't bored in his waiting. Returning to Earth also meant returning to technology, specifically cell phones. Damien had made it a priority to get himself a phone during the month he had been relaxing, so he could spend idle time like this listening to music and scrolling through social media apps. Social media was another surprise Damien received. While it was obvious that social media would always be a popular facet on Earth, he didn't expect it to blow so out of proportion. There were countless people who made a living through creative uses of their powers on social media, yet the term influencer didn't quite fit them anymore. The advent of a superpowered world made people's opinions much harder to sway since status was mainly built on strength nowadays. Anyway, Damien arrived at the desk, where the lady politely greeted him. "Welcome to Asgard headquarters. Are you here to become a hero today, or did you have any special inquiries?" Damien didn't know how to respond. He couldn't just begin the conversation with, "I want to speak to the leaders," or something without sounding like a criminal, but he didn't know how to lead into that topic either. Do you mind telling me what the structure of the higher floors is like?" Not like physical structure, I mean the people who work there. The lady was a bit suspicious, but after Damien's clarification she assumed he was thinking about working a desk job in the building, so she answered his questions. Right, the Asgard skyscraper is 200 stories tall, making it the tallest building in the world. And due to this height, there are various facilities available for use. Let's start with the bottom 30 floors. These act as both a testing and training area for heroes. As you know, when a hero wants to join Asgard, they will be tested and assigned a rank that ranges from F to SSS. This rank determines their privileges and the level of activity they are allowed to engage in. The facilities used to test and determine these ranks are present on the first 10 floors. The next 20 floors are filled with various training areas for new or even veteran heroes to use. These were designed specifically by our founders, so their functionality is proven. After that, there are 30 floors that function as a sort of hotel or apartment complex. The people who work in this building sometimes choose to live within it as well, since the entry and exit tend to get crowded on a daily basis. And from there, we get to the more work-related floors. Everything from the 61st floor to the 196th floor is used for logistics and management. Since Asgard is a global organization, things can get hectic without proper order. As for the final 4 floors, I am not allowed to disclose that information, as they are strictly reserved for the founders and those allowed by them. Damien listened to this explanation with slight surprise. The 200 stories seemed unnecessary and simply for vanity purposes, but it looked like they were all put to good use. After all, support staff for every country in the world was bound to take up a lot of space. Still, he didn't know how to feel since the explanation didn't really give him any help. Sighing, Damien decided there wasn't any way to alert them besides causing a scene. Looks like I have to do this the hard way. Miss, with your strength, you'll probably get hurt in what's about to come, so please back up to a safe distance. Damien didn't have any interest in harming civilians, but he made sure to say his words in as strict a tone as he could muster. Feeling suffocated by the invisible pressure Damien was giving off, both the receptionist and those in line behind him backed off. Once they were at a distance Damien deemed safe enough, he fully released his aura as a third class. The entire hall descended into silence. The pressure gripped the hearts of many within the room and instilled fear into their very beings. Nobody knew what Damien wanted, but his actions made him seem like a villain who'd arrived at the headquarters to cause harm. On the top floor of the building, Yin Jian also felt this pressure. Though it didn't suffocate him, he felt it was familiar. Yet, it wasn't the aura of any third class he knew. Unless, thinking of the possibility, Yin Jian immediately flew off the balcony and descended to the pavement below. It was the easiest way to make it to the ground. Re-entering the building, he saw Damien standing in the middle of the room. Boy, I don't know why you've come, but I hope it isn't to cause trouble. Damien turned to the sound of this voice and smiled before retracting his aura. It's my fault. I wanted to do things the civil way, but I really couldn't think of another way to contact you. The old man sighed helplessly. Indeed, they didn't know each other, so this was the fastest way to elicit a response. He could only marvel at Damien's boldness against the assumptions people would make. All right, if talking is all you came for, come with me to the top. It's inconvenient to stay here. Yin Jian left and once again began flying to the balcony he came from, and Damien followed him with a light smile on his face. Although Yin Jian was a bit apprehensive, he felt that with his other 2 companions together, they wouldn't have to worry about Damien in the slightest. And this assumption was partially correct. Although Damien's combat prowess allowed him to fight high-level third-class beings, this was only in 1v1 fights. In a group scenario, he'd be extremely limited. Still, escaping would be easy, so he had nothing to fear. Arriving at the penthouse, Yin Jian led Damien to the conference room where the 3 old men had met previously, before calling his companions. Just wait a few moments for them to arrive, then we can begin any discussion. Yin Jian watched as Damien sat with a leisurely look on his face. He was aware that Damien would be able to sense the other 2 existences within the penthouse, but seeing the relaxed expression on his face, Yin Jian began having some doubts. It can't be that he thinks he can take all three of us at once, right? It didn't take long for Xiaozhen and Qinhua to arrive. Looking at the boy in front of them, both of them hid their surprise. Indeed, his talent might even be on par with those geniuses from the central continent, Xiaozhen thought. Still, he kept indifferent on the outside. What have you come to discuss with us? Damien looked at this man with only a single thought. Strong. Xiaozhen was strong enough for Damien to be on alert, but he still responded in kind. My purpose today is simple. I'm here to determine whether you lot are allies or enemies. As you already know, I'm a native of this world, so I can't allow you to destroy it or impact it negatively. The three men became serious. I assume that you're already aware that we came here for selfish intentions, Yin Jian said, but we have no intention to do anything permanently harmful to this small world. Damien nodded. He had guessed this much from the beginning. There's no way people from a much stronger world would descend here if they didn't have some sort of machinations or plans. Then? What exactly do you have planned? This time, it was Xiaozhen who spoke. We can discuss these more intricate things later. Just know that rather than us, you should beware of whatever those fiends in Nibelheim have planned. Chapter 93, Schemes 4. Nibelheim, huh? Damien felt it was pretty cliché for the evil organization to be the one plotting nefariously, but he still listened to what the old men had to say. We haven't figured out what exactly Nibelheim is planning, but we know that in the end, they will destroy the planet. They aren't only this planet's enemy, but also that of our cloud plane. They've been attempting invasion for many years. Xiaozhen continued. As for our own goal, it is to siphon a part of the natural mana already in this world's atmosphere. Although there are no negative effects in the long term, the denizens here will progress slower for at least a decade before the mana levels return to normal. Hearing this objective, Damien fell into thought. Truthfully, he didn't care about Earth at all after he had saved his mother. He already had plans to move her to a Pyrrhon, where the mana density was thicker and society was at peace, so she could live a better life. After all, even in the 4 years he had been gone, Earth had become a small battleground for the stronger worlds within the cosmos. The old man had mentioned the cloud plane, and Damien already knew of its existence. It was one of the many worlds that were discovered through the gates that opened on Earth. And the way the forces of both Nibelheim and the cloud plane received Earth's location was most likely through citizens of Earth who were swayed by wealth or power. It had already been mentioned that entry through gates back to the beginner world wasn't permitted to outsiders, so any other possibility could be immediately ruled out. And so? Why do you guys need the mana of Earth? Yin Jian and Qinhua looked toward Xiaozhen. He was their representative and the one with the most power of the three, so decisions like revealing more about their world to Damien rested on his shoulders. Xiaozhen took a moment to consider the pros and cons of such an information exchange. On one side, he could gain a valuable ally in this talented youth and also continue unobstructed in their plans with Earth, while on the other, there was the risk of this youth going over to the enemy side and spilling their secrets. He never once considered the consequences of having Damien himself as an enemy. Even if Damien was powerful by their standards, against their entire world he was nothing. Hell, even against those major powers on the central continent, he was but another young genius who had the potential to rise in power. Thinking this far, Xiaozhen decided to answer Damien's question. The peak powers of our world have discovered new methods of gaining levels called cultivation. Cultivation is a simple process, as it involves absorbing and circulating ambient mana in specific patterns to increase mana capacity and even level. It was a shocking discovery, but it made sense in the end. Experience points that contribute to leveling up are gained when one enhances or adds to their legend. This concept is one that the system constantly reminds us about when we make large achievements, but it's never fully explained. We still don't know exactly what a legend is, but even years of hard work spent cultivating will earn you experience to level up. While the process may be tens or even thousands at the higher levels of time slower than more conventional methods of leveling, it is still extremely beneficial. The only problem is that with the advent of cultivation, the mana levels of the world weren't able to keep up. This wouldn't have been a problem if it was discovered in the present time, but it's been a common practice in our world for tens of thousands of years. And in the recent times, we've encountered a major threat to civilization. Getting this far, Xiaojun's face became solemn. We haven't discovered exactly what they are, but there's a force behind Nibelheim that is plotting their movements. We've discovered that this force is much greater than we can fathom. In preparation for war that might come when this force makes a move, the peak powers of our cloud plane have decided on the strategy of stealing mana from lower worlds to supplement our own. This way people will be able to gain strength faster without having to worry about depleting the mana density of the world. Damien listened to all this with rapt attention. These weren't conflicts on the country scale, or even the continental scale. These were wars between worlds. Just thinking about such a grand battle made his blood boil. And he knew what the most likely backer for the forces of Nibelheim was. It had to be the Nox. Ever since their invasion of Apiron, they'd apparently kept quiet, but it was obvious they were gathering forces to strike once more. And from what he was hearing, they weren't planning to strike Apiron, but countless other worlds instead. Just what is their purpose? Is it just for domination, or is there something bigger? Damien couldn't help but feel that there was some kind of grand scheme behind the scenes, but he shook off that thought. He didn't have the strength nor the ability to unravel such things. Rather, his thoughts were on something else. The cloud plane seems to be much stronger than Apiron, and if they're going to war with Nibelheim, it'd definitely be something he wanted to get involved in. Maybe he couldn't stop the war or act as a one-man army, but he could definitely deal some heavy blows if he planned his moves right. Still, that came later. First, he had to deal with the troubles taking place on Earth. While he didn't care much about it, he knew his mother held attachments to this world. Even if it was just for her sake, he couldn't allow it to get destroyed. But putting it through a decade's worth of setbacks was nothing major. They would still be able to build themselves back up, and Damien assumed that with such a low quantity of mana, other larger worlds wouldn't hold much interest in Earth. Very well. I don't mind if you guys continue with your plan concerning the mana gathering, but I expect full cooperation when it comes to Nibelheim. We can discuss other matters after that is taken care of. The three old men nodded. Although Damien was still just a boy, there was something about his aura and demeanor that made them feel subservient. Even Xiaojun felt this. It wasn't a matter of strength nor wits, as together they surpassed Damien in both of these fields. Simply, they felt the natural aura of a leader. Not the kind that would sit in the shadows or lead an empire, but of a spiritual pillar who could effortlessly unite people under his banner. The future of this boy will surely be bright, Yin Jian thought to himself. He might have just been a spectator for most of this conversation, but he still had his own opinions on the proceedings. Damien and the three old men talked for a few more hours about various matters before he finally took his leave. He once again decided to walk home, as he had many things to think about. Those old men said that the so-called villains are being transformed and granted power beyond their own level. And those that receive this power mutate into alien-like beings. It sounds awfully similar to the story of the Nox on the temple walls. Back then, the Nox had converted people into puppets for their own use, and when the invasion happened, those followers went around murdering innocent civilians like madmen. The soul fragment of Kurt Galloway had mentioned that these people had abnormal strength, yet they didn't mutate into strange creatures. Well, the methods of a lackey obviously won't be as refined as those of its master. Damien's first priority was to move his mother and Elena off of Earth. If there was even the slightest chance that Earth would become a dangerous place, he wouldn't allow them to stay here. There's also the matter of the cloud plane. Truthfully, Damien wanted to go to the cloud plane alone. He even wanted to leave Rose behind. It wasn't that their strength couldn't contribute to his goals, or that he didn't want their company. Rather, he felt that it would be more convenient if there were fewer outsiders suddenly appearing out of nowhere. His initial thought process wasn't like this, though. He had wanted to bring Rose along for this adventure as he had plenty of fun when they explored the secret realm together, but he had a hard time convincing those old fogies about it. It took an hour to even convince them to allow him to accompany them, so when he asked to bring others, he was vehemently rejected. Well, I can deal with that problem when the time comes. For now, let's deal with the matters on Earth. He kept getting sidetracked thinking about the future, but he couldn't help himself. Although dealing with schemes on Earth was necessary, it didn't spark his spirit of adventure like traveling to other worlds and participating in planetary battles did. Earth was simply a chore, while those other matters were going to be done out of his own volition. Well, let's deal with Nibelheim now. Chapter 94. Preparation 1. Well, even if he wanted to deal with Nibelheim immediately, he didn't have the means to do so. After all, he didn't even know where they were located. Xiaozhen had told him that they would be in the vicinity of LA, but that wasn't much to go on. He wondered if it was even possible to rule out the ocean, but he quickly scraped that thought. If the rest of Earth was simply a playground for Damien, the only place he had to be wary of was the ocean. Even before the World Awakening, more than 80% of the ocean was unmapped and unexplored. The world's terrain had changed since then, and nobody knew what had happened to the ocean. The only known fact was that it was dangerous. The cultivation of beasts was much simpler than that of humans in the sense that they didn't need to level up until they reached 4th class. As long as they ate other beasts, they'd gain power. And so, when the massive oceans of the world came into contact with mana, and the animals within it became beasts, one could only imagine the chaos that would ensue. In the past 3 or so years, sea travel became an entirely unviable option. Boats would immediately get attacked by rampaging beasts even near the shore, and the journey would only become more dangerous when they arrived further at sea. And it wasn't just the native beasts born on Earth that would be a problem. Dungeons weren't around for the benefit of humans, rather they were there to support some sort of balance within the universe. At least this is what the denizens of Earth figured out from otherworlders they met in dungeons. And if gates didn't discriminate, then it was obvious that some would open within the ocean. These gates would go untouched and uncleared, and eventually, they would lead to dungeon breaks. Beasts within those gates would flood the sea. 2 possible situations would occur from that point forward. The first scenario was when the gate was aquatic in nature and new species of beasts with varied strength would enter the ocean's ecosystem, either propagating or ruling within the area. The second was when the gate wasn't aquatic in nature. In this scenario, the beasts that break through the gate would, in most situations, end up drowning or being crushed by the pressure of the deep seas. While this may seem to be a better outcome, it wasn't. The corpses of these beasts would be feasted on by those already living in that ecosystem, providing greater strength to the already existing beasts. In the deepest areas of Earth where humans could never reach, there were potentially an innumerable amount of 3rd-class beasts lying in wait. Damien wanted to visit the depths of the ocean one day and see if he could find anything interesting, but now wasn't the time. Maybe once he was finished with the Nibelheim business or after he finished his adventure in the Cloud Plain he'd return for this purpose. Taking his thoughts off the ocean, Damien decided to check the land areas surrounding the city. And he had to say that he was truly shocked by what he saw. Before his fall, he'd never left Los Angeles, and after the World Awakening, he didn't even have the mind to watch the news. Even Elena was the same. Due to this, their view on Earth had remained relatively untarnished. But even when Damien simply flew around the other areas of California, he could see the vast differences in both geography and population. Major cities like San Diego or San Francisco were relatively untouched, as their large population meant they'd always have heroes there to protect them from any major damages, but most smaller cities were in ruin. Damien had just been thinking about the evolution of normal animals into beasts that occurred within the ocean, but he'd made an oversight when considering the surface. Even if humans were the most dominant species, that didn't mean there was a lack of animals by any means. Within the countless forests and even the smaller ecosystems that existed, there were many beasts. And with the way the instincts of a beast worked, the origin of this chap's debut can be traced to Bayan novel. Damien shuddered at the thought. How much of humanity had truly been decimated already? Even if the strongest and most populated areas maintained a sense of normalcy, what about the rest? How much land had been lost to beasts? Thinking about areas like the Amazon rainforest that were dangerous to humans even before beasts existed on Earth, Damien felt that the situation was much more concerning than he originally thought. Still, it wasn't like he could do anything about it. Even if he tried his hardest, it would probably take years to clean up even just the Amazon. He couldn't imagine shouldering the weight of the world and being a hero who saves everyone. Damien chuckled at the irony of his situation. In general, his worldview was already on a planetary scale. He was thinking about traveling different worlds and participating in massive battles. Yet, his view of Earth was still so narrow-minded. Perhaps it was the effect of living in a pylon for so many years, where peace reigned and order had been established. All the while, Damien was still flying around California searching for the Nibelheim headquarters. It was one of the largest states in America, so he was essentially searching for a needle in a haystack. Plus, even if he could cover all of California in his search, it would by no means be instant. He had already spent an entire day flying at his fastest speeds, and he'd probably only covered 20% of the state. His power level was still at most enough to destroy a city. But Damien was long past the point of getting fatigued with only this much. Sleep was a luxury for him, not a necessity. Damien continued to search throughout the night, and even into the next day without rest. He only stopped when his mana capacity was getting low so he could recharge. And his ceaseless effort finally paid off. Damien was getting bored, so he circled around Sacramento one more time before heading back to Los Angeles. However, he soon stumbled upon a swamp region that seemed to span until the San Francisco area. Wanting to explore the strange terrain a bit, Damien slowed down his travels. It was then that he finally noticed the inconspicuous dome-like structure that existed within the swamp. It was extremely easy to miss, as even its color blended with the murky water, but Damien's perception was too high for such camouflage to work. Ironically, he would have found the area easier if they had used some sort of illusion for concealment. Damien completely hid his aura before carefully approaching the dome. Something about the structure just screamed, evil villain base, to him. Maybe it was all those comics he read as a kid. Damien didn't rashly enter the dome, since if he was correct about its origins, there were bound to be third classes inside. He simply waited in the air, using his vector control to refract light and become invisible. Along with the earring artifact that hid his presence, his concealment was almost perfect. This wasn't a method he used often, since he had Rose, an illusion expert, by his side, but it was still convenient at times like this. Damien waited patiently for hours, watching for any movement on the outskirts of the dome. And finally, he found what he was looking for. A grotesque man with a globular body and antenna on his head emerged from the dome, flying to some unknown location. So this is what they meant by alien. Well, he definitely looked like something out of a crappy sci-fi movie. Damien continued to watch for the next day as many different people who used to be humans exited and entered the dome. It was enough proof for him that this location was indeed a base of Nibelheim. Whether it was the main base or not was yet to be seen, but the old men from Asgard had mentioned that the leaders of Nibelheim had situated their main base in California for convenience. All that was left was for Damien to go inform his companions about what he found. He wanted to infiltrate the base and learn of the plans they had for Earth before taking any offensive action or even informing the guys from the Cloud Plane. Their relationship, at best, could be called a partnership. There was no underlying trust that built a foundation for them, only respect for each other's strengths. Damien had to confirm whether the words of those old men were true before he made any drastic decisions. Using his naivety against him wasn't something Damien would allow, and if it happened it wasn't something he'd take lightly. Though the old men didn't know it, Damien was still in the process of separating allies from enemies. Chapter 95, Preparation 2. After memorizing his location so he could warp back later, Damien flew away from the dome before teleporting back to the house. Arriving, he started telling the girls about what he found. He'd already briefed them about the situation before he left on his search, so he only needed to tell them about the hideout. And since they were already on the subject, he told them about the conditions of the world outside the city. To be honest, it's stupid that we never considered the possibility before you said it, Elena said. She was slightly downcast about the state of the world, But she was similar to Damien in the sense that she knew she couldn't do anything about it, so she didn't fret. However, unlike Damien, she held on to the possibility that once she became strong enough, she could come back and make the world a more peaceful place. After a slight interlude, Damien spoke about the dome-like structure he had found. He also described the mutated people he had seen exiting it. It's pretty obvious what the identity of that structure is, but I have no interest in charging in blindly. Rose, I want you to come with me so we can do a little infiltration mission. Rose nodded. That's no problem. It's been getting a little boring sitting around and doing nothing anyway. What about us? Elena spoke, referring to herself and Zara. Rose has already shown that she can cast illusions on others that don't wear off as long as we have mana, so it shouldn't be a problem for us to join as well. Well, she was talking more for herself than anything. Zara had her own concealment abilities, and they were one of her main strengths. She didn't need any help to hide from others' senses. Damien fell into thought. It was true that Rose could use her illusions to hide Elena if she wanted. Damien's only problem was with safety. If more people infiltrated with him, they'd have to split up, and Damien wouldn't be there to protect them. Rose, seemingly sensing Damien's worries, chimed in. Aren't you being a bit too paranoid? Or did you forget that we aren't some weaklings that are here to burden you? Looking around the room, Damien started to feel like an idiot. It wasn't just Rose, but Elena and Zara as well who were all glaring at him. It was definitely true that he had forgotten their strength. With Rose, although he knew she was strong, he had never seen her fight alone. But that reasoning was illogical. If she couldn't hold her own, how did she even reach him on God's Park Mountain? And wasn't she the one who did the most to kill the Nox within the ancient temple? Zara was the same. Damien had only fought together with her and had never seen her hunt alone, but that didn't mean she never did. When he was building his mana circuits and when he was within the Legacy Tomb, even during certain periods while climbing God's Park Mountain, Zara had evolved without Damien's watch. And the final one was Elena. His trust was a bit rockier when it came to her since he had never seen her fight since he came back to Earth. On top of this, she was still at second class, unlike the rest of them. Perhaps it was due to the conditions of Earth, but it didn't change the facts. Hesitating a bit, Damien spoke once again while looking at Elena. Fine. Rose and Zara are good, but I've never seen you fight. Spar against Rose and based on the outcome we can vote on whether you can come or not. Damien felt like he was being too commanding, but it was necessary. Whether he saw this as a serious venture or not didn't matter. To a second class, walking into the den of third classes was almost always suicide. However, it would be a different story if Elena could prove that her prowess matched Damien and Rose's back when they were near the peak of second class. Elena nodded almost immediately. Not only would she be able to prove she wasn't a burden, but she'd also get to fight Rose, which was something she'd been wishing for since many weeks ago. Receiving her affirmation, Damien teleported the group to a more secluded area on the outskirts of the city. He didn't want to deal with his mother's wrath if they ended up destroying the backyard. Damien sat atop Zara in the distance while Rose and Elena faced each other within the grassy hills they were situated on. Looking at the two, Damien nodded his head. Start. Elena rushed first. She pulled her sword out of the spatial ring Damien had gifted her and appeared directly in front of Rose, moving so fast she left after images in her wake. Although surprised, Rose was still able to react calmly. However, she didn't use any weapons since the strength gap was already big enough. She simply shaped the wind around her into a sickle shape and used it to block the oncoming sword. Swoosh! The impact didn't create an explosion, but the shockwave that erupted managed to raise the grass within their vicinity. Rose smirked at this sight. Is that all you can do? Elena usually wouldn't fall for such light provocation, but against Rose, she always felt she couldn't control herself. She immediately resumed her offensive, continuously swinging her sword. She didn't stay in one place, though. Elena's speed was insane as she almost teleported from one spot to another, circling Rose while slashing with her sword. The sword itself was similar to a katana, but its quality wasn't the same as the weapons Damien and Rose had. Only while watching the fight did Damien realize the discrepancy. Looks like we need to get her a replacement soon. Still, the weapon was enough for now. Elena continued to move around Rose as many afterimages started forming. Their movements became synced, and it became almost impossible to tell which was the real Elena. Rose was definitely surprised by this move. She tried to use her wind to disrupt the images, but they didn't budge. It was almost as if they were being supported by something else. It was then that a change occurred. The earth began rumbling as many holes were formed in its surface. Out of these holes, tens of thick tree roots shot towards Rose. Boom! Finally, an explosion was produced. Rose shot wind bullets at the roots, causing massive gashes in their surfaces before cutting them with her wind sword. All this while, Elena kept attacking in the forefront. The battle raged on for another half an hour, but didn't seem like it would stop anytime soon. With Elena's strategy of continuous heavy assault, any normal second class would have long since run out of stamina already. But this didn't apply to her. Elena's specialty was always her sustainability in battle. No matter what, she always refused to be the first one to tire out. At this point, Rose had decided it was enough. Elena had already proven herself capable, so she felt the battle didn't need to go on any longer. Wanting to teach Elena a little lesson, Rose made her move. Illusory throne. Along with her words, the environment was caped in darkness. Elena stopped her movement as her afterimages slowly disappeared. Instead of panicking, she warily looked at the surroundings, assessing her options. Figures started emerging from the darkness. Beasts, humans, and grotesque combinations between them charged at Elena. Besides this, many horrible scenes flashed by her vision. Mass slaughters and genocide were displayed before her eyes. Unwilling to succumb to this mental warfare, Elena closed her eyes and covered her body in greenish-white mana. It looked similar to wind element, but everything about it other than its appearance was different. Elena felt a vigorous life aura seep into her body and mind, clearing anything she considered as impurity. When she reopened her eyes, she was back within the darkness. It wasn't that the illusions disappeared or stopped attacking her, rather Elena simply stopped seeing them. It was similar to the effects of Damien's eyes. Staring at the endless abyss that constituted the sky, Elena raised her arm. Judgment. Blinding light emerged from the darkness, bathing everything in its warm glow. However, contrary to the purity of its aura, the action itself was deadly. 10 massive golden swords formed in the air. Even Damien could see their light from outside the illusory throne domain. And then, Elena dropped her arm. The swords of light shot forward at blinding speeds, hitting their various targets. 3 swords impaled the ground, 3 impaled the ceiling, and the other 4 impacted the walls. Even though everything was constructed from illusions, the swords struck as if they were material objects. And then, another blinding flash occurred as the swords imploded. A rain of light arrows showered the environment around Elena, seemingly unwilling to leave a single spot untouched. And slowly, cracks began forming in the illusory domain. Rose wasn't going to allow this. She summoned her throne and prepared to counter Elena, inadvertently giving up her position. Elena turned to her with the same attitude, ready to fight until one of them dropped. However, their battle was abruptly put to an end. Damien arrived in the middle of the domain and teleported them away from each other, using his vector control to prevent them from moving. All right, Elena has already proven herself. You guys can continue this after we finish our missions. Chapter 96, Infiltration, 1. The girls were visibly disappointed that their fight had been interrupted, but they didn't complain. They had other priorities for now. Still, this didn't prevent them from glaring daggers at each other. Damien decided to change the topic to diffuse the tension a bit. Wow, I didn't expect that you'd have grown so strong already. What was that last move you did? And the one with the roots too. Elena beamed as she proudly explained. About a year after you left, I gained a new life affinity. I didn't quite understand it, but its purpose is geared more towards healing. Still, it also encompasses nature, so I can do cool stuff like that. As for that last move, it's a skill I created. Judgment is a light element skill, and you could see its effects from the battle earlier. In the beginning, I could only form a single sword and have it strike an enemy, but now I can do more creative things like the arrow shower I used. Damien was truly impressed. Not only was her combat prowess enough to join them on their mission, but it might also be better than Damien and Rose's own combat prowess when they were at her level. They were both able to Jumo levels within 3rd class and fight stronger opponents, so for Elena to put up such a good fight against Rose was a true testament to her capabilities. Not to mention that her light element seems to be a direct counter for Rose's illusions. Though, Damien wouldn't mention this out loud. He didn't know what kind of backlash he'd suffer if he did. Zara soon joined the girls as they chatted for a few hours while recuperating their mana. Since things were already decided, there was no more need to hesitate. It was almost time to infiltrate Nibelheim. Damien took the time when the girls rested to think up a plan. After all, at this point he was still planning on charging in head-on, even if he was doing it in a more concealed manner. He could easily ask Rose for Hill, since she had been the main planner in the Monolith Code event during the tournament, but Damien wanted to practice his skills in scheming a bit. It was something he'd need to master in the future, so it was good to get an early start. Even if I want to practice, I have no guidelines to go off of. All I can think of is the fact that we need to infiltrate. Still, this wasn't an area Damien could excel at effortlessly as he did with more physical training. Even when it came to comprehension, his abilities were top tier, but for some reason, it seemed his brain wasn't geared towards long-term planning or scheming. I need at least a basic ability to scheme. If not to scheme myself, it will still be helpful to unravel the schemes of others. Damien continued to think about the plan after infiltrating. He started basic, assigning the team composition. That part was easy. He was able to act as a one-man army on the smaller scale of things, especially on Earth. Thus, he only needed help with concealment. But I still haven't mastered my vector control. Using the light refraction technique would be a good way to practice sustainability. Even if he got caught, it would be light work for him to escape. He was sure there wouldn't be any formations or anything that could lock space, especially since there wasn't even an illusion formation to hide the location. Then, I'll put Rose and Elena together since Elena doesn't have her own concealment methods. At least I think so. There was no way for him to know all of Elena's cards unless she told him, and he respected her privacy, so he never asked. However, Elena had light elements, so she hypothetically should be able to use the same light refraction technique as him, even if it was implemented differently. Maybe she just hasn't thought of it? Either way, he decided to put the two girls on the same team. As for him and Zara, they would work mostly alone. They would still stay near each other though, so it could only technically be counted as moving solo. As for location, that wasn't something he could plan yet. He did not know the layout or structure of the base, which would be a problem. But none of them possessed memory reading techniques, so it would be hard to get a foolproof answer. I haven't tested the waters when it comes to torture yet. This would be the easiest method for him to gain information. Plus, since the victims had virtually sold their souls for power, he didn't need to feel remorse for his actions. Good, let's do that. After I figure out the floor plan, I'll put together a rough outline for the rest of the plan. With that thought, Damien vanished from where he stood. The girls were startled at first, but Zara assured them that he was just doing some more preparation before they left. Knowing that he would be gone for a while, Rose and Elena once again fiercely glared at each other. "You're not bad for someone at your level," Rose said in a slightly condescending tone. "Yeah, and you're pretty weak for someone at yours." Elena was quick with a comeback. "If it wasn't for the fact that light was a natural counter, you wouldn't have done so well. If you were really as good as you claim to be, wouldn't a natural counter be too little to stop you? You're just lucky I went easy on you." The girls argued for hours on end. Zara got a kick out of watching this since their fight had devolved into petty insults. Neither of them was willing to back down, but since they didn't see each other as enemies and just as rivals, they were limited on the insults they could actually use. When night finally fell, Damien reappeared in his previous position. The girls had already sensed the spatial fluctuations and stopped their argument. All right then, here's the plan. Naturally, both Rose and Elena were dissatisfied that they had been paired up, but in the end, they said nothing. It was for the success of the plan, or at least that's what they told themselves. After splitting up the teams, Damien went on to the further details. There's nothing much that needs to be said. The hideout is like a bunker that spans deep into the earth, but I don't know much else. However, the entire third floor of the bunker is sealed off to all personnel, since it's where their leaders reside. This was all the information Damien could get, even after using any torture method he was creative enough to come up with. The usage of the facilities from the fourth floor down were also outlined, but everything after the 65th floor was unknown, even to the strongest of the villains he'd captured. When Damien told this to the girls, they were able to connect the dots. That must be where the juicy stuff is. Right, if we want to find anything besides run-of-the-mill villain stuff, we'll have to get into those floors. Damien also agreed with this. He had already told them that the enemies were otherworlders rather than the villains of Earth, so their opinions were formed with all information they currently had. Also, I learned that the security isn't that tight until you reach those deeper floors. They don't seem to have many branch locations, so there's a constant influx of villains going in and out. The personalities of these villains are also varied, with some of them being super eccentric. A lot of them are stuck in crazed delusions because they have power. As long as we aren't obvious, it shouldn't be a problem fitting in. All we need to do is figure out how to infiltrate the 65th floor. Damien added, well, we can each use our own methods to get past that hurdle. If we plan too thoroughly, we won't be able to react with fluidity if things go south. Rose explained. The other two also nodded. And from then on, there was no need for further talk. Damien warped them to the concealed location he had marked previously, and Rose promptly put the three of them in disguise. Zara returned to her old spot within Damien's shadow, which had gone unused for the past many months. At least until they had made proper entry into the building, this type of move was necessary. Quickly, the three of them split into the predetermined teams. Be safe, and if you get caught, your first priorities are your lives, Damien said as he looked at the two girls. They nodded back in affirmation before parting ways. Around half an hour after the girls left, Damien also made his way towards the entrance of the large dome. Now, Nibelheim, let's see if you can show me something interesting. Chapter 97, Infiltration 2. Beginning the infiltration was simple. All Damien had to do was walk into the dome-like structure as if he belonged there in the first place. Nobody questioned him and nobody stopped him. There wasn't even any sort of identification point inside. Damien walked in a pompous manner as if he viewed himself as someone above everyone surrounding him, and this air alone made people avoid him. Nobody liked conversing with pretentious people. The area of the dome-like structure was mostly empty, with some training rooms that seemed to be there solely as cover for everything happening underneath. Scattered around the area were plenty of elevators, one of which Damien took. The numbers on the elevator were a quick indicator of how status worked. From 4 through 64, anyone could travel, but to go below floor 65, there was some sort of keycard identification necessary. Damien clicked the number 50 and quickly descended through the bunker. The entire frame of the elevator was made from glass, and only after the first 3 floors did Damien realize why. The darkness that enshrouded him quickly opened up as the scenery was revealed to him. It was quite a marvelous sight, reminding Damien of a movie he'd watched once. The bunker was similar to a coliseum in that the central area was hollow and the floors were rings around it. When Damien tried to look to the bottom of the hollow area, all he saw was an abyss. Even if the entire middle section of the floors were cut, each floor wasn't small in the slightest. Damien could see the countless different people working within the floors, with plenty of them even resembling normal office workers. Not everyone in Nibelheim is a villain, some of them just needed a way to make a living. Being someone who'd gone through many years holding a similar mindset, Damien understood them entirely. He didn't blame these people for their decisions, nor did he have a desire to make them collateral damage. But if things escalated to that point, people live and people die. Whether I sympathize or not doesn't change the fact that they work for a so-called villain organization. They must have been prepared to face the consequences. At least, this was how Damien tried to convince himself. He was simply trying to justify the actions he might take. He tended to be an overthinker, planning for situations that might never happen in the future. But knowing that didn't stop him from thinking about it. Damien soon reached the 50th floor. The reason he didn't descend directly to the floors in the 60s was not only to avoid suspicion, but also to get a feel for the atmosphere in the bunker. As the elevator doors opened, Damien stepped out into the bustling space. Code 15 at Booth A. Code 27 at Booth G. Damien was immediately greeted with code words and phrases being thrown about. This floor was for both support and monitoring of outside activity. While villains tended to do what they want, there were plenty that used other methods to gain money, status, or even power. Trading was one of these ways and contribution points were another. It was a system set up within Nibelheim that most villains followed, and although there were plenty of material rewards to be gained through the system, there was one in particular that most people aimed for. Mutation Center. The words were written on a holographic screen followed by various numbers for the different options one could choose from. The most expensive of these were full-body mutations, but there were less costly options to mutate only a single limb or even just the head. They must not have the capital to wantonly mutate everyone who wants it, so they set up the system to funnel out the useless ones. It was honestly a good system, and one that was used by plenty of people regardless of the worlds they came from. Damien watched on as the queue for this particular station continued to move. He was curious about how the mutation center worked, since the victims of such mutation never seemed in pain nor were they unhappy, but he didn't have time to do so immediately. First, Damien focused on his objective. After wandering aimlessly for a while with the same pompous attitude, Damien entered the bathroom on the floor and cast his light refraction. He had already tested whether his spatial abilities would work when he was wandering the floor, so he knew light refraction would be easy. Damien had also taken the time to check the security setup on the floor. There were indeed cameras set up in various places to monitor whether any mishaps were occurring, and Damien knew where they were. Their positioning didn't leave many blind spots, so the rest of Damien's plan would require a good amount of patience. He couldn't even open the bathroom door on his own to exit, as it would be weird to see the door randomly opening and closing on its own. He had to wait for someone else to open it before he slipped through the cracks. Since light refraction was anchored to his body rather than being a field-type power, he didn't need to worry about alerting people by accident. And Damien's opportunity came easily. Once he left the bathroom, he repeated the same process to enter the elevator and once again played the waiting game. This time, it was much harder for him to achieve anything. At first, he had thought of using the mutation center as his method to descend, but since it was an unknown, he chose the longer yet safer method. He waited in the elevator until someone with a keycard entered as well. This wait took a few hours, and Damien had stopped consistently using his own mana to conceal himself. Since his physical presence was hidden by his earring artifact and he could hide his aura through his years of practice in the dungeon, all he needed to do was actually hide his body. And Zara was a perfect help for this. For the first time since they'd met, Damien got to feel what it was like to join Zara in the shadows. She melded him into the long shadows in the elevator, and the two of them simply sat together and waited. Hours went by, but their patience was rewarded. A woman with a badge entered the elevator. Except, instead of going to the 65th floor, she went directly down to floor 90. Considering the fact that there were only 100 floors the elevator could access, she must have been someone with high status. I don't know whether it's a good thing or a bad thing that I'm starting on the 90th floor, so let's just hope for the best. Meanwhile, Rose and Elena didn't have to play such an absurd waiting game to gain access to the lowest floors. When they entered the bunker, they did it in a similar way as Damien, giving off unapproachable airs as they entered the elevator. They went directly down to the 64th floor from there, not wanting to delay in the slightest. Exiting the elevator, the two girls calmly walked up to the security gate blocking entry before a card appeared in Rose's hand. Swiping the card gained her instant access to the floor. The card was completely made of illusions, yet it seemed to exist on the physical plane. Through the knowledge she gained from the Legacy Tomb rewards, Rose was able to create solid constructs like this card. Even though the size was still limited to such a small scale, the insinuations of such an ability preached of limitless potential in the future. As for the design of the card, Elena had taken care of that. She had used her life magic to lock onto the life aura of a man they had entered the elevator with, manipulating his body into pulling out his own identity card. They had gotten lucky enough to meet a researcher on entry. As for how Elena was able to do such a thing with life magic, even Rose was curious, but it wasn't the time to ask. She could seek answers once everything was over. Rose used the information Elena had pulled to replicate the card, allowing them easy access to the lower floors. Considering how constantly the two girls fought, it was surprising how well they worked as a team when they got serious. Passing the bolted doors that had once prohibited their entry, the first thing that greeted the girls was rows of researchers in lab coats. Each of them was hunched over their own workstations, focusing on nothing but the projects in front of them. Even while glancing at what they were doing, Rose and Elena kept their indifferent facades. But on the inside, they were genuinely disgusted. After all, it wasn't hard to figure out what the material these researchers were using was. Even if it was in small amounts, the aura of a human couldn't be mistaken. Even if it came from deformed lumps or pieces of skin on metal trays. Chapter 98. Infiltration 3. What were the qualities that described a human? Some would argue that it was their nature, while some would take a biological standpoint. Though there were many different ways people classified humanity and humans, none of them would fit the scenes in front of Rose and Elena. Yet, it was undeniable that the materials used by the researchers were from humans. Elena's voice suddenly rang through Rose's head. "Don't panic, this is a technique I learned using mana. Anyway, whatever those things that are giving off human aura truly are, some of them are giving off even more prevalent life aura." Rose's body slightly shook at this revelation. Whether they were human or not became less important with this information. After all, wasn't Elena telling her that some of these things were alive? Rose wanted to figure out how the lumps of flesh she was seeing could be alive, but it wasn't the right choice. She knew that they would find more answers if they continued traveling. While they walked through the halls, Rose taught herself to use the same technique Elena just did. It wasn't that hard, since it purely relied on mana. She simply created a thread of mana and shot it into Elena's head, using it to project her thoughts. She didn't know how this kind of method was undiscovered on a Pyrrhon. Then again, it might be known, but she just wasn't taught to use it. In the end, all that mattered was that she had learned it now. "I think we should descend to the next floor rather than continue on this one. Judging by what's happening over there, that's where the supply of these things comes from," Rose transmitted as she signaled towards a certain area of the hall. When Elena looked over, she saw a tube-like object that was constantly producing these balls of flesh. Its source seemed to be further down in the bunker. Nodding toward Rose to show her affirmation, Elena began walking in the direction of the staircase she saw in the distance. Rose soon followed suit. The staircase was barely lit, causing the eeriness the two already felt from the previous scenes to multiply. However, it was nothing compared to what they felt when they reached the next floor. Rather than rows on rows of researchers, what filled this floor were large glass tubes. Rose could only infer their function based on her surroundings, but Elena knew exactly what was going on. The only problem was, she never expected to see such a scene in real life. Each and every tube out of the hundreds that spanned the hall was filled with clear liquid, and within that liquid were living beings, seemingly in deep slumber. Not all of these beings were human, but most of them were. Yet, even the humans could barely be considered as such anymore. The deformities that besieged them ranged from smaller things like extra fingers or strange protrusions that jutted from their bodies to more gruesome things like two conjoined heads or extra arms that seemed to have been transplanted onto them rather than natural. Only one trait was shared between every being in the tubes. Each and every one of them had thick black lines running through their body like veins. Some of them were more prominent on the outside, resembling tattoos. It was honestly disgusting. Each of these beings was rigged with countless different wires and machines monitoring their vitals and other biological data, and periodically, small razors emerged within the tubes to slice off parts of their bodies. No blood was spilled, and the cut parts were regenerated immediately. Not even a spike was seen in the heart rates of these beings as they were mutilated. Either their minds were already lost, or they had become numb to pain due to all the torture. Neither Rose nor Elena wanted to find out. Even if this was the source of the matter being experimented with on the 65th floor, they didn't care. They wanted to move on. But both of them knew that if they continued, they'd only find more gruesome scenes. Still, they steeled their hearts and descended to the next floor. But it was just the same as the one before it. Hundreds of beings in glass tubes that stood stationary as they were mutilated and rebuilt. The girls ignored these scenes and continued down until they reached the 75th floor. And indeed, what they found was much worse than the previous floors. Rather than the finished products of the experiments, they found researchers in the process of creating them. Subject 1258 is primed for dosage, one of the researchers said. Affirmative. Rolling video log to monitor changes. Unlike the ones on the 65th floor, the researchers here were decked in full hazmat suits. Currently, the girls were only focusing on a single group, but there were countless others like them within the floor. This group surrounded a man who was naked and strapped to a metal table. His mouth was covered, but the terror in his eyes was clear as day. Rose and Elena watched as the leader of this particular group took syringes full of murky black liquid and injected them into the subject's body. As the liquid entered his body, the man froze up. His eyes rolled back until only the whites were visible as his whole body jerked in place. And then, it was mayhem. The man suddenly began thrashing around violently, ignoring the chains that strapped him down. The mechanisms that secured his head and blocked his mouth were destroyed, and the man's screams resounded through the area. Aha! Black veins began forming on the man's chest before spreading through the rest of his body. When they reached his throat, even the man's voice was destroyed. The veins pulsated as they grew in number, soon covering his entire body. And then, an even more horrifying scene played out. A giant hole appeared in the man's thigh as blood sprayed out like a fountain, showering the researchers in crimson. However, the blood rain didn't last long. Like thousands of worms crawling in his body, the man's skin wriggled around and began extending. Following this was the formation of new muscles and bones. It wasn't just his thighs. Where the man's heart should have been, another massive hole opened. One could even see the cold metal of the table from underneath this hole. An arm began forming, turning into two before the hole completely closed. The man's eyes had already lost the light of sanity, and it was clear he couldn't think. Like a crazed beast, he ground his teeth and growled at anything that got near him. The black veins on his body became more pronounced, carving themselves into the very being of his existence. At that point, the lead researcher hit a button. A formless gas flooded the area, slowly putting the man into a forced coma. Another failure. Put him with the rest to be studied by the ones above. One of the researchers nodded and followed these instructions. The man was put into a similar glass tube to the ones the girls had witnessed previously and handed off to another member. It was clear where he was headed. The girls could only look at each other with shock evident in their eyes. What did we just witness? Elena was more shaken of the two. While Rose had seen the graphic depictions in the temple walls that showed the maniacal behavior of people and had also witnessed torture herself, Elena hadn't been exposed to this kind of thing in the slightest. Actually, it might be one of the first murders she'd witnessed. She didn't count beasts, as she always saw them as a tool to gain experience, but it was different when it was humans. After all, this was her own species. She couldn't overcome the trauma so easily. Still, Elena tried her best to ignore the disgust and fear she was feeling. This wouldn't be the last time she saw harrowing scenes, and she knew she'd have to kill humans at some point. On top of all this, it would jeopardize their current mission if she freaked out. Elena could only promise herself that she'd destroy the organization conducting such terrible experiments with her own hands. It was the only method she had to quell her fear. "I'm getting a bad feeling about this," transmitted Rose. "That black substance, the way it moves is eerily similar to the Nox being me and Damien met previously." She couldn't shake the feeling that there was some sort of massive plot behind these actions. Especially seeing how Nibelheim was mutating villains and how the Nox mutated their followers from other races. Rose shook her head. "For now, we just observe. We can think of a way to deal with this and also figure out more about what's happening when we meet up with Damien." While the girls were recovering from the brutal scene they'd just witnessed, Damien was feeling something entirely different. Even with the trepidation that he felt from the very core of his being, Damien couldn't help but feel it. He could only describe the massive structure in front of him as awe-inspiring. Chapter 99 Core 1. When the elevator stopped on the 90th floor, Zara seamlessly attached her shadow to the researchers so they could enter the facility uninhibited. Zara's shadow worked similarly to a subspace in that it could both hold living beings and was concealed from most people's perception. This subspace used shadows as a base, and like such could latch to shadows and be carried by them. In such a dimly lit area like the underground bunker, Zara's ability was extremely useful. And so, Damien and Zara were carried by the researcher as she walked through the facility. Similar to the 60th floor, there were hundreds of different researchers at their workstations handling separate matters. The difference was the subject of experimentation. The 90th floor was much more technologically advanced, with holographic screens prevalent throughout its area that showcased many large numbers that Damien couldn't even hope to understand. Besides these, there were many machines he had never seen before, most likely not originating from Earth. Damien was surprised by the sheer number of people that were working in this area, and assuming that there were similar numbers on the 25 floors above it, it was truly obscene. But at the same time, not all these people had to be from Earth. And even if they were all from Earth, a population of several billion still had the capability to support such a large group. Shaking off any useless thoughts, Damien continued to watch the proceedings around him as the researcher he was following met up with a few others. "Lynn, how's the progress on the extraction mission?" one of them asked the woman. "It's proceeding as expected, however, we are still unable to find the source of the recently established connection. Its nature is too ethereal for us to study using the equipment provided for this lower world. Not to mention, the core itself rejects our presence. It's been long theorized that the core of a world has the capability to gain sentience and form a will, but there's been no proof. Even if we fail our original goal, if we can prove the existence of a world's sentience, it would be a common-sense shattering discovery. Indeed, it's already proven that plant life forms can gain sentience with prolonged absorption of mana. The carnivorous ones can even utilize the records to level up. There have been a few cases on our own world where plant life forms gained humanoid form after gaining enough power." The researchers began discussing in a fervor. Whether it was their original task or not, they didn't care. They moved in the pursuit of science and truth, and any discovery that correlated with this would earn their blind devotion until they had solved its mysteries. But it didn't take long for them to be forced back to reality. Lynn, the researcher who Damien had been following, spoke up. "Silence. Regardless of what we want to study, it isn't our choice this time. If we don't complete the mission that the higher-ups have given us, you know the consequences. Don't get too comfortable with the atmosphere here. Nibelheim is not a forgiving world, and even your families will suffer if you make a mistake." At the mention of family, a gloomy atmosphere descended on the researchers. It was true that none of them wanted to do what they were being tasked to. None of them were inhumane to the point where the loss of billions of lives wouldn't weigh on their shoulders. Still, for the sake of their love of science, well-being, and most importantly the well-being of those they cared for, they forged on. The group of scientists moved together as they passed the less important researchers that surrounded them and entered a structure that constituted the center of the floor. Unlike the abyss of the normal floors, there was no hole in the center of this one. Instead, it was another facility that was even more heavily guarded than the ones on the 65th floor. Damien watched from the shadows as the scientists went through 5 different bolted doors of varying density and performed tests to prove their identity. At the most basic layer, there was a retina scan and fingerprint scan, but as they progressed, things got more complicated. Aside from a separate keycard needed for entry, they also went through an area that tested their mana signature, blood, and many more facets that made up one's identity. It was truly rigorous, and there was even a test to see if any foreign mana lingered on the scientists' bodies. Damien was slightly stressed during this one, as Zara's shadow was qualified as foreign mana, but they passed without a problem. It seemed the equipment here was meant to deal with a lower world, so none of it exceeded S rank in quality. Zara's concealment wouldn't be ousted by a mere S rank artifact. Once they entered the facility, Damien was greeted by pristine white walls and tens of researchers in hazmat suits. Compared to the outside, the amount in here was minuscule. Each of them was in front of a holographic screen as they tested numerous equations, trying to find the correct path to complete their tasks. Lynn ignored all of this and went to the center of the room, where a large circular platform was located. Stepping on this platform with her colleagues, she was promptly teleported to the very bottom of the bunker. Here, there were no signs of civilization, nor were there other researchers. The only ones allowed access to this area were the big bosses of the organization and this group of 5 researchers. It was a massive cavern filled with gnawing darkness. Not even a single lamp or even torch was used to light up the area. Still, the scientists paid this no mind and continued walking in a straight line. As they walked, Damien began to see a bluish glow emerge from the distance. At first, it was simply enough to illuminate the shadows within the cavern, but as they drew closer, the light became blinding. The scientists were already prepared for this and had the appropriate equipment to circumvent the problem, but Damien wasn't. The blinding light corroded any shadow present in the vicinity, forcing him and Zara out of their concealment. Luckily, the scientists were occupied and the two made no noise. Damien was able to cast light refraction before any changes were noticed. And due to his earring artifact, no trace of his presence was left in the area. Still, something reacted to him. The source of the blinding light slightly thumped as if acknowledging his presence, but it was so slight that it went unnoticed by everyone in the area. The scientists continued to walk towards the bright light, and the entire cavern was filled with a wondrous blue color. When Damien followed them, he felt a sensation like none other. It was mystical and enchanting, yet grounded in reality. A sudden memory flashed into his head. A river filled with starlight of a similar color. Even if its properties were entirely different, the image of the river wouldn't leave his head. Damien was forced to crouch down due to pain and clutch his head. Something within him was forcing that memory to lay dormant, trying to force him into forgetting it. When the memory resurged, whatever that thing was caused immense waves of pain to crash through his head until he stopped attempting to recall it. Damien truly wanted to know what it was that he saw and why it was so dangerous to remember it, but now wasn't the time. He caught back up to the scientists, who had reached the source of the glow. It was a massive empty space that looked similar to a quarry, but there was nothing inside. Well, almost nothing. In the middle of the empty space, floating with no support, was a huge ball of blue light. The ball was at least the size of the moon as a whole, maybe even larger. Especially with its expansive diameter, it genuinely looked like a celestial body. Damien stared at this massive ball of light. He felt like if he really tried, he could reach out and touch it, but another part of him felt that he'd be immediately incinerated if he did so. The strangest part was that the huge object didn't give off any aura or waves of power, even though the entire area around it was filled with that same mystical sensation Damien felt earlier. He was enthralled by the sight. The core of this small world called Earth. It's a marvelous scene no matter how many times I see it. It's confusing how a world recently introduced to mana could have such a magnificent core. Indeed, the universe is filled with countless wonders. It's a shame that we are forced to rob one of them of its majesty. Still, it must be done. Commence Trial 127 for Project Title, Core Extraction. Chapter 100 Core 2. Rose and Elena finally made it past the experiment areas onto the 80th floor. The things they saw on the past 5 floors were so harrowing that the two were forced to take a break and collect themselves. Regardless of any torture Rose had witnessed or any brutality either of the girls had committed, the happenings in those experiments were truly enough to induce their gag reflex. The struggle to fight the urge to vomit was intense. Concealed by illusions, the two sat in an inconspicuous corner of the staircase to the 80th floor and rested. Currently, they were conversing via mental transmission. "So, how are you doing? Are you sure you can continue?" Rose asked worriedly. Any teasing or mischievous attitude she held previously was entirely gone. "I'll be fine," Elena responded, though her voice was weak and shaking. Her entire body was shivering occasionally as she recalled what she had witnessed. What kind of terrible people do you have to be to do such a thing? And why would they even do it in the first place? "I just don't understand." Rose sighed. Although she had an inkling of what the injections they saw were, it didn't make anything better. "This is a scheme we won't be able to see through yet. Think about it, Earth is such a small world. There's no way that this is the only planet where they're doing such inhumane things." Elena shivered even more. She was imagining how throughout the expansive universe countless beings were going through that excruciating pain with none being the wiser. Just the thought made her entire being deflate. Elena, at the end of the day, was someone who wielded both the life and light elements. Her affinity was holy and pure, striving toward peace. Even if she was a frontliner, these characteristics still reflected on her. It wasn't an odd thing in the slightest for one to be influenced by the affinities they were born with. They were intrinsically linked to the very core of one's being, so it was normal for them to influence one's character. As proof of this, Damien was always acting mysteriously, seeking to explore the vastness of the universe. He wanted everything to be within the palm of his hand. Not because he had some sort of ambition to rule, but rather it was simply a desire he had for no purpose. At most, it could be said to be a product of his overthinking and his wanting there to be no situation he couldn't react to. Zara was cute and innocent personality-wise, but she always remained with Damien. Her main goal in life was to be his shadow and to travel with him as one. Maybe it was because of the dependence she developed for him, but it was still partly influenced by her element. Not to mention her behavior towards outsiders. If anyone she didn't allow attempted to touch her, they'd most likely lose an arm. She was cold as ice to those she didn't trust. And finally, there was Rose. Rose had grown up in an imperial household and always had the desire to be free. This stemmed from her life spent without leaving the castle, and it was empowered by her wind affinity. Not to mention, she was extremely mischievous. The way she liked to tease Elena simply because she saw her as a love rival, it was clear where the influence came from. Most of the time, the inherent parts of their personalities were amplified by their affinities, and sometimes there were only subtle clues to indicate them. Elena was always the caring type, it was just that this side of her was always reserved for Damien. Just like how she had spent high school trying to brighten his days because she couldn't help with his bullying, and just like how she consistently took care of his mother after he fell, even if almost every part of her called herself crazy for clinging to hope. Even if Damien had truly died, Elena would have stayed taking care of his mother as long as she could, and she'd have held on to her hope that he would return as long as she possibly could. She was truly kind-hearted at the end of the day, and even if she could ignore how ruthless Damien got because of his circumstances, she couldn't ignore the suffering of innocence. It made her sick to her stomach, and it made her question what she was even fighting for. "This is why we need strength." Rose's voice sounded in her head. "With absolute strength, nobody would dare slight you. With absolute strength, your will can be enforced by the many, and with absolute strength, nothing will stand in your way." Elena looked up into Rose's goldish ruby eyes. "So continue to get stronger. Until nobody can act in a way you see as wrong again. Get strong to the point where you can enact your justice as you please." Elena's eyes began to tear up. It was unexpected that this advice would come from Rose, but it was exactly what she needed to hear. Embracing Rose tightly, Elena silently cried until she couldn't cry anymore. And when she had successfully vented her emotions and steeled her will to move forward, the duo entered the 80th floor. Commenced Trial 131 for project title, Core Extraction. Many different machines had descended into the spacious cavern as the scientists continued their trials. At this point, it had already been close to a day since they started. Damien watched from the shadows as giant drills attempted to pierce Earth's core as he gritted his teeth. To him, this issue became much more serious over the past day. As the scientists became more brutal and forceful in their experiments, Damien began to feel something through the ethereal connection he had to Earth. In the first place, this connection had always been more powerful than the rest. And the fact that he was directly next to the core only made it stronger. Within Damien's head, he could swear he heard screaming. It was a cry of pain from a childlike voice. And because their connection was intimate, he could tell that the voice was Earth's. He had heard when the scientists talked about the theory of worlds gaining sentience, but he hadn't paid much attention to it. He had thought of it as the crazed ramblings of mad scientists. But now, he was having a hard time disregarding it. Even if the voice he could hear was mostly incoherent, even if it couldn't form a single true thought, its pain was still transmitted to him. Something was reaching out to him from the other side of his connection. When Damien allowed this attempt through, he immediately felt pain racking his entire body. The location of the pain was eerily similar to the positioning of the drills attempting to pierce the core. It was impossible to deny it anymore. The Earth itself was asking for his help. Damien bit his tongue until he drew blood. He had to wait patiently, or he would lose any opportunity he would possibly have to stop things. He honestly didn't have a single idea of how to even begin. How was he supposed to stop such a massive operation without revealing himself? And even if he did reveal himself, what would he do afterward? There were still at least 3 third-class beings within this bunker, and he felt it was imperative to not alert them to his presence. As Damien pondered, another signal was sent from the other side of his connection. Rather than something like sharing pain, this time he felt that it was a message. Allowing the request to proceed, Damien's web audio channel announcement. Thank you for listening. If you want to listen to the full series and hundreds of audiobooks similar to this, please join our Discord or join our Patreon on patreon.com/webaudio. The link will be in the description and also pinned in the comment section. Thank you. His mind was flooded by thoughts. None of them were coherent, but the sheer power of the jumbled mess of thoughts was enough to almost cause his brain to cease functioning. Damien was forced to cut the connection to save himself. As expected of the planet itself. Even if it doesn't have any viable means to use its power, the sheer scale of the power it holds is immense. Even if it couldn't consciously mobilize mana, it still had enough mana to supply its entire body, which was Earth itself. The consciousness of this being was vast even if it had only recently gained sentience. He wondered if planets could even gain strength, or if they could become humanoid, but that didn't matter. Once he was able to think properly, he was able to figure out the Earth's intentions. It wants me to bind it? Damien understood the concept, as he had seen it happen in many pieces of fictional literature, but he didn't expect it to happen in real life. It wants me to become a Star Master? Or, no, perhaps this is what it means to be a Celestial. The title of Celestial was overbearing, even if it only connected him to the stars. Until this point, Damien never found a way to truly advance his understanding of this class. That is, until today. The only method Damien knew was the contract he had used with Zara, but that wouldn't work on a being without blood like the Earth. Or perhaps, Damien poured every bit of mana he had stored within his body into his connection with Earth, feeding it to the core. And in response, the core did the same. When the 2 different types of magic power connected. Swoosh. Chapter 101 Core 3. Any thoughts Damien had were blown away and his mind became clear. The clarity he felt was exhilaratingly pleasurable. He watched as the 2 unique types of magic power fused into one before infusing into the link that connected them. As more and more mana entered the link, it slowly solidified. Although the connection was still ethereal in its nature, Damien had the feeling that no matter where he went in the universe, no matter how far he went from Earth, he'd always be able to feel this connection. It wasn't just a link anymore, it was more apt to call it a bond. Damien was so caught up in the sensation that he didn't even notice that his concealment had been blown away. He was standing in plain view of the scientists, who panicked about his presence. Who is he and how did he get here? Someone call backup. Meanwhile, Lin looked at Damien with interest. They might have missed it, but I saw that burst of magic power. He must be the source of the connection. Lin thought for a minute about what to do, before a sly smile crept onto her face. Everyone, run away. He's trying to destroy the bunker. After her words registered in everyone's heads, the scientists immediately bolted for the exit. They no longer cared about the experiment, nor did they care to alert anyone. They just wanted to preserve their lives. Looking back at Damien one last time, a strange glint appeared in Lin's eyes. And then, without another word, she left as well. At this time, Damien was still basking in the sensation of this new connection. He felt he could exert his will on this planet with ease and things would get accomplished. The scale was unknown, but he felt that he could even create natural disasters if he so felt like it. Congratulations! You have become a Star Master. You have taken the first step towards truly becoming a Celestial. A Celestial cannot be titled as such if they simply gained a connection to celestial bodies. They receive this title due to their ability to bind and become the master of these celestial bodies. Each and every Celestial walks a path towards domination. Your legends have been enhanced. Damien read through the system window with wide eyes. He knew that it would be important when he bound the Earth, but he didn't think it'd be anything this major. From the simple act of binding the world, he felt that his mana capacity had drastically increased. He wasn't aware of what other benefits he received, but that was something he'd need to find out in the future. He was just a fledgling Celestial, and the Earth was just a fledgling world. In the first place, the reason the Earth's will requested to be bound was out of sheer instinct. As a world's will, the most important thing to it was survival. And something attracted it to Damien, telling it that he was the key. Damien also knew that he wouldn't get answers from the world's will, so he figured he needed to try something else. Would a Pyron's will accept this? And is it old enough to have proper sentience? Even if it wasn't, Damien wouldn't fret. There were countless worlds in the universe waiting for him to conquer them. I don't even want to be an emperor, though. That's way too much responsibility. But since I have to conquer worlds anyway, can't I just leave all the political stuff to the people in those worlds who already know the political stuff? He liked that idea. What was the point in replacing the emperors that already ruled those worlds? Damien had no interest in upsetting the power balance due to his pursuit of power. Damien tried to summon his magic power, only to realize that he had used it all to bind the Earth. However, this wasn't a problem. Now that he had become the Star Master of Earth, he felt there were certain perks he could use. Raising hit hand, Damien made a cutting motion through the air. And following that motion, the atmospheric mana became a massive blade and destroyed the equipment that was drilling into the Earth's core. He didn't even need his own mana reserves while he was on Earth. Is this what it feels like to have infinite mana? But he quickly shook off this thought. His mana was nowhere near infinite, nor was it immeasurably vast. The privileges he had on Earth would stay on Earth, so he couldn't get too conceited. Not to mention, the Earth still needed to grow. He couldn't go wantonly using its mana as if it would immediately regenerate it. A world's mana capacity might be leagues higher than any other existence, but since Earth was still in its early stages of development, he needed to be more careful. Especially because those old fogies from the cloud plane were going to be stealing some of the atmospheric mana. At this time, another change began to occur. Within Damien's body, his mana heart began to thump wildly. Badum! Badum! Damien clutched his chest. Every last bit of the mana surrounding him was absorbed into his body as if by a starving beast. And this mana was directly from the world core, containing the mystical properties Damien had sensed previously. He had a gut feeling that this mana wasn't supposed to be used by humans, lest they kill themselves. But his body wouldn't listen to him. The mana kept rushing towards him as if it had been waiting for this moment. The usually formless energy took shape and drilled into his mana circuits, injecting itself into his bloodstream. Ack! Damien let out a strange grunt as he tried to hold himself back from screaming. The mana raged through his body like a wild beast, attempting to destroy him, but also rebuild him. And then, something that hadn't happened in ages happened once more. Damien's void physique acted, sucking in every last bit of the mana within Damien's body. Damien heard an audible crunching sound from within his body that continued for a minute before the mana re-emerged. Rather than the gaseous energy or the solidified pieces the mana became earlier, it was now a stream of liquid. This liquid poured into Damien's mana heart before revolving through the circuits he had created. It was almost like he gained a second type of amethyst-colored blood. Damien didn't know exactly what this meant, but when he summoned his raw magic power, it felt denser and heavier. He felt that the destruction he could cause with a simple mana-infused punch was much greater than what it was before. Your mana circuits have evolved. A single line of text appeared in his line of sight. It was then that Damien finally remembered his specific goal when creating his mana circuits. They evolve when I evolve. It's a system I'll never need to replace. The evolving mana circuits he'd created had even become a trait acknowledged by the system. It was just that since it didn't have any active uses, he had nearly forgotten about it. If he took this into consideration, it made sense for something like this to happen. The evolution of his mana circuits did indeed increase his power. It wasn't a boost, but more of a fundamental change. The density and purity of mana running through one's body had a direct correlation to the damage output one could produce. Shaking off his thoughts, Damien used his power as a Star Master to locate Rose and Elena. They were currently on the 90th floor, pretty close to reaching him. I don't know if the commotion I caused has alerted those third classes yet. I guess I should summon those old men so we can properly destroy this place. Damien directly teleported outside of the Nibelheim headquarters and summoned Rose and Elena before also summoning the old men from the Cloud Plane. This kind of teleportation wasn't too taxing for the World Core, and Damien could even use his own magic power to perform it. He simply used the World Core as a medium to expand his range to cover the area he needed. All 5 of those who were summoned wore confused expressions on their faces, but Damien didn't give them time to think. Even though the immediate threat to the World Core had been removed, the entire thing wouldn't end until Nibelheim was destroyed. Xiaojun was currently in an extremely wary state. He felt the spatial fluctuations surround him, but he was unable to resist them. He didn't know how it was possible, but he didn't like what it insinuated. The other 2 old men were the same. It was only when Damien's voice rung out that they were snapped back to reality. All right, since everyone's here, let's talk about Nibelheim. First, we'll discuss what we found inside, and then we can start the important part of the plan. It's time to destroy this annoying pest of an organization. Chapter 102, Destruction, 1. It didn't take long for the others to get swept up in Damien's momentum. His current attitude combined with the mysterious ability he had used to gather them was enough to lead the flow of conversation. Damien started first, describing the scenes of the 90th floor as well as the topics he heard the researchers discussing. He also mentioned their plans for the World Core, but left out information on its location and his newfound bond to it. Even if he had established that the old men from the Cloud Plane were allies, it didn't mean he'd place his full trust in them. He'd wait until later to explain these things to his companions. But the lack of crucial information didn't make his discoveries any less shocking. To the girls, it was the sheer scale of the plan and the madness of it all, but to the old men, it was something more. These were the enemies they were facing on their own planet as well, and seeing the depths of their schemes left a sense of foreboding within them. After Damien, the girls also shared their findings. Even though they had stayed within the bunker for the same amount of time, they had seen much more. It couldn't be helped since they descended almost 30 floors while Damien went directly to floor 90. They spoke about the lumps of flesh they saw being researched, the tubes filled with deformed beings, and the experiments that turned these beings into abominations. After that, they spoke about the 80th floor down to the 90th, which functioned as a prison area for those who would eventually become test subjects. Damien could sense how uncomfortable the girls were with what they witnessed, so he moved to cut them off, but he also noticed Rose hesitating as if she wanted to add something. He lightly grabbed her hand, hoping to give her some small form of assurance. Rose looked at him gratefully before opening her mouth to speak. Those syringes filled with that mysterious substance, it looked awfully similar to the body of the Nox. A solemn atmosphere descended. Not only was Damien serious, but also the old men. The Nox was a common enemy that all of them had. They very well may be the common enemy of many worlds. Damien already had an inkling that the Nox would be involved, but even this slight confirmation was still incredibly serious. Looks like we need to move as soon as possible. He looked at the three old men before continuing. I hope you three can help us fight against the three from Nibelheim. Xiaojin nodded, and with his approval, the other two didn't disagree. All right, we don't need to destroy every single one of those villains in there, since that'd be overkill. As long as we kill the third classes, the rest is light work. After their deaths, I'll destroy the facility. Everyone nodded once more. To be honest, this was enough planning. The fight may have been delayed a bit, but it was their inevitable victory. Without another word, all 7 of them, including Zara, released their full auras. Within the 3rd floor of the Nibelheim bunker, Halder and the other 2 were alerted by the sudden influx of aura from the peripherals of their base. Gathering, the 3 looked at each other solemnly. Let's go. The 3 of them don't have a chance against us anyway, and nothing can be allowed to stand in the way of our plans. Let's eradicate them before we finish this world. The other 2 nodded before they all left the base, arriving before Damien's group. Looking at the new players arriving, Damien's first feeling was disgust. Rather than the manly forms they showed outwardly, Damien was seeing their true bodies. They were grotesque black goblin-like creatures with bat-like wings. Their pointy noses and beady eyes filled with greedy resolve served to send a chill down the back of anyone they made contact with. These were the dark imp race of Nibelheim. Without any words, Damien drew his sword and charged. Void sword art first step, bladeless. The air was cut in two as a massive crack formed in Earth's atmosphere, gushing with the deathly aura of the void. The 3 dark imps were forced to dodge hurriedly to avoid being cut. Damien charged directly for the one on the right, who went by the name of Isaiah. While the 2 began their battle, similar scenes took place in the different areas of the large marshy land. Elena and Rose charged together towards the other weaker one named Weiss, while the 3 old men from the cloud plane ganged up on the leader. There was a reason for this. Although they weren't aware of it before, they were now. This man named Halder was at the peak of 3rd class. Even if they were powerful, none of them could take him individually. The 3 old men directly surrounded the dark imp and decided to hold nothing back. They had no desire to lose their lives in this battle. Sacred Eye Formation. Lines of mana erupted and connected the 3 old men, forming a closed triangle around Halder. However, the dark imp simply watched everything with a calm gaze. From within the triangular formation, tens of attacks were launched. Wind from 2 sides and flames from the other. The elements combined into a massive fire tornado that threatened to swallow Halder whole. Yet, he didn't move. Opening his mouth, he let out a guttural screech like a beast. Cree! The wind was blasted apart, and the flame tornado was put in a disordered state. Halder's fingers elongated into claws as he began his assault on his opponents. The other 2 battles were much more favorable to Damien's side. He and Zara worked together to easily overpower Isaiah, while Rose and Elena somehow had great teamwork that did the same with Weiss. The 2 dark imps were already on their final leg. From across the battlefield, the 2 locked eyes. It was clear that they had the same thoughts. We can't let anything get in the way of our mission. Simultaneously, the imps distanced themselves from their enemies. Before either team could catch up, they put their sharp claws up to their chests and ripped massive gashes in their skin. I offer my body as sacrifice to the Venerable One. I offer my body as sacrifice to the Venerable One, they said one after another. Immediately, black beams of light left their bodies, encasing them in massive cocoons. Crack! It didn't take long for them to emerge. However, they were no longer the same as the ones who entered. Their previously 1-meter-tall bodies had doubled in size and their eyes were hollow. If before they still attempted to maintain their human appearance, that was no longer the case. Their grotesque forms were plain to see, but they had become much worse. The inky traits of the Nox were prevalent in their bodies now, and it didn't seem like they possessed conscious thought. Damien charged once more, hoping it was just a physical change, but how could that be the case? As he relentlessly slashed and stabbed at the new Isaiah, he found that his body was eerily similar to the Nox they had met before. No matter how much he cut, the injuries would become ink and reattach to his body. But Damien wasn't the same as he was in the temple, and he also had the empowerment of the earth. Raising his arm, he spoke a single word. Incinerate. A beam of light fell from the sky like a shooting star and pierced Isaiah's body. The dark imp roared with pride as if something like this couldn't hurt it, but that was just hubris. The second the beam made contact, the imp's entire body was turned to ash. Glancing at the aftermath for a second, Damien turned to watch Elena and Rose's battle as well. The girls were doing great, and Elena's first combat against a Nox seemed to be even better than his. Her light element was specialized in purification and speed, directly countering the Nox elements of Weiss's transformation. The light burned its body, similar to the beam Damien used, and slowly chipped away at its health. Meanwhile, Rose stayed at range, using her wind and illusions to keep it occupied. She hasn't used her illusory throne yet, but Damien didn't think much about it. Perhaps she was just training for situations where it was unavailable. The main problem was the 3 old men from the cloud plane. Even with their combined might, they were barely able to push Halder back. The final dark imp was leagues stronger than the other 2. He shot dark projectiles that corroded the old men's flesh and tissue while using his terrifying claws to aggravate the wounds. There seemed to be some sort of poison at work too. Yet, the old men still had the numbers advantage. Over the course of the past half hour, they had managed to corner the dark imp. Halder was fed up. Gritting his teeth, he made the same move as his underlings. I offer my body as sacrifice to the Venerable One. Chapter 103 Destruction 2. Immediately, Halder's body began its transformation. The dark imp shed his disguise and revealed the abomination he truly was, uncaring about the consequences. Even when the cocoon broke and revealed his figure, Halder didn't move. Unlike the other 2, it was clear that he retained his sense of self after gaining the unnatural power boost. Coldly glaring at the 3 old men around him, Halder raised his hand. A stream of black energy coalesced and shot out like a beam. Yin Jian's face paled as he narrowly dodged. If he had gotten hit by that attack, he definitely would have been severely injured. Halder's aura continued to rise. Even though it was clear his level was still at the peak of 3rd class, his aura was far above that. It might have been comparable to some entry-level 4th class beings. Damien's face turned solemn. The strength boost Halder received was much more than that of the other 2. Not to mention, Halder seemed like he could perfectly adapt to his newfound power. Before his eyes, Halder began to dominate the 3 old men from the cloud plane. Just like they had done to him before, he backed them into a corner with them barely able to put up a defense. His claws were faster than their eyes could follow. Black beams of energy charged toward them with the goal of obliterating their existence, and even Halder's bat-like wings seemed to have razor-sharp edges that attempted to raise them. As Damien watched, Rose and Elena arrived at his side. They were stained with pitch-black blood, but their enemy was nowhere in sight. Damien raised his eyebrow as if asking what happened, but he didn't get any proper response. The 2 only smiled at him before watching the ongoing battle. Heaven collapsing strike. Wind sunders the sky. Flame Emperor's dominion. The 3 old men let out a barrage of attacks, not wanting to fall behind their enemy. Yet, they weren't able to do significant damage to the opponent whose body now contained properties of Nox. Should we help them? Elena asked with a worried look on her face. She had already been told their identities as otherworld invaders, but she still didn't wish to see them die. At the end of the day, they still helped protect the human race through Asgard. Rose also looked at Damien. She had figured out by now that Damien had made some sort of deal with them, possibly involving him going to their world, but hadn't said anything about it. She didn't know why he did so, but she didn't question it. There would be time for that later. Watching the battle, Damien slowly nodded his head. All right, I just wanted to make sure that Monster's strength wasn't too great for us. Let's go help out. The first to charge was Elena, followed by Rose and Damien. They entered a small formation around the dark imp, not giving him a path for escape. Zara had concealed herself within the shadows. She was waiting for the perfect opportunity to freeze him to death. Girls, it's probably the wrong time to say this, but this guy will be great to give us battle experience. Let's not go all out for a while. A transmission entered their heads, causing the girls to smile. Even against an opponent that seemed disproportionately stronger than them, Damien still considered it as a training opportunity. Rose drew her scythe while Elena did the same with her sword. The girls then began attacking the dark imp relentlessly. From the front, Elena let out constant slashes imbued with the purifying properties of light element, burning the dark imp's skin. She also used her superior speed to dodge the oncoming attacks. However, the dark imp was also extremely fast. Elena was barraged with razor-sharp claws at every turn, being forced to parry continuously. Yet, her light element was still able to seep into the dark imp's body. From range, Rose swung her scythe in a beautiful yet deadly dance. The winds around her kicked into the air before smashing into the dark imp's body. This attack was a new one she'd created, but its main goal wasn't to damage. The wind moved rapidly and created a vortex of crushing pressure that crashed down onto the dark imp's body. He tried his best to subvert it, but his movements were slowed all the same. No matter which direction he moved, Rose would always accumulate and release her attacks to increase the pressure he was feeling. Within this pressure, Rose would occasionally send sharp blades of wind, chopping off small pieces of the imp's skin. Each time any slight damage was done, Zara would freeze that fallen area to inhibit the imp's regeneration. Damien watched the scene with pride. He didn't know how they had grown to work so well as a team, but he didn't care about that. He was just glad that their teamwork was enough to fight on generally equal grounds with such a powerful existence. Still, they weren't able to make any serious wounds. Damien flicked his finger, causing a small burst of flames to gather at its tip. Then, he pulled his arm back as if aiming a bow. Lightning coalesced in the space between his arms, superheating and forming a line of plasma that functioned as an arrow with that small flame as the tip. Damien focused on the vectors that made up this arrow's composition. Its speed, velocity, acceleration, direction, and even the force it would create on impact. Damien altered it all. Since he had first become a vector controller, this was probably the most effort he had put into controlling multiple factors at once. Once the arrow had been given the specs he wanted, Damien released it. Without needing to be told, the girls dodged out of the way and the arrow struck true in the dark imp's chest. If it was a human in his place, they would have immediately combusted, and if they didn't, they would die from their heart being pierced, but these didn't apply to Halder. His body structure was completely different. Still, the arrow had its intended effect. Halder was about to resume his attack when his internal body began to heat up. Scanning himself, he found a small, almost imperceptible flame within his chest, growing bigger with every second. His face turned serious. He tried to put the flame out, but he didn't have the ability to do so. Perhaps if his elemental affinities were a better counter, he'd be fine. But this wasn't the case. Halder was well aware of what this meant. If he wasn't able to kill them before this flame expanded, he'd die a meaningless death. There was a famous saying that a cornered animal was the most dangerous, and Halder proved it true. He disregarded everything else as he aimed solely to kill. His body was torn to shreds since he didn't care to block, but he kept going. His first target was the 3 old men from the Cloud Plane. They were in the distance recuperating their mana and injuries, but they were suddenly barraged with tens of black lasers. One of them drilled directly through Qinhua's shoulder, with him being unable to evade it in time. Ack! He let out a grunt of pain as he tried to revolve his mana and close the wound, but to his horror, he was unable to. The wound was charred black as if he had been burnt, but it didn't have the same properties as a burn wound. Instead, it corroded his skin like darkness. The wound was steady in its proliferation, not leaving him the ability to deal with it. In the end, he chose to ignore it and continue fighting. With the 3 from the Cloud Plane and the 4 on Damien's side working together, they were able to quickly deal with Halder. Especially since he was already being burnt from the inside, the task wasn't difficult. But it didn't come without a cost. Almost everyone was covered in bruises and bleeding profusely. Gashes covered their skin, ruining their powerful images. Damien was able to quickly heal through his regeneration, while Elena healed herself and the other 2 girls through life magic. As for the old men from the Cloud Plane, they took out small round objects that looked similar to balls of bubble gum and swallowed them. Their wounds began healing directly after this. The only problem was Qinhua. No matter what he did, he was unable to stop the spread of that vicious corrosion that started from his shoulder. At this point, his entire arm had already become withered and black, no different from a corpse. Qinhua had been inspecting his internal body this entire time. In reality, it wasn't just his arm that had been corroded. His organs were already starting to wither, and he felt the corrosion encroaching on his heart. Suddenly, a foreign mana shot from the black mass of energy that was corroding him and entered his brain. Qinhua's eyes widened, but he was unable to even scream in pain. His eyes glossed over, becoming entirely black in color, with no pupils or irises to be seen. He began to let out bestial growls as he ravenously eyed the rest of the people around him. And then, he fell to the ground, dead. Behind him, Damien stood with his arm outstretched, covered in Qinhua's blood. Chapter 104 Emotions 1. Damien's abrupt action shocked every single person there. "What do you think you're doing?" shouted Yin Jian. He and Qinhua had a relationship akin to brothers, and seeing him die without suspense like this threw his logical thinking out the window. A foreign mana invaded his mind. "He was already gone before I killed him," Damien replied indifferently. Just before Yin Jian could charge at Damien, Xiaozhen stepped in. "Stop. I would have made the same call. But don't say anything and think clearly." You saw his eyes, and you heard the guttural sounds that came out of his mouth. It's clear that Qinhua wasn't himself anymore. But we could have saved him. No. You're aware of the kind of enemy we are facing. And this isn't the first time this has happened. Recall the last time someone insisted on saving the person instead of killing them and then tried to convince me. Yin Jian was immediately silenced. He knew exactly what Xiaozhen was referring to. In truth, this kind of incident had happened more than once in the past, but it was always dealt with before any substantial damage could occur. Besides a single instance. An instance where a benevolent person insisted on saving the person who had been infected by the Nox. And the result? A massacre that still sends shivers down the spines of those who heard of it, even hundreds of years after it happened. Yin Jian couldn't find the words to rebuke Damien's decision. He knew that it was correct, but that didn't change the fact that he had just lost a brother. Without another word, he flew away from the area. Xiaozhen watched him leave with a complicated look in his eyes before he sighed. "I will be going after him. Let us meet again in a few days' time to discuss things further." Cupping his fist towards Damien in a show of respect, Xiaozhen left as well. Now, all that was left in the area was Damien's group. Even the people within the Nibelheim headquarters had fled in every direction. This had happened near the beginning of the fight. Even if they didn't cause much large-scale damage since most of the fight took place in the air, the shockwaves from their clash alone could wipe out those weaker beings. Looking at the nearly empty headquarters in front of him, Damien made a decision. Those who stayed did so because they wanted to fight. Anyone innocent was already gone. Utilizing his new bond with the earth, Damien took drastic action. He sent his awareness deep into the ground and first raised the earth to fill any passage leading to the world's core. The most essential thing he could do was to make sure nobody could reach it. After finishing, Damien decided to raise the Niflheim bunker. At this thought, the ground began to rumble. Damien took to the sky, and even the girls were forced to follow after him. There was no stability in the tens of kilometers surrounding them. The earthquake intensified, and Damien directly targeted the support beams holding the bunker in one piece. With them gone, it was simple to destroy things. The bunker collapsed in on itself as the earth swallowed it back into itself. The dome-like structure above the ground cracked and shattered, while the floors of the bunker fell into each other. The abyss in the middle of the area was slowly filled with debris. Even the locked research areas were destroyed completely. Damien made sure to be extra thorough with these, granting death to the ones who were unjustly kept alive and tortured in Niflheim's experiments. As for those who stayed to fight, they had either been crushed by the fallen pieces of the bunker or the earthquake that had just passed. The marshy land slowly regained its peace. "So, what now?" Rose questioned. There wasn't anything left to do on Earth now that Niflheim was no longer a threat. How about we head back to Apiron for a bit? I want to migrate my mother there, and we can also get Elena a better weapon while we're at it. Elena's ears perked up at the mention. She had long noticed the disparity between the artifacts Damien and Rose used compared to her own. Even in the battle they had just fought, her sword had cracked slightly and its edge had dulled. "I don't know if your mother will be okay with moving, though," Elena suddenly said. Damien's brows furrowed slightly. It was true that the task of convincing his mother would be immense. She was basically still a normal human, not to mention that she actually cared about Earth. Damien could speculate that it had something to do with his father, but that was as far as he could get. No matter how he tried, there was no way for him to understand her thoughts on the matter. He could only shake his head and rid himself of those thoughts. It's not like his mother would ever tell him honestly. Ever since he was a child, she'd avoided the topic of his father. Even after they woke up from her coma, she was the same. How does she remain loyal to someone who disappeared on her and left her alone as a single mother? He truly couldn't understand. Is that how love worked? It was scary to think about. While on the topic of love, Damien couldn't help but glance at Rose. He was still hesitant about their relationship, even if they had already confirmed it. Well, he wasn't hesitant about having a relationship with Rose, rather he was hesitant about having such a bond with someone else. He didn't understand the concept of love, and seeing the way his mother was, he didn't want to. He felt that love could truly blind someone. It could turn people into different beings entirely. He didn't want to become like this, but he didn't want to end his relationship with Rose. The problem was with him entirely. They hadn't advanced past those small kisses they had shared, but just the slightest shows of intimacy when she cuddled into his chest or held his hand gave him endless satisfaction. And this was his problem. He felt like he could drown in that feeling. He felt that he could submerge himself into it and never leave. And he didn't like that one bit. He felt confused about his inner thoughts. After all, who would dislike the fact that they were happy? Even he found it absurd, but it wasn't something he could change. As they flew back to Damien's house, he stayed within his thoughts. He realized that it was worse than he originally expected. It only took some slight introspection to reach this conclusion. The thing that worried him was simple. It wasn't the old men rejecting him bringing companions that made him want to go to the cloud plane alone, it was himself. Maybe it was a defense mechanism, but he felt rejection towards this. He felt that if he stayed with Rose during every moment and every adventure, he'd lose his capability to function without her by his side. He had to admit it. He was scared. He was someone who would show no fear even in the face of the strongest adversaries, but he was afraid of emotional intimacy. What a joke. I was entertaining thoughts of a harem, but I'm too scared to be intimate with the single girl I already care about. Maybe it was his inner weeb that drove his thoughts in the direction of a harem, or maybe it was his inherent desire for freedom. He didn't know. There was only one thing he was sure of. Whether it was a harem or only Rose, the key thing he needed to focus on was communication. He decided that he'd sit down with Rose and have a proper talk about everything he was feeling right now. Watching Damien, Rose felt a rush of complicated emotions. After spending years together as the best of friends and as the one he'd crossed that boundary with, she was the one who could understand his emotional state the best. His hesitation in their relationship was clear to her. He hadn't even tried to lay a hand on her yet. It was a weird feeling for her to be the one prepared to take the next step while her man was lagging behind, but at the same time, it was refreshing. In the culture she had grown up in, women were always meant to submit to their men. They were supposed to support from behind, while some were just trophies. She never felt like this with Damien. When they interacted, he's always treated her as an equal, and even if she supported him, she did so by his side while he did the same for her. She liked this kind of thing better. She wondered if they would stay this way if he ever added more women to their relationship, but she tried her best to suppress that thought. She had seen both harem life and monogamous life in her travels through Apiron, and she didn't have a strong opinion towards either. In the first place, she never expected to fall in love before meeting Damien. They unwittingly looked over at him to find him doing the same towards her. With both of them thinking about their relationship, their gazes ended up melting as they stared into each other's eyes. Only Elena was left watching from the side, her thoughts known only to her. Chapter 105 Emotions 2. The group reached Damien's house and separated into their own rooms, with Rose following Damien to his. It wasn't abnormal for this to happen, so nobody questioned it. Entering the room, Rose went directly to the bed, patting the spot next to her as if asking Damien to sit. He was a bit flabbergasted by her actions, but did as she said anyway. It was strange to him that she would act like this before he even said anything. So, it was pretty obvious on the way here. What did you want to talk about? Damien's eyes widened. He was sure he had kept his facial expressions as deadpan as possible so as to avoid dropping any hints, but it seemed he didn't do as well as he originally thought. Although he had built up the resolve to communicate with Rose about what he was feeling, it was different when they actually got to the point. Damien was feeling incredibly nervous for no real reason. Thinking he should communicate and actually bringing himself to do so were two different things entirely. When it came to introspection, he considered himself well-versed. He could figure out his problems quickly if he just immersed himself in thought. But sharing them was something he had never done before. On Earth, he hadn't shared with his mother about the bullying he endured at school because he didn't want to burden her. Even when he used to share with Elena, he would only vent and didn't take any of her advice seriously. He was simply too preoccupied at the time to listen to anyone else, even if it was his best friend. It was incredibly selfish of him, but that didn't change the fact that it was how he acted. Still, he collected his thoughts and steeled himself, telling Rose about his concerns. About how he felt constricted when he felt intimacy, about his fears when it came to relationships, and everything else. Throughout the whole ordeal, Rose's face didn't change. She kept watching him with a warm smile as he poured out the complex feelings he had pent up since they had begun their relationship, maybe even before. When he finally finished talking, an hour had passed and he felt truly relieved. Even if she hadn't said anything to him yet, he felt like just talking to her about it lifted a massive weight off of his shoulders. Why was I so scared to do this? Looking at Rose, whose gaze was gentler than a calming spring, he wondered where his hesitation came from. He didn't know, but he was glad he decided to take a step forward. And Rose didn't wait for him to get anxious for her answer. I already knew. Her smile never faded as she answered. Well, I'm not a psychic who can know everything, but I could clearly see your hesitation a long time ago. Damien's eyes widened, but Rose didn't allow him to speak. Instead, she grabbed him and gently brought his head to her lap. Damien was in a slight panic from her earlier words and didn't resist her at all. Before he knew it, he was using her lap as a pillow as she calmly brushed her fingers through his hair. He had already frozen long ago, silently accepting her actions. You know, I grew up in a generally awkward family situation. After all, my father has over 100 wives. 100? Damien's eyes practically bulged at this. He wasn't even able to pay attention to her story anymore because of this ridiculous number. Rose lightly smacked his head, regaining his attention. Pay attention, silly. As I was saying, the sheer number of women in my father's harem made life confusing for me. As a child, I always wondered if I was truly loved by my parents, or if I should feel disgusted at the thought of 100 women sharing a single man. This thought was only amplified when I learned about the existence of monogamous families. At that time, my father was rarely able to spend time with me due to his duties as an emperor and some issues that were taking place within the empire, so my doubts were even more exemplified. And so, I started becoming scared. I was scared that one day I'd end up in a situation where I found a husband, and he ignored me like I saw my father doing with his wives. I was just like every other little girl, dreaming about a Prince Charming who would swoop me off my feet, but it felt like my dreams were being shattered. It got to the point where even when he came to visit me and my mother, I would hide from him, unable to look at his face. And then, my childhood was robbed from me. There was a small coup that was planned by some old ministers of the empire, and due to their jealousy, some of my father's wives joined their cause. My mother was his favorite, his first wife, and one of the few he truly loved. That night, they poisoned her and killed her while she was sleeping. Reaching this point, Rose's face became pained. Still, she endured her sadness and continued talking. After that night, I lost my ability to trust anyone. I secluded myself in my mother's room and cried myself to sleep every night. I would lash out at anyone who tried to get near me and cause trouble wherever I could. And you know the part that hurt the most? It was the fact that my mother was still smiling when she died. She smiled as if she knew this would happen, yet didn't move to stop it. And her final words? She told me to never blame my father for what happened. But that didn't stop me. Who else was I supposed to blame? I hated her for that for a few years of my life. I was disgusted by the fact that she loved such a man who caused her death. I abhorred the concept of a harem because if my father had stayed loyal to only my mother, she wouldn't have died. And the family situation at the time didn't help in the slightest. Even if the coup was stopped, its aftermath still lingered. One of my half-sisters thought that it would be the best time to get rid of me as well. Even at a young age, we were still aware of the fight for the throne. One day, this sister I thought was my biggest support pillar took me to a secluded place and attempted to have me killed by a beast. I didn't know at the time, but if not for a shadow guard that my father had assigned to protect me, I wouldn't be standing here today. Time passed like this, but I never got better. I turned 15, the marriageable age in Apiron, and countless sons of noble families came to court me. But that's also when I began seeing these threads and colors that connected every single being. I was able to clearly see their feelings. The fact that they were either there to increase the standing of their families or out of pure lust, I rarely saw one who truly loved or even liked me. And since I had been surrounded by filth, I even pushed away the ones that truly cared. I was never able to get rid of the nagging thought that they would someday betray me as those women did with my father and how my sister did to me. I ran away from the castle, wanting to get fresh air and escape my responsibilities, but even that was disallowed. Within a few hours' time, my father found me and promptly took me back to the castle. It was that day when he first showed how much he truly cared. Rose began reminiscing. She remembered her father's words from that night clearly. Instead of taking her back to the castle, he had taken her to the highest peak on Apiron to watch the stars. You know, he said, Agata always had a knack for predicting the future. It was almost like she was performing divinations. The emperor stared at the stars, his gaze melancholic and filled with pain. I felt there was something wrong in the weeks before her death, but regardless of any persuasion, she wouldn't tell me. I found out what was going on too late. She had already reached the point of no return. But she sent me one final mental transmission. Do you want to know what she said? James looked at his daughter with a loving gaze, hiding his sadness. She simply told me to look after you. To make sure that the two of us never drift apart and to make sure we live our lives filled with love. I truly don't understand how such a caring woman ever fell for me. Rose remembered looking at her father. She could feel his pain in his words, and through her eyes, she could see the endlessly red string that connected him to the ground. Even after her death, Rose's mother still retained her father's deepest affection. Rose looked at Damien, who was intently listening to her story, with a similar yet entirely different loving gaze. We talked for hours after that. About his love story with my mother, her countless quirks, and what made her the powerful woman she used to be. It was that day that I finally began to heal. Chapter 106 Emotions 3. Damien simply lay in her lap as he listened to her story. It got to the point where he even forgot about his own problems while he immersed himself in hers. As it turns out, Rose had similar issues as him. The only difference was that she had been on the path to fixing them much longer than he was. Rose continued telling Damien about her past in the final 6 years before they met each other. It was definitely heartwarming. After their conversation on the mountain peak, James took his daughter back to the castle. The two of them became much closer after that. Rose wasn't able to immediately set aside her prejudices and doubts, but she was now open to the idea. Any arrangements for her marriage were cancelled, much to the chagrin of those noble families, but James didn't care. He only thought of the well-being of his daughter in this matter. It was then that his favoritism for Rose started to show. She disdained most of her father's other women, who were simply there due to political marriage, so she started to explore the lands of Apiron. And in those explorations, she discovered her love for adventure. Rose began training as much as she could, quickly showing her talent and stunning those in the upper echelon of the empire. In just 6 years, she had reached second class. She had joined the Adventurers Guild and taken on quests, evaded many assassination and kidnapping attempts with her own prowess, and made achievements that set her apart from the crowd. She far surpassed her other siblings, but she held no desire for the throne. This left them to wallow in their jealousy without an outlet to remove it. In consequence, the battle for the throne became fiercer, but Rose didn't care about this. She ignored everything else and focused on what she wanted to do, only returning to the palace a few times a year to meet with her father. And on her most recent trip back, she met Damien. The rest was history. It was a true coming-of-age story that made Damien feel like Rose was the protagonist of some anime. She overcame trials both physically and emotionally until she could stand before him as her powerful and unbridled self today. Frankly, he was amazed. His respect for Rose was already high before this, but it felt like it had peaked after knowing her full story. He felt ashamed to face the same issues with much less strenuous circumstances. But who could blame him? Even if trauma came into being on immortal Earth without the same strife as it had after mana was introduced, and even if the problems could now be considered mundane, that didn't mean it would suddenly fix everything. Mana was miraculous in every sense of the word, but it wasn't omnipotent and it wasn't biased. Even with such a drastic lifestyle change, it was impossible to just throw away old trauma. His father leaving him while he was still a child impacted him heavily, even though he was in his 20s now. Regardless of the circumstances, or how much Damien knew it was for his own good, the fact that he didn't feel any familial love from his mother due to her busy schedule also left a deep impact on him. The bullying he endured at school and the way people would lead him on simply to push him down later left him with trust issues. And these were only further amplified by the fact that he was betrayed and thrown into the dungeon to die. And those 2 years he lived as a beast messed with his mental psyche. No matter how fine he may seem at the moment, it was simply because he didn't have an outlet or a situation where he snapped. The closest thing to this would be when he basically bombed downtown LA because he couldn't hold back his thirst to kill Jean. Damien and Rose spent the whole night talking. Their intimacy had reached an entirely new level as they threw away their inhibitions and opened up to each other about everything. It was a cathartic feeling for the two of them. They ended up getting immersed in each other's warmth, sharing some physical intimacy as well before the night ended. And finally, they fell asleep hugging each other close. The wholesomeness of the time they spent let them enter their dreams with happiness and ease. In another part of the house, Claire was sleeping in her bed alone. However, she wasn't able to maintain the same peace as the previous two. She hadn't told the kids yet because she didn't want to worry them, but every night when she fell asleep, she'd have strange dreams. These dreams varied from simple life experiences of her own to fantastical scenes she could never even imagine. It took her an entire month to even have an inkling of what was going on. Tonight, she was having another strange dream. Yet, this one was leagues worse than the rest. She was in a place filled with darkness. The only reason she could see was that she had adapted to this environment. She walked through a dense forest alone, but she could feel something following her. She arrived at an abyss and was confronted by a wolf. She tried to run, but it tore into her legs, preventing her movement. Luckily, this was a dream, so she couldn't feel the pain. There was one thing that was clear to her, however, and that was fear. Pure, unadulterated fear. She looked down at her body, which was currently that of a boy's, and saw 2 swords in her hands. When she looked back up, she was already attempting to fight the wolf. But it was futile. The wolf was simply that much more powerful than her. It tore into her body, leaving her hanging on the precipice between life and death. And then, she charged once more. But this time it was more crazed. It was the move of an insane person. She watched as the body she occupied tore into the wolf, and she watched as one of its arms was torn off and eaten in front of it. She watched as it climbed onto the wolf and used its single remaining arm to claw and scrape, and she watched as it tore its jaws into the wolf's flesh. The battle reached its climax as the human won, but the wolf charged into the abyss and fell, dragging the human along with it. Within this abyss, Claire saw a small bit of light that reflected off of the short sword still in her hand. It was then that she finally saw the appearance of the body she possessed. Short midnight black hair caked in mud, a face covered in blood, and a pair of piercing amethyst eyes. She knew whose face this was. Damien. Claire woke up from her sleep in a panic, her back drenched in a cold sweat. Tears streamed down her face uncontrollably as she realized what she had just witnessed. "My boy," she sobbed, "just what did you have to go through?" When Damien woke up, he couldn't hide the smile on his face. The soft sunlight that entered his room through his window, the chirping of birds, and the girl sleeping by his side all brought him immense joy. Seeing how Rose was using his arm as his pillow, Damien decided to stay in bed a bit longer. He simply enjoyed the scenery outside the house as he waited for her to wake up. He wanted to look at her face a bit more, but he had no idea if he could suppress the urge to kiss her if he did so. Unbeknownst to him, though, she was already up, but thinking that his efforts to play it cool were cute, she pretended to be asleep. Within the hour, Rose finally opened her eyes. She similarly ended up smiling at the tranquil atmosphere that had enveloped them. There were a few more days that the two of them could spend calmly before they had to start moving again, so they planned to enjoy it. They left their room and headed downstairs to be greeted by Claire, Elena, and Zara, who had stayed with Elena during the previous night. She knew Damien and Rose were having an important conversation, so she didn't want to bother them. The group had a cheerful dinner as they talked about mundane things. They turned on the news, only to see stories of Nibelheim's destruction, but they paid it no mind. A week ended up passing idly while the group relaxed. But there was no way to keep this atmosphere forever. Damien and the girls sat on one side of the couch while Claire sat opposite them. The air around them seemed tense. Not being able to handle the tension, Damien finally spoke. "Mom, please move to a pylon." Chapter 107 Brief Return 1. "Mom, please move to a pylon." The words were simple, but Damien still felt nervous saying them. It was an unknown sensation for him, but it was something akin to disobeying your parents as a child. Claire looked into her son's earnest eyes as she pondered. After a few long minutes, she decided to speak. "Why do you want me to move?" If she spoke simply from her emotions, she would have immediately rejected the idea, but things were different now. Thinking back to the dream she saw last night, she couldn't help but see things from a more logical perspective. The Damien she saw in her dream was still a boy, but the Damien in front of her now was a man. Either this meant that her dream was false, or that it took place at the beginning of his journey. She was more inclined to believe the latter. Especially with her system window saying her affinity was dream, she was sure it wasn't an illusion or anything. If that was just the beginning, then what did he go through after that? The single experience was harrowing to her. Not only was he left within an inch of his life, but he also watched his arm be torn off and eaten in front of him, and he was cast into that gnawing abyss by the dying wolf. She had some mild trauma from the dream, and she hadn't even felt the pain that came with all those injuries. She had, however, felt the emotions. Fear, unwillingness, anxiety, and near the end, insanity. She felt it all and questioned how her son was able to sit in front of her with the demeanor of a normal person. She could only commend his efforts, and out of respect for that, listen to his suggestions. Damien, on the other hand, was mildly shocked that his mother didn't immediately protest. He had originally expected this to be a long conversation filled with begging, but it seemed it would be much easier than that. Relaxing a bit, he answered her question. I have a feeling that Earth will be subjected to many catastrophes in the future. And if there is any risk of something bad happening, I don't want you to get caught up in it. Although he knew she would have a hard time understanding, Damien proceeded to tell her about the happenings at Nibelheim. He explained what Rose and Elena found, and also what he had found about the World Core. He also talked briefly about the battle with the Dark Imps and their abilities. While on this subject, he also had to mention the Nox, albeit only slightly, so she could get a better idea of the bigger picture. And finally, Damien told her about what happened between him and the World Core. This was the first time he was telling the girls about it as well, so he gave more details on this particular matter. When I first achieved 3rd class and became a Celestial, I received the ability to use starlight as an energy source or an element. An example of this is how I can harness the flames of the sun. Damien flicked his finger, creating a small wisp of flame. But the power of this tiny flame was immense, letting the group understand his point. I thought this was it, with the rest of the class being an extension on my spatial element, increasing the possibilities. But I was wrong. When I was there next to the Earth's core, I ended up forming a bond with it. Well, I don't know if bond is the right word, but I essentially became the Star Master of Earth. Both Elena and Claire were aware of the term Star Master. Damien was heavily into cultivation novels as a teen, so he had ranted to both of them about various concepts he found interesting. Rose was confused by the term, being from another world, but it was quickly explained to her by the rest. Since the concept was generally straightforward, she didn't take much time to catch on. Son, does that mean you are the master of Earth or something? Claire asked curiously. But Damien shook his head. I don't think it's that simple, and I also don't believe that I have the power to claim myself to be the master of an entire world. But what I do know is that I have the potential to become one. And not just for Earth, but for countless worlds. This is the path that has been laid out for me. Claire's eyes slightly widened in realization. Only now did she figure out that her son would be leaving on a journey soon. And why do you believe a Pyrrhon is better than Earth? Didn't they get invaded long before Earth did? This time, Rose was the one to answer her. Auntie, a Pyrrhon is a world filled with peace. Even the beasts stay within their territories and don't rampage and slaughter needlessly. My father is the emperor of the largest human empire on the continent, so your safety can be guaranteed. Not to mention, it's been 1,000 years since the Nox invaded, and they haven't returned even once. I have a theory about this. Damien chimed in. The Nox faced heavy losses on a Pyrrhon during their last invasion attempt, to the point where they were forced to retreat and recuperate for hundreds of years before they could move again. If I'm not mistaken, I believe the Nox will not attack a Pyrrhon again until they have completed the conquest of various other worlds. Perhaps it's a safety precaution, or maybe it's just instinct. But at least for now, a Pyrrhon is safe. However, Earth doesn't share the same security. It's a small and new world that anyone can use for their own machinations. Just like how Nibelheim came, others will too. And if the force from the cloud plane didn't arrive as well, Earth would have fallen long ago. Claire was beginning to understand why Damien wanted her to leave. She was slightly distressed that he would be putting himself in danger again, but she couldn't do anything about that. She had been back in this changed world for long enough to gain a basic understanding of how things worked. Strength was king within this vast universe, and Damien needed to gain it. Even if Damien glossed over it, Elena made sure she knew how hard he worked for her sake. She wanted Claire to be proud of her son's achievements. And indeed, she was proud. Yet, she was also aware of how much of a burden she was. She was saddened by the fact that she would be a burden to him even after she had woken up, but she couldn't do anything about it. She could only suppress her negative feelings and comply. What would you do in this situation? She thought about the only man she had ever fallen in love with. A man who was as mysterious as the boundless cosmos and had more charisma than anyone else. "Claire, our son is destined for greatness," he once said to her. "No matter what, we must support him in his journey. We just raise him to be strong enough to fend off anything that could bar his path." Sighing, Claire slowly nodded her head. "All right, I'll move to a Pyrrhon. However, you must come visit me once in a while, or I'll find some way to leave and come spank you like I did when I was little." Damien shivered a bit thinking about those childhood days. He knew what his mother was like when she was angry, and he didn't want to see that side of her again. Damien nodded hurriedly in compliance. Now that he had convinced her, he didn't have any more reservations to move forward on his path. The group stayed on Earth for another day, with Claire lacking her necessities as if she was going on vacation before they gathered in the backyard. Once again, Damien used the connection he felt with a Pyrrhon to open a portal. The difference was, this time the portal was only big enough for their group to enter together. "It seems like the portal size depends on us." So Zara's extravagance was the cause last time. Damien smiled wryly at this. At least he could be discreet when he used the skill normally. He was a bit flustered last time when they made such a grand entrance. The group stood in a line, while Zara stayed in Damien's shadow. Although their safety was guaranteed, they still made sure to hold each other so they didn't get separated. Claire watched the portal in trepidation, but feeling the firm hands of her son and Elena, she steeled herself. "I can't show them such a weak side, now can I?" With one final look at the house she had spent so many years of her life in, and with one last reminiscence of the old days, Claire stepped into the portal. Chapter 108 Brief Return 2. After spending what felt like hours in the void, the group was finally able to exit the portal. Damien's mana capacity wasn't completely dry, but this was only because he already had some connection to a Pyrrhon. He didn't know when this connection began to strengthen, but it was second only to Earth, much stronger than those he had with the random celestial bodies floating through the void. Claire looked around with awe as she witnessed the sight of a new world. They had teleported directly into Damien's house within Aurora, so she was able to get a clear view of the city and the area beyond it. The bustling atmosphere that filled the city and its sheer size were enough to amaze her, yet this was only the tip of the iceberg. When Claire looked around, she was able to see the majestic castle that occupied the center of the city, being larger than some towns on Earth. Her body seemed to rejoice at the mana density of the area, being at least 10 times denser than that of Earth. And with the enhanced eyesight of someone with her stats, she was able to make out the scenery in the distance past the city. The Titanus Mountains that stood tall in the background and the lush green plains helped her realize she was truly in another world. The entire experience calmed her, as a peaceful atmosphere pervaded the very air she breathed. "Welcome to a Pyrrhon," Rose said with a smile on her face. Claire could only nod her head absent-mindedly as she stayed dazed by the sights. It was only around 10 minutes later that she snapped back to reality. "This place is breathtaking," Claire sighed with praise. She wondered if Earth would become like this after a prolonged period of time, but she knew she wouldn't be alive to witness it. After all, that was tens of thousands of years. "Mom, I'll give you some time to accustom yourself to this house and the surrounding city," Damien said as he pulled out a spatial ring. "This ring is filled with as much gold and silver as you'll ever need, and this house belongs solely to me. So you can do as you please. Also, this city is one of the safest places you could possibly be, even considering how peaceful this world is. I'm going to take Elena somewhere to get a new sword, and after we return, we can go meet Rose's father." Claire nodded as she looked at the house. It was much bigger than the one she previously lived in, and she couldn't imagine living in it alone. Without another word, She went inside to explore. As she turned away, her expression hardened. The dreams she had seen even the day before they left Earth had gotten much worse than what she saw previously. She had seen a maniacal scene of seas of blood and endless slaughter. Walking through the house she would be living in for the foreseeable future, Claire only had a single thought in her head. I must adapt to the new world and become strong. As long as I'm strong, I won't be a burden to anyone for even a single second longer. She wasn't just thinking about Damien. The figure of a certain man popped into her head as she gazed at the bright blue sky. Meanwhile, Damien turned to Elena, whose excitement had almost reached the point of manifesting physically. Why don't we fly there so you can enjoy the sights of this world a bit? Damien suggested. He was greeted with a quick refusal before Elena immediately nodded. So, which is it? Yes or no? Damien teased. Yes, Elena responded. She was admittedly filled with too much anticipation to even listen to what he was saying. Damien Riley shook his head as he called Zara out of his shadow. Then, the three of them mounted her and took off. Well, let's go visit an old friend then, shall we? It only took an hour for the group to reach Archdale with Zara's improved speed, and Damien looked at the city with a smile. It hasn't changed at all since the last time I came here. It had only been 2 years since he last stepped into the city, so the line was a bit cliché, but he said it anyway. It brought a slight smile to Rose's face, so he felt it was worth it. Zara returned to Damien's shadow, once again adopting her previous behavior now that they were back around crowds, and Damien led the group to a familiar old building that smelled like melting metals. Without suspense, they entered the shop. Elena's eyes were immediately drawn to the lines of weapons that occupied it. There was still nobody at the desk, but sounds of metal clanging could be heard from the back room. Damien simply stood as he watched Elena browse the weapons like a child in the toy section. It was the first time Elena had seen weapons so pristine. Not only their design and sharpness, but also the aura they gave off. If she had to compare her old sword, it was like trash in front of a pile of gold. As she looked through the sword section, Elena was surprised by the many different designs. There were spiral swords, broadswords, and even things that looked oddly similar to katanas. Some of the swords were shaped in ways she had never seen before, but that made sense since they were no longer on Earth. Damien, I want this one, Elena said as she tugged on his sleeve, pointing to a specific katana. He hadn't seen her drop all pretenses like this in a long time. It seemed her love for swords was on a whole different level. Looking at the sword she wanted, Damien saw a sleek katana whose blade was almost translucent. But no matter how fragile it looked, its power couldn't be underestimated. Damien nodded his head, understanding her choice. As someone who specialized in the light element, her greatest strength was her speed. A heavy sword would only be detrimental to her. All right, just give me a second, Damien said as he hopped over the counter. He pushed open the thick metal door to the back room and directly entered. Yo, old man. You in here? Damien's entire manner of speaking seemed to relax to a new level when he entered the back room. Oi, who the hell is comin' in air without knockin'? A grumpy voice shouted. Vormek grabbed his hammer and waddled to the door, wanting to pound the head of the fool who interrupted him. However, when he got there, he saw a familiar yet unfamiliar man. Although it had only been 2 years since their last meeting, Damien had grown up a lot. The silver streaks in his hair had become more prevalent, his height had grown slightly, and his overall look had become more mature. Not to mention the expensive clothing he was wearing, a complete turn from the sweatpants and shirt he wore when they first met. Eh? What are you doing, air boy? Don't tell me ya already broke the sword I made ya. Vormek chastised, yet the smile on his face wasn't hard to spot. Damien smiled as well. What, you won't believe me if I said I just missed you? Vormek rolled his eyes, but got straight to business. All right. Let me get a look at your sword and start fixing it. Nah, I'm actually not here for myself today. I brought a friend whose weapon I want you to craft. Still, Damien pulled out his sword. But you can consider this as your payment. Trust me, you'll be interested in what happened to it. Vormek raised his brow in clear interest as he grabbed the sword. Just from a glance, it was clear how the sword had changed. Its blade had elongated to be around 1 meter long, and its edge had considerably sharpened. Its entirely black surface gained a more glossy finish, and the purple lines that patterned it was now conjoined with a pristine gold. It was only when he took a deeper look that he realized the significance of these changes. "Boy, who reforged this sword for ya?" Vormek asked. It was sheer curiosity, not even caring that Damien broke their contract. Whoever reforged the sword was clearly better than him. "Nobody did, old man. The sword did that to itself." Damien then proceeded to explain the process where the sword devoured an SSS rank artifact in the Legacy Tomb and evolved to the same rank. Vormek's eyes widened, but as he continued inspecting, he realized the truth in Damien's words. There were no signs of tampering, as if the blade had evolved rather than being reforged. And as Vormek did before, he saw every change within the blade, using it to improve his own understanding of his profession. He saw the records of the countless battles the blade had gone through, leaving him excited at the prospects. After around half an hour, Vormek finally spoke. "All right, boy. This was definitely a great payment. Bring your friend back, heir, so I can get the specs they want." Chapter 109 Brief Return 3. Damien promptly called Elena, who was still admiring the katanas in the front, and rose to the back of the shop. When they entered, both of them wore similar expressions to Damien when he entered for the first time. Their noses scrunched up from the intense smell of smoke and metal, and they felt slightly uncomfortable due to the extreme heat. It wasn't the heat itself that was uncomfortable, since their bodies were long past being affected by drastic temperature changes. Rather, it was the atmosphere brought by the heat that irked them. Looking at the two girls that entered the shop, Vormek's eyes showed an understanding light. Nudging Damien slightly, he teased, "You've been busy these last few years, haven't ya?" Inwardly, Vormek was genuinely surprised. The blue-haired beauty was one thing, but the other one had pink hair and ruby eyes, a trait that was possessed by only a single family within the entire human domain. 2 years ago when we met, the boy was just another traveler in scrappy clothes. How did he end up seducing a princess in that short time? Still, he was a professional, so he didn't voice out his thoughts, just subtly teasing Damien about it instead. Looking at Elena, Vormek then asked the important question. "So, what can I do for ya, young lady?" Elena's eyes brightened as she nodded. "Yes, sir. I'd like a blade similar to this one, but I want it to be lighter and slightly longer." She pulled out the sword she took from the front room for Vormek to see. He only took a glance before nodding. "All right, I can do that for ya, but I'ma need you to show me something first." Turning to Damien, he continued. "Boy, you remember what I had you do last time, no? Take us to that field again." Damien wryly shook his head at the fact that Vormek was using him as a taxi driver, but still complied. The group was covered by Damien's spatial mana and taken to a familiar grassy plain. Looking around, Damien was still able to see the scars and destruction he had made in this area when he was first practicing his sword art. Back then, he barely understood bladeless, and his dance of the void was in its rudimentary phases. He smiled thinking about how far he'd come. "All right, young lady. Take the sword you took from the shop and show me some of your moves." Elena nodded with complete seriousness. Seeing the weapons in the shop that transcended her understanding had made her view Vormek as some sort of respectable elder. She made sure to be extra polite with him. And Vormek seemed to enjoy this feeling. Well, until he got a smack to the back of the head. "Calm down, old man. If you keep that creepy grin on your face, people will think you're a perv." "Oi, you brat. Who you callin' a perv? If you want a taste of my fists, I'll give it to ya." "Oh! And how are you planning to do that? Can you even reach my face if you get on your tiptoes?" "Brat, don't go too far." Vormek was at best half of Damien's height, as it seemed he possessed some dwarf's bloodline, and his height had always been a sore spot for him. Seeing the two argue as if they were quarreling siblings, Rose ended up having a good laugh, before Elena cut them off. "Ahem." She let out a clearly fake cough. Damien and Vormek quieted down shortly after as they watched her prepare. Not wanting to disappoint or underwhelm, Elena let out her strongest move. Judgment. Judgment was a more versatile skill than Elena had previously shown. A blinding yellow light covered her sword blade, letting off a suffocating pressure before Elena swung it with her full power. Swoosh! Bang! The light covering the sword became a massive beam that subsequently split into 5 parts that zoomed through the air. Even the wind was cut by their blinding speed. And then, each of the 5 impacted a separate area of the massive plains, creating a large explosion of dazzling light. A dust cloud was kicked up by the force of the explosions, and small craters were formed in the ground. Elena was only a second class, but the full power of her skill would be enough to contend against many early and mid-stage third-class beings. Vormek approvingly nodded his head as he watched on. None of the people next to this kid will ever be normal. All right, he said. Let me get a look at that sword. Elena promptly handed it over and Vormek inspected it in full. Every once in a while he would nod his head or mutter some sort of blacksmith jargon that Damien couldn't understand. Good, I can do this for ya, but it'll take more time than the other sword. The materials I'ma need for this will take a bit of work to get. Don't worry about that, old man. I didn't tell you this yet, but I'm pretty rich now. Yeah, I don't think you could court a princess of the biggest empire in the human domain if you were still the bum you were when we first met. This time, Damien was the one who received the critical hit. The two resumed their earlier squabble as Damien teleported the group back to the workshop. After a few hours, the trio left Vormek to his work. The new sword cost Damien a few white gold coins, especially considering that its rank would be higher and the materials were rare, but Damien still got the feeling that Vormek had cheated him. But he just shrugged it off. It wasn't like he needed the money on a Pyrrhon. If he ever ran out, he'd just take a few SS rank quests to make some more. Since it would take around a month for the sword to be complete, Damien and Rose took Elena on a small tour of the Adelaire Empire. Since Claire was safe within Aurora, they spent 2 weeks flying around and looking at the various sceneries of the empire. From its expansive mountain ranges to the beautiful forests it contained, they saw it all. They also took a brief trip to the academy and spoke with Malcolm for a bit before visiting the seas. Overall, they had a nice relaxing vacation before heading back to Aurora to meet with Claire. Claire had been living a comfortable life for the past 2 weeks, and she had been fitting in quite well among the denizens of the city. Claire had always been a very sociable person, and most of the jobs she worked dealt with customer service. Even when she was working corporate jobs, she always handled interpersonal relations. She would take weekly trips down to the shopping district and interacted with the locals, forming some connections and making friends. Even some of the nobles on the hill had come to greet her after seeing that she was living in the house belonging to Damien, who was widely known as the winner of the previous Nexus event. There were originally some hiccups due to her lack of strength, but once it was learned that she was Damien's mother, she didn't encounter many problems. Some even decided to curry favor with her. Though she didn't care much for their attempts, she was glad to learn more about Damien's feats within this world. She was told dazzling stories about his domineering performance and how he had won a legendary medicine called Elixir. It was then that she finally understood the amount of effort he had put into healing her. She almost teared up on the spot, but made sure to hold herself back. With the way everyone adored her son, she couldn't show her weakness. The only thing she showed was the pure unadulterated pride that she felt. And so, Claire had been living nicely for 2 weeks before she heard a sudden knock on her door. Opening it, she was greeted by a man in full-plated armor with a stern expression on his face. "Miss, you have been invited to the palace as a guest. Please follow me." Claire was frozen in place for a bit, processing the man's words, but when they clicked, her surprise ended up vanishing entirely. That's right. Little Rose is a princess in this world. With the Emperor being her future-in-law, Claire felt it was her obligation to meet him. It wouldn't be a talk between an emperor and his subject, but rather one between fellow parents. Claire went back into the house and got dressed for the occasion, wearing a beautiful black dress that exuded formality, but not to the point that it was rigid. She then followed the guard to the palace. Entering the massive entrance hall, Claire couldn't help but be fascinated. Even the castles on Earth held no comparison to this one. It was another dimension. As she marveled at the sight, she followed the guard to the massive set of double doors that stood at the end of the hall. I wonder what kind of demeanor a real-life emperor would have? Chapter 110 Brief Return 4. When Claire entered the throne room, she was further introduced to the extravagance of a true ruler of men. From the ornate decorations to the glimmering thrones, all of it seemed like something fantastical. Truthfully, Claire had been slightly infected by Damien's interests when he was growing up, so she knew a thing or two about those novels and animes, but seeing it in person was very different than its animated counterparts. I wonder how he felt when he first came here. She smiled at the thought. Walking through the hall, her gaze landed on the large pink-haired man on the throne. Although his eyes were serious, they contained a hint of strangeness she couldn't quite pinpoint. James had been able to sense her as she entered the castle, so he knew her measly strength. He had made sure to conceal his entire aura so as to not create any problems. Nice to meet you. My name is James Adelaire, Rose's father. His introduction was unbefitting of an emperor, but he still went forward with it without qualms. He was approaching Claire as an equal, since in a sense of the word, they were.